Go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, August 26, 2024. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Today we are joined by ASL interpreters Dario Garcia and Tamara Gasalum. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? To the flag of the United States of America and to a republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now we will receive an invocation by Gerald Marcus, representing Join Us for Justice, the El Paso chapter of Americans United for Separation of Church and State.
Morning.
Welcome.
I forgot my step stool. Thank you for having me here today to deliver the opening message. I'm Gerald Marcus. In order to ensure the open and free exchange of ideas, the founding fathers of our nation placed the freedoms of religion, speech, press, assembly, and petition at the forefront of protected liberties as part of the First Amendment to the Constitution. The First Amendment includes specific protections dealing with the practice of one's religion, your choice of your religion, and protecting the individual from forced religious beliefs or practices, so long as they do no harm to others. This includes the assurance that anyone, regardless of their belief or non-belief, can present an opening message before government bodies such as this one. The former governor of New York, Mario Cuomo, spoke eloquently in El Paso as the featured guest speaker for the El Paso Holocaust Museum. He said, "I protect my right to be a Catholic by preserving your right to believe as a Jew, a Protestant, or a non-believer, or anything else you choose. We know that the price of seeking to force our beliefs on others is that they might someday force their belief on us." In his nomination speech at the National Convention, an as-yet-to-be president said, "There is not a black America, or a white America, or a Christian America, or a Jewish America. There is a United States of America." That nominee went on to become the two-term President Barack Obama. The United States of America is a nation under one flag that represents a very diverse people with the yet-to-be-realized promise of liberty and justice for all. We do not need to know a person's religion in order to respect them. We simply need to know that they are trustworthy, true to their word, respectful of differences of opinion. The promise of America is the ability to live our lives unencumbered by doctrine and the fear of practicing our faith. In this shared moment, we express gratitude for the gift of life and the limitless possibilities it presents. May we be open to the wonder and beauty that surround us, finding inspiration in the simplest of things. With a renewed sense of purpose, let us go forth into the world, radiating positivity, compassion, and love. May our collective energy create a ripple effect, touching the lives of many and inspiring a brighter, more harmonious future. Let us work together to push out hate and division during these difficult days and supplant it with love, honesty, justice, and peace. Enjoy your week. Thank you.
You have a wonderful week. Thank you.
Well,
Judge, would you like to make any opening comments before we begin with the agenda?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank all of you here for being at Commissioners Court. On behalf of myself and our commissioners, we're always very glad. We have some great topics, a great resolution today, and some other activities that I think you'll enjoy. So once again, have just an amazing day and a wonderful week. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4AO. We do have a correction to read in for item 4B. Item 4B should be Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the interlocal agreement between El Paso County and the City of El Paso, Texas for animal services necessary for the mutual advancement of the health and general welfare of the citizens of all jurisdictions from September 1st, 2024 through August 31st, 2025. Funding is available in general fund, animal control, animal impound fee. Contract number 2024-0122. Are there any items members of the court or public would like to pull for discussion? We have a motion by Judge Samaniego, a second by Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open.
I'm unable to access the voting software, but I vote aye.
And
Commissioner.
on mine, the item that's up on my screen is the resolution, not the consent.
Would you like to state your vote?
Yes,
Commissioner?
aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item 5, resolutions. 5A, approve and adopt a resolution designating September 6th through 8th, 2024 as SoldierCon Days in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Leon.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Commissioners, is Mr. Molina in the audience? Judge, there was supposed to be somebody from SoldierCon.
Jerry?
Oh,
Apologize, Mr. Molina was not able to make it. He's in traffic, fighting traffic right now. But yeah, so appreciate you all taking your time to recognize SoldierCon. SoldierCon is a unique.
well, let me do this, if
Okay.
you don't mind. What is your name, sir?
Jerry Jacobitz.
Jerry.
Mr.
The
Jacob.
Jerry.
Let me do this. Let me read the resolution, and
Okay.
then we vote on it, and then the mic is yours.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Whereas SoldierCon, an annual event dedicated to honoring service members and their families, will be held from September 6th to September 8th, 2024 at the Starlight Event Center in El Paso. Whereas SoldierCon was established in 2015 to alleviate the financial burden on military families seeking to participate in local comic conventions, and has since grown to incorporate a wide range of attractions, including a car show, cosplay contest, drifting exhibitions. We got to find out about drifting exhibitions, and stunt motorcycle performances. And whereas the event, which was previously been held on military installations throughout the Southwest, is now moving to El Paso as a result of expanding popularity and size, making it necessary to utilize a larger venue. And whereas recognizing the significance of SoldierCon and its mission to support and celebrate our military community, active duty service members from all branches of the military will be granted complimentary admission to the event, reflecting the county's commitment to honoring those who serve. And whereas this move to El Paso represents a new chapter in SoldierCon's history and showcases the county's dedication to providing meaningful and enjoyable experiences for our service members and their families. And whereas the County of El Paso welcomes SoldierCon with open arms and supports its continued success in celebrating and appreciating the contributions of our military community. Now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso Judge and Commissioners Court that September 6th through September 8th, 2024 be designated as SoldierCon Days in El Paso County, and we encourage all residents to participate in and support this important event. SoldierCon Days in El Paso, Texas, signed this 26th day of August 2024.
We have a motion by Commissioner Leon, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open.
Jerry.
Commissioner Stout?
Yeah, we just have one more.
Sorry, Commissioner Stout?
Yes, I vote aye.
I'm going to vote aye as well, but the bubble isn't popping up to vote, so should I?
Motion carries.
The podium is yours.
Jerry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, Judge, thank you. Judge, Commissioners, again, appreciate you all allowing us to be here and taking your time to be able to recognize this unique event that we're getting ready to hold, not this week, but the next weekend, the 6th to the 8th of September. This is a really good event. I was approached by Mr. Molina about a year ago, and he was telling me about this new event, which I hadn't heard of before. But his kind of simple explanation to me was, if a soldier and their family goes to Comic-Con, they have to pay $35 a ticket. And if you have 4 people in the family, you do the math, that's a lot of money for a young soldier in the United States military or a service member out there and their families. So he's been doing this event since 2015. He's done it in different places. I think that this is going to be the annual location for this event in the future. But if you know what a Comic-Con is, it's kind of like Comic-Con, but we call it SoldierCon. It's the same thing. People dress up. They get to meet famous actors. They have a car show. They do the drifting. I don't drift either, Commissioner. So that's
What is drifting?
It's when their vehicles turn the corner so fast they just they don't actually turn. They drift around the racetrack. So that's going to be part of it. It's going to be held at the Starlight Convention Center. They've already got the area set up behind the convention center where they'll do the drifting and the car show and stuff of that nature. I think it's going to be a fantastic event, and it's just another reason why, even though it's for the soldiers out there, it's also another reason why we are the Veterans Capital of the United States of America, because we hold events like this that are important not only to our military families, but also the veterans. And it's just another event that helps us keep our veterans here wanting to retire and stay in this wonderful city, in this wonderful county of El Paso. So thank you.
Jerry, thank you for everything that you do, and it's always so much nicer when somebody else says, we're the Veterans Capital of the United States of America. Thank you for doing that, and thank you for everything that you do. This event, is there anything that you could think of that we could do, or anything that we could support it?
If you had the chance to stop by and see this event and see what we're providing out there for the soldiers, it'd be fantastic. I know that the founder would love to give you all a VIP tour and that experience of this. This is something that could grow, that could bring in, thousands and thousands of people in the future, and it's going to continue to grow. We're going to continue to make it bigger and better. So it's a vital part of our community and our events that we have here in the community. Mm-hmm. Just your presence would be great, Judge.
And our community always rallies, but they have to know, right? And so this was a little different, and but thank you for explaining that, and thank you, Commissioner Leon, for this resolution.
You all go a long ways in helping our service people that are on active duty and retired, so it's much appreciated. And my wife's been into drifting for a long time. When I'm a passenger, it's not good. Can we take a photo with you?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Jerry.
I've been drifting all this time and didn't know it.
Thank you.
Item number 6 is public comment. We do have several speakers for public comment. First, we have El Paso Children's Hospital.
Cindy.
Judge,
Judge, I
Commi-
think- yes.
Can you all hear me, Judge?
Before we start, Commissioner Stout, you want to comment on this, please?
Yeah, thank you, Judge. I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment on this. I just wanted to point out that September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and it's such an important I think topic and issue for our community, and we really wanted to highlight the work that our Children's Hospital has been has been doing since they opened up. You know, there are thousands of children that are diagnosed with cancer all over the country, including here in El Paso. And our Children's Hospital really does a great job in supporting patients and families who are fighting and have fought childhood cancer, and allowing them to be here in El Paso, stay here at home during those treatments. I also wanted to make sure that the public understands that our Southwest University Blood and Cancer Center at the Children's Hospital is the only certified children's oncology group, or COG center, in a 350-mile radius that provides clinical trials to treat many types of pediatric cancer. And you know, our Commissioner's Court plays such an important role in supporting the fight against pediatric cancer, and we're going to have a resolution a little bit in about 2 weeks. To formally recognize September as National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. But I know that we have Cindy Stout, the CEO of the Children's Hospital here, and a number of other folks that wanted to speak in public comment today to highlight, before we start the month of September, the importance of bringing awareness to childhood cancer. So, Cindy, if you'd like to say a few words, introduce your team. That would be great.
Thank you, Commissioner. Cindy.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Commissioner Stout, Judge Samaniego, Commissioner Leon, Commissioner Holguin, and of course, Commissioner Coronado. You all have been wonderful supporters of our El Paso Children's Hospital. You know, when this hospital was envisioned many years ago, before it even opened, the physicians within our community demanded a specialized pediatric hospital. And it took that long to get it built, but it got built with your all's support and the support of University Medical Center and all that they do. The Southwest University Pediatric Blood and Cancer Center, as Commissioner Stout talked about, is not just an infusion center, but it's also an inpatient unit. And so we have 24 beds with a specialized staff who are trained to treat many types of cancers through a comprehensive treatment plan. And as you heard Commissioner Stout talk about our Children's Oncology Group, that gives the children the opportunity to be on the same protocols as you would see many other large hospitals throughout the nation, so that the children can be treated right here at home. And that's very important, because that is when they thrive. In total, we have treated over 800 new children right here at home since 2012, thus keeping them home with their family and their friends to be able to recover. Our number one form of cancer is acute lymphoblastic leukemia. And I'm very fortunate because I'm standing amongst the team who takes care of all of our children, specifically led by Dr. Benjamin Carcamo, who has been a pillar within our community for many years for oncologic care. And our new specialty center that we recently opened up is continuing to help us to grow our subspecialists. Coming up, we're getting ready to open our 8th floor of the hospital, where all of you all will be invited. We're really excited about that, because that, again, will allow us the expansion that we need to continue to take care of all the patients, and also to alleviate some of the pressures on the oncologic floor as well. So I'd like to go ahead, first of all, and introduce this beautiful little girl right here. This is Mia Vasquez, and this is her father, Danny. We are very fortunate to have them here with us, and you can certainly see that the team here standing here, our nurse practitioners, our leadership team, everybody has a hand in taking care of the children who go through this very difficult time alongside their families. So, Danny, would you like to say a few words? Sure, come on, Danny, you can do it.
We get to see Mia. Mia was here last week with us. Hi, Mia.
Hi. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Danny.
Thank you, everyone, for having us here. And we've been really blessed with this whole team and how they've been supporting us throughout this whole journey. And just as love and support that they have for all the children that they take care of, it's just amazing. And we're really blessed. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mia.
And lastly, I'd like to ask Dr. Carcamo, who leads the oncologic team, to step up and say a few words.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you for having us here, Commissioners Holguin, Leon, Samaniego, Stout, and Coronado. I've been in the community for almost 27 years now, and it has been a privilege to be working with our children. It's been amazing how pediatric oncology has evolved in these years, and we have seen that the progress going from basically nothing to a program that you can be proud of. Okay, not only we are a good program, but we have a very good standing in the Texas pediatric oncology community, and we have a good standing with Children's Oncology Group. We just had an audit from Children's Oncology, and they were completely satisfied with our work. Okay, they are actually very impressed of the work that we have done in such a short period of time, and I also very proud. It is amazing to work with a hospital that supports an important program like pediatric oncology is. And amazing to work with the people that we have around. Our nurse practitioners are amazing, our nurses, pharmacists, research personnel, the lab, and all these other members of the team, pathology, radiology, that participate to make this happen. Thank you very much for your support. Okay, we hope that we will continue to grow to make this program better and to make you proud. Okay.
Thank you, Doctor, for your dedication and loyalty to our community. Amazing service. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Judge, we appreciate you.
Yeah, Commissioner Leon?
Dr. Stout, thank you for everything that all of you do. But I've got to say, Mia is an example of if we did not have the hospital, what a difference it's made in that family. And we talk about what we prevent, what we don't prevent, but here we're looking at something, a human being that's much better. The entire family, the entire community is much better because of Children's Hospital being there and the type of professionals that operate there. So we can't thank you enough. This is a perfect example of the need that we have here in El Paso, and I just can't thank you enough for those families that use the Children's Hospital, and those families, like, I feel much calmer. I feel good about knowing that if something happens, you're there. So thank you, and great job.
Thank you. We have a fabulous team. We appreciate you.
And we're so proud of you, Cindy, because of everything that you do, but also that beacon of hope that, there should be a book written on Against All Odds, because, the awareness of the community of probably not understanding something and then evolving into what's happening now. And Mia, and Danny, what an amazing courage and what a parent. So it's one of these things when people tell us that this might not happen. Commissioner Leon talks about how the clinics, for example, people couldn't quite understand, and now it's something that's very important to them. So I think there's a lot of things in our community that we could do, but you're that beacon that we could say, look at the difference. Now that specialty hospital, it's just amazing the kinds of things that you do, taking away that burden. And I think I'm going to have to quote Vice President Harris when she says, when somebody gets impacted in the community, everybody gets impacted in the community. And one person, then we all have to feel it. If we don't feel it, there's something wrong with the community. And I think you and your team have been able to show us how the compassion and the drive you have, how it leads to so many great things. 800, if you think about 800 families that didn't have to go through such a difficult time as they did before. So once again, we're very proud of all of you, and we're so glad that we're able to support your initiative. So thank you, Cindy. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you to my great team here.
Yes, you have a great team. Thank
They're
you.
going to ID themselves?
Sure. You want to start off, Ali?
Yeah.
Good morning, I'm Ali Valdespino. I'm the nursing director for the PD HEMOC team.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you all.
Good morning. My name is Amanda French, and I'm one of the nurse practitioners on the HEMOC group.
Thank you for what you do. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Adriana Diaz. I'm the clinical coordinator for the PD HEMOC.
Thank you.
Good morning. John Runkles, I'm the Chief Operating Officer.
Yeah, we all know John. We all know. Thank you, John.
Morning, Commissioners, and George Samaniego. My name is Daniel Veal. I'm the Director of Marketing, as well as Joe Navi Gonzalez, taking pictures over here, is one of our coordinators.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
And we would like to get a group picture with you all. Is that okay?
Of course. Of course.
We'd love to.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Of course. Anybody else? We got everybody. Thank you.
Thank you guys for what you did. Thank you so much. Gathering here on the side.
Can you squeeze in a little bit more together, please? There you go. Okay. Smiles over here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next.
Guys, hold it. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Our next speaker, we have Miss Elizabeth Crawford.
Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, sir. Thank you so much. Good morning. As we all know, abortion is front and center on the political stage. There have been crazy comments coming from both sides of the aisle, both Democrat and Republican. Recently, we've watched the DNC outside of the DNC convention in Chicago, free abortions being offered by Planned Parenthood. Recently, a leader of our nation stated that abortion gives freedom to men. There's been reaction from the pro-life community that now the quiet part was said out loud. Abortion as, quote, freedom to men, abortion as a cover-up. In God's word, we have another account of murder as a cover-up. Psalm 23, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. David, the king of Israel, beloved by the Lord. But in some very dark days of David's life, he committed adultery, then used murder as a cover-up. Indirect murder, sending the husband to the front lines of a battle to be killed by the enemy. David went on to marry the lady Bathsheba. He thought he'd gotten away with his sin, but in mercy, God sent the prophet Nathan to confront David. As a result of God's mercy, we have in Scripture Psalm 51, David's prayer of repentance. Psalm 51, have mercy upon me, O God, according to thy loving kindness. According to the multitude of thy tender mercies, blot out my transgressions. Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity and cleanse me from my sin. For I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. In mercy, the Lord brought good out of evil, and the genealogy through Bathsheba, the line of descendants, eventually leads to the Messiah, the Lord Jesus Christ. As we hear the abortion issue front and center in the presidential campaign, as we see the Star of David all over the news with the war in the Middle East, we're reminded of the amazing lesson from the life of David. Proverbs 28:13, he who covers his sins shall not prosper, but whoso confesses and forsakes them shall have mercy. Thank you so much. Hope you have a good day. Thank you.
Our next speaker, we have Daniel de la Cruz.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Daniel.
I just wanted to share some thoughts on, obviously I'm born and raised here in El Paso, but some very concerning thoughts that come to mind are Commissioner David Stout's most recent column claiming that we taxpayers were poised for that $894 million general obligation bonds and COs. And the reason I bring that up is me as a taxpayer, I don't know how or what rock some of you are living under, but we are not making it with everything that's going on, whether you're Republican or Democrat. People are struggling. And I feel and I see and I witness that you guys are willing to spend so much money on here and there and this and that, but who's really investing on these bonds that you guys are passing or that you want? What I want as a citizen, as a resident of El Paso, I want to be able to go to the west side without running into a construction site that's been going on for years. I want to be able to go to the east side without running into a construction site. I want some sense of urgency to be able to drive in my city without construction all over the place. If you don't want to handle that, I got another agenda you can tackle. We need to fund our El Paso Police Department. We have an issue with drunk driving here in El Paso, and it's gotten ridiculous where one cannot even drive out, go to the store, go to the movies in fear of possibly even getting killed. And it's getting ignored. But yet, let's pass bonds for other stuff that's really not important. And I just ask that we put some thought when these bonds are being misrepresented, because I will share this and I'll leave this chat here. Someone took Tommy Gonzalez's playbook, and the person that has it, his last name rhymes with sprout. Have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
Our next speaker, we have Mr. Pedro Serra.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Pedro.
Judge,
Good morning.
commissioners. About at home, about to return from Las Vegas. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story, how I became a boxer. I became a boxer because I was bullied when I was small because of my birthmark. And that was around 7, 8 years old. I was riding the bus, and my brother stopped me there and told me if he ever heard somebody tell me that names about my birthmark, he was going to hit me. So I recorded that in my mind. My brother's big, so I'm going to rather fight the small guys, right? So that I kept fighting until 12 years old. People would pick on me, and I was invited to boxing, and I went. And when I got there, me and my other friend were always, Jaime La Torre, were always competing who was the best boxer in that team. And of course, he had 2 wins, I had 2 losses. And of course, at that time, we went to fight to Las Cruces. And Las Cruces, Boom Mancini, the world champion there, he was a featherweight champion. And Joe Hernandez was his sparring partner. Joe Hernandez is a boxer from Socorro. I was small then. I did not know who he was. And the thing is that by the time I finished the fight, Boom Mancini came over to my corner. He stopped flying autographs. He went directly to me and said, "Pete, keep fighting. You're going to be something good in life." And I kept fighting. I did not lose 30, 40 fights until I hit nationals. And And that's when I loved my first loss after that. And then I became the elite fighter of the 80s, in the 80s. And in the 90s, I started boxing. I was about to go pro, and I had an accident, and that accident caused me to lose my eye. I was assaulted, and I lost my vision. And I fell into drugs, alcohol, and all that bad stuff that's out there. And in 2000, I did it for 7 years, and I got tired of it because it wasn't my life, it wasn't me. I was depressed, I had mental issues at the time because of my blindness. So, give me a minute, please. And so I decided to go back to the gym where I started. So when I went to Pavo Real, I started training there, and the coach there told me, "Pete, who are you?" And I said, "I'm so-and-so, I won so many tournaments." I told him who I was, what had happened to me. He said, instead of training you, would you like to teach? And I said, yes. So I started teaching there. And once I started teaching there, I saw the potential of being a coach. I had more to give to the community, because I was good at it. I was better than the coach. And the only thing I did not know how to do was how to do the mids. And the ironic part is, I lasted, that team, Pavo Real did not have a team, so we built a team that year. That year, we finished second in Golden Gloves, but the following year, the coach, me had an argument because I wanted to learn how to do more, the mids, and he didn't want to let me do it. So I said, no, you know what, I'm leaving you. So I took out for a spell boxing, but we were brotherhoods, meaning we would go train there twice a week. And right now, at the moment, the thing is that I asked Joe Hernandez, which I did not know at the time, that I wanted to be a coach, and I stayed there for 24 years now. I've been there for 24 years. I took over the team, but the ironic part is that he was the one who sparred with Boom Mancini. He was a sparring partner for Boom Mancini, and the thing is, I took over the gym, and 44 years, I've been trying to fight. And I never passed the test. Finally, I passed the test, went to Vegas, brought this. But not only did I bring this, I broke 5 records, which will never be broken for a long time. First, I'm the oldest Paso boxer in Paso history to fight 3 decades, 80s, 90s, and 2000s. I'm the first boxer to fight with a handicap, mental, blindness in one eye, and of course, one arm. I fought the last fight with one arm, and half of my eye was blind. The doctor did not want to let me proceed with the fight. I told him, just give me a chance. If you see, if I'm not making it, just stop the fight, and I can live with that. He said, I'll give you a break then. And I took the tournament. I took 2 best fights of the night, and the tournaments, and right now, I represent El Paso, Socorro. Right now, I'm the first official gym in Socorro to be open. I'm opening my gym, and Socorro sponsored me to help me open it. They lent me the building so I can teach, and it's a block away from where I started. So everything's falling into place, and right now, I just met this lady right here. I need to talk to her because she's from Emergence, and she can help me with my problems. So thank you, guys. This is my story, and I'm very proud to represent El Paso, Socorro, because my records are never going to be broken in a long time. And hopefully, You guys, Mr. San Diego, we can go ahead and start working on the Hall of Fame again, because it's stopped for a while, and we need to work on some other stuff in the communities. And I'm very involved in my community. Hopefully, I've done it for 24 years as a coach. I'm the second winningest coach ever in El Paso history. I'm the oldest coach in El Paso history at the moment, active at the age of 55. I don't feel old, but I am old. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
Pedro.
We'll take a picture with you, okay? Thank you. Come on.
First person to ever win this title in El Paso.
And that's big smiles over here. 1, 2, 3. Hold those smiles, please.
Thank you. One more.
One more, I'm so sorry. Our next speaker we have is Ms. Jenny Solo.
Go ahead, Ms. Solo.
Hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. County Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here as a concerned citizen and also a little bit of a representative for the many El Pasoans who are struggling under the weight of the financial pressures currently in this economy and environment. The decisions you make today have a direct and a profound impact on the lives of your constituents, particularly the property owners whose hard-earned money funds our community. Now, the reality of rising costs for many in our community is the decision to raise property taxes yet again. It's not just the numbers on a page. It's about the real daily choices that the El Paso families must make. Choices between paying for food, affording necessary medication, keeping a roof over their head, or even staying in the homes they've built over a lifetime. When you increase property taxes, you force people to make impossible choices, decisions that no one should ever have to face in a community that prides on looking out after its own. Property owners who are stretched thin by rising costs are being asked to shoulder even more of the burden. This is just not an abstract concern. This is about the neighborhood elderly couple who must decide between they are going to either pay their tax bills or buy their prescriptions. It's about the single parent who's already working multiple jobs just to make ends meet. It's about our neighbors, our friends, and our families. I want to make sure that this is clear that these are vanity projects versus essential needs. I understand that the county must fund necessary services, but when those funds are directed towards non-essential vanity projects, it feels like a slap in the face. For projects, the proposed tax increase is not really for life-saving services or essential infrastructure. It's for projects that, well, perhaps well-intended, don't really reflect the urgent needs of our community. I've been to the meetings. They did not make it clear that these are urgent needs. We cannot prioritize new buildings or other non-critical improvements over the basic well-being of our citizens. As elected officials, your duty is to the people of this county. We ask you to provide and prioritize their needs, their real immediate needs, over projects that can wait. We're asking you to consider the human cost of your decisions. We ask you to adopt the no new revenue tax rate, real no new revenue, meaning that you consider that the values of our properties have gone up so that you can provide much needed relief to the homeowners who are barely hanging on. We're not here to oppose progress. We're here to advocate for balance and compassion. You have the power to make decisions that either alleviate or exacerbate the struggles of those you represent. Please just choose wisely. Choose to support the people who put you in this position of trust. Choose to prioritize their health, their homes, and their lives over non-essential expenditures. We El Pasans are counting on you. Thank you.
Jenny, thank you so much. Thank you.
Our next speaker requests to remain anonymous.
This is for the person that joined on Teams, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good morning. Good morning, County Judge and Commissioners. I would like to make a comment on the UMC bond issue. I am a nurse that previously worked at UMC. UMC does not need these funds. Funds are for a wish list and not a need list. UMC needs to stop buying private practices, building huge centers in places that are in competition with private entities. UMC should not be in business of growing their services in areas that do not need public assistance and become competition for private industries. Is Mesa Street on the west side underserved? Why did they buy a pediatric practice and open a surgical center there on the east side when many others are in the area? Those funds need to offset costs, not expand services to areas that do not need it and in competition with private practices in the area. The bond only encourages poor spending. I also would like to note that under Citron's administration, there has been a huge increase in executives that only adds to cost. No additional patient care people, but I mean, of course, as it grows, but more top heavy. They're mostly his friends from Del Sol, and they think like business people, expand. But they are not business people. They are working for the county and their county employees, and they don't need to expand. They need to be prudent with tax collected funds. And I listened to the previous presentations when they had said that they wanted to do a bond, and they talked about having MRI machines so that they don't wake up patients. As a nurse, I could tell you that's a ridiculous point. Like, we don't need to worry about waking up patients when we do it all night long because we have to do vitals or whatever. So we worry about, not waking them up because we need extra machines because we don't want to wake them up at night. That's really nonsensical. And then, And then the other point they wanted to make is having more room for employees. Employees have plenty of room. That's really not, most everything is a wish list. It's not a true need. And I just like to say that we're paying attention. We may not be there, a lot of us work and trying to pay these taxes, but we're paying attention to what you're doing, and it's not okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
That completes all the speakers we have for public comment. Item number 7, regular agenda, 7A. Receive public comment, both proponents and opponents, on the proposed property tax rate for fiscal year 2024 through 2025 for the El Paso County Hospital District. Could we please have a motion to open a public hearing? We have a motion by Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Holguin. The voting is open.
I again don't have access to the software, and I vote aye.
Motion carries.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jacob.
Judge Samaniego and County Commissioners, Jacob Cintron, President and CEO for the El Paso County Hospital District. As you know, we're going to be presenting and seeking approval for our fiscal 25 budget, both operational and capital budget. And Mike will be giving a short presentation, but at the end of it, what we're really asking for is a no new revenue rate, which will mean that we will reduce our tax rate percentage by about a little under 7%. And Michael will go over as a review of the presentation we've given before. Michael?
Good morning, Commissioners. Michael
morning,
Nunez,
Michael.
Hospital District Chief Financial Officer. Going to be doing some of the excerpts. We did have on August 7th, we did have the joint work session between the UMC Board of Managers and also the Commissioners Court. So with that, here are some of the key takeaways from that meeting. Okay, I'm going to be, first off, in terms of our financial health, I did want to report, we did have a very successful bond refunding last week on our 2013 bonds. I will be providing a brief update. So with that, yes.
Make before we get started?
Okay.
And I'll read this. There is no requirement that a public hearing be held when the no new revenue tax rate is adopted. However, as a courtesy and in an effort to provide the community an opportunity to speak on this item, we're opening for public comment at this time on the proposed no new revenue tax rate for the El Paso County Hospital District. So just, we'll open up with that comment. Thank you.
And I will do this presentation and then we can go through the three
It'll be
agenda
good
items.
for the community to understand.
Okay. We did have a successful bond refunding last week where we did refund 2 of our 2013 bond issues. Total debt service savings is going to be about $19 million over the next 18 years, net present value of about 14 or 15 million. The overall interest rate that we were able to close on this was now down to about 4.14%. The average coupon on the refunded bonds was closer to about 4.8%. So with that, we did use a new rating agencies at the recommendation of our financial advisor, Kroll. They did rate the hospital district with a AA, and then you can see the remaining other 3 rating agencies, Fitch, A with a stable outlook, Standard & Poor's BBB plus with a stable outlook, and also Moody's Baa2 with a stable outlook. In terms of the budget for fiscal 2025, overall we're looking on the revenue side just short of 1.7 billion. And then also on the expenses, also just short of about 1.7 billion. The overall change and increase in net position that we are proposing for next year is about 3.3 million. Now looking in terms of how the taxpayer is going to be affected, we do illustrate since 2017, you'll see we were back about 23.4 cents. The tax rate did go up 2020 and 2021. But during, even with the current proposed budget, 3 of the last 4 years, UMC has proposed the no new revenue rate. And looking at it here from the dollar bill perspective, you'll see back in 2021, UMC was at 26.8 cents, or about 8% of the total tax bill. Currently, right now in 2024, we're about 23.6 cents, and we're looking to reduce that further as well. In this slide, you'll see that we are proposing the no new revenue rate. When you look at the average taxpayer, the average household on the appraisal value was about $216,705 last year. That did increase now to about $231,000 this year. In terms of the appraisal value, the taxable value was $191,000 last year and about $205,000 this year. So the taxpayer will be paying approximately the same dollars amount in terms of what they were paying in 2024 as they will be paying in 2025. And looking in terms of one of the main uses in terms of what we use are the maintenance and operation property tax revenue. You'll see that for next year we are looking about $129 million in maintenance and operations. Portion of the property tax revenue, but you'll see that our estimated cost to provide uncompensated care is about $244 million. And over the last 7 or 8 years, that is historically between 45 to 50% of the funds that we do receive from maintenance and operations to provide the uncompensated care cost. In terms of a routine capital budget, we're proposing about $26 million, UMC about $17 million, El Paso Children's about $6.2, and El Paso Health about $2.8 million. And then last, in terms of our proposed debt service, our total debt service is about $27.2 million, What is tax supported is about 23.6 million, and then what's not tax supported and paid for by hospital revenues is a Series 2023 revenue bonds in the amount of about 3.6 million. So those are a brief summary in terms of the budget work session we did have. And with that, I will open it up and see whether there are any questions regarding our proposed 2025 budget and tax rate.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, Commissioner Leon?
Michael, just for the public's information, if you were strictly to depend on the property taxes, what percentage of that would go towards running your hospital?
In terms of currently right now, looking at, it's about 9% of our total revenue budget. We would easily need to about double that so that we could probably, it provides the same level of service with that. So currently right now, this amount here of about 129 million, the shortfall or the difference between the 129 million that we get in maintenance and operations compared to the estimated competent care cost is about the same amount.
So what I'm saying is percentage. Property taxes are X percent of your total budget.
It's about 9% of our total revenue budget.
9%. So
Yes, sir.
everything else, you have to hustle to make it work. Is that correct?
Yes, we do. In fact, when you look at University Medical Center compared to the other large public hospital districts, Harris Health in Houston, Parkland in Dallas, University Health in San Antonio, and JPS in Fort Worth, their portion of their tax revenue compared to the budget is about 25 to 33%. Ours is about 9%.
Yeah, I think, in my opinion, I think the public should know that because you heard the caller a while ago talking about other expansions that you have, but there's reasons for that too. Number one, the need, and number two, the ability to be able to fund that hospital realistically.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, yeah.
If I could add to that, for example, there was a mention of the Mesa surgical site, the endoscopy site. It has a higher uncompensated rate than many of our other locations. So we do try to provide locations that are accessible by public transportation and high population centers to service those that don't have the ability to pay. And so we're really proud of that. You heard earlier about El Paso Children's Hospital and their cancer program. This, along with other programs that both UMC and El Paso Children support, improve the health of our community. You know, when emergencies or crises strike, we're there first and foremost to help, whether it be a mass shooting event or COVID. And I will tell you that even without those, every day we have trauma cases coming to our facility. We're also a teaching hospital, which means that many doctors coming in, some that will stay in El Paso to practice, learn at our campus. And so it's important that we be able to provide the right training forum for them to be able to excel in the field that they're in. And so whether you have the ability to pay or not, we're always open to you to provide you care, not just as an emergency, but even basic health care. If you need a doctor, we're there to help you find a doctor. And so when you think about the uncompensated care, $244 million is what we have to absorb that doesn't get paid for by anybody. Our property taxes are 29 million. So there's that gap. So we have to, if you wanted us to be able to raise our taxes simply to pay for the free care we provide, our taxes would have to go up about 90% from what they are now. If we wanted to sustain the things that we do now, remembering that our property tax to the total district is only 9%, it shows that really as an institution, we do our best to be self-sustaining and not be a burden to our community. It's evidenced by now with the last 4 years, 3 of those years have been at no new revenue rate, including this year. We're going in at a no new revenue rate, which means our tax rate is actually dropping a little under 7% from the current 23 cents to about 21 cents. And we're proud of that because we know that our community has a lot of challenges. Our priority is to make sure that those that need health care can come to our facility and not worry as to whether they have funds or not, that they're going to get the care first. And we're proud of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We do not have any speakers signed up for public comment. Could we go ahead and have a motion to close the public hearing? We have a motion by Commissioner Holguín, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 7B, discuss and take appropriate action to adopt the 2024 property tax rate for the El Paso County Hospital District doing business as University Medical Center of El Paso.
And if I may, Judge, you may have a handout that talks about, there are two motions. One is 7B to take the appropriate action on the tax rate, and then the other one's going to be 7C to take action on the budget for 2025.
Okay. In accordance with Section 26.05 Texas Tax Code, the adoption of a tax rate for a unit of government must be voted on in two parts. One for the tax rate for the maintenance and operations of the governmental unit, and the second for the tax rate for the payment of principal and debt of the government unit. As such, I will read two motions into the record, each of which will require a vote. Motion 1. On behalf of the El Paso County Hospital District, I move to adopt the no new revenue tax rate of 0.219526 per $100 of valuation, which is effectively a 6.84% decrease in the tax rate, which consists of a rate of 0.185607 per $100 assessed value for the purpose of maintenance and operations for the El Paso County Hospital District for fiscal year 2025, and further to authorize the county judge to execute an order reflecting same.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Coronado, second by Commissioner Holguín. The voting is open. Commissioner Stout?
Aye. For me.
Motion carries.
Okay, the second motion, on behalf of the El Paso County Hospital District, I move to adopt the no new revenue tax rate of 0.219526 per $100 of valuation, which is effectively a 6.84% decrease in the tax rate, which consists of a rate of 0.033919 per $100 assessed value for the payment of principal and interest of the debts of the El Paso County Hospital District, and further authorize the county judge to execute an order reflecting same.
We have a motion by Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open. Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 7C, discuss and take appropriate action to approve the El Paso County Hospital District doing business as University Medical Center of El Paso fiscal year 2025 operating and capital budgets.
Yes. Let me just make sure. Don't see you want to come here. You have it with you? Does this one? Okay, thank you. Bring organized for us. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you. On behalf of the El Paso County Hospital District, I move to adopt the no new revenue tax rate of 0.219526 per $100 of valuation, which is effectively a 6.84% decrease in the tax rate, which consists of a rate of
Sorry,
0.339.
Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt. So we're on the budget item, and so I think that's a shorter motion. We will see motion to approve the fiscal year 2025 operating and capital budget for the El Paso County Hospital District.
Okay, we got it. Okay. Motion to approve the fiscal year 2025 operating and capital budget for the El Paso County Hospital District.
Okay, we have a motion by Judge Samaniego, a second by Commissioner Holguin. The voting is open. Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
A motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it. And I
Jacob,
know- yes, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but before you sit down, I think it's very important that you just emphasize. I heard the news this morning, and it portrayed UMC is raising taxes, but if you listen closely, what you just heard right now, you're actually lowering your tax rate. So can you go into that a little bit? I think it's very important that the news media be able to take this in and report it out to our community.
Sure. So, in our budget, we're going with a no new revenue rate, which means because property values have gone up, we need to reduce the percentage of our rate. So we're going from 23 cents and change down to 21 cents and change. Now, some might say, well, some of your you might get a little more in property tax than you did this year, but that's because there's new properties coming into the market that are also being taxed. But we are reducing our tax rate by a little under 7% so that we stay at the no new revenue rate. And that will carry us through all the next fiscal year. Now, I heard the news broadcast this morning too, and it talked about perhaps it's, the bonds, but that will be voted on by the population of voters in El Paso on November 5th. And if it were to be approved, that tax rate wouldn't take effect until fiscal year 26. So this rate that was approved today is the rate we're going with for the remainder of the year, and it is a reduction in the tax rate percentage so that we stay at a no new revenue rate. We really work hard in trying to find other sources of revenue so that we can offset the need or the burden on the population related to what it costs to run a hospital. As Michael mentioned earlier, when you look at the total hospital district, property tax revenue is only 9% of that. And so we're proud that we're able to do that. And as far as public hospitals in the state, of the 5 big public hospitals, we're the ones that have the lowest revenue from property tax revenue and the lowest percentage of what it represents in our budget, and we're proud of that.
Thank you. And I think the community needed to hear that because of what I heard this morning. I said, that's not entirely correct.
Correct.
Not you guys here today. It was the other media.
Besides you guys.
Yeah.
Okay. No, but thank you for bringing that forth and for the community just to be concerned about the information, sort of come back and check it out on our websites and, be part of Commissioner's Court as much as you can. Because this is a confusion that leads to, certain things happening that shouldn't happen. And so I thank you for bringing that forth because that did happen this morning. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Leon.
Thank
you, Commissioners, Judge.
Thank you.
Item 7D, pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026, accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended July 31st, 2024. The interim financial report is located on the internet at http://www.epcountytx.gov/auditor/publications/monthly reports.htm.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Barbara
Thank you,
Parker,
Barbara.
your county auditor. And as mentioned, today's presentation is the July 2024 interim financial report. This executive summary shows the revenues and expenses of all funds for the current year. You can see the revenues are showing at 93.4% collected. That's because property taxes are collected early in the year, and the expenses are showing at 69.9. We do expect that rate to increase. We should have all the RQs in by the end of August. It's normal to see that type of discrepancy at this time of year. This is the condensed financial report for the month of July that was published in the Sunday newspaper. This slide gives us a picture of all revenues collected within the county, broken down by fund type. Focus throughout this presentation will be on the general fund, which is the main operating fund of the county. During the current month, general fund collected approximately $12.1 million. The total property taxes collected as of July 2024 increased by $45.5 million compared to fiscal year 23. The property taxes for general fund increased by $41.8 million in total. The breakdown of fiscal year 24 year-to-date general fund revenue collections by revenue type compared to the same period last fiscal year are shown on this table. The total general fund revenue collections have increased compared to the same period prior year's collections. The top areas increasing are property taxes, intergovernmental, interest, and other financing sources. The top areas decreasing are charges for services and sales and use tax.
And the majority of that 6.8 million decrease is the federal contract, correct? At the
Yes,
jail?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The federal contract was $6.9 million decrease, so it's offset by a few increases. This slide shows us an overview of the revenue collected compared to the estimated budget for the year. As of July, 83.3% of the fiscal year has expired. So far this year, as mentioned, general fund has collected 93.4% of the budgeted revenues. Compared to budget, sales tax is lagging. It's about $20 million less than we budgeted, and charges for services are about $10 million less than what was budgeted. And this analysis does exclude the $91.8 million that's designated for fund balance reserves. Of the total year-to-date revenues collected as of July, taxes comprised approximately 87.2% of the revenues, and 68.8% of all revenues were property taxes. The current year's general fund revenue collections increased compared to the percentage of budget as shown in this table, which focuses on a 3-year comparison. Property tax collections are at 100.93% of the budget, and these are doing better, while the sales and use taxes are at 72.4%, and they're doing slightly worse. However, both actual collections have increased compared to the prior year. As we've talked about before, in the past, we saw double-digit increases for sales tax, and those have dropped dramatically. We budgeted for a 3% increase over fiscal year 23 for fiscal year 24, and currently the actuals are only at about 1.5% increase. The industries shown on this slide are the top 4 categories for sales tax revenues received. Retail trade decreased by 1.8%. Accommodation for food services increased by 2.9%. Wholesale trade decreased by 5.1%, and information decreased by 0.7%. This slide shows all the expenditures for the county by fund type. For the month of July 2024, the general fund recorded total expenditures of $29.3 million and a year-to-date total of $318.5 million. The following slides will give us a detailed breakdown. Total general fund expenditures during the year are broken down on this slide. Expenditures are higher when compared to last year. The percentage of the year, as mentioned, is 83%. The percentage of budget expended is 69.9%. In fiscal year 23, it was 66.9%. We expect this percentage to increase as the year comes to a close. Looking at actuals by category, all categories are higher than last year for an overall total of about 11%. As of July, the revenues have grown by about 13.3%. Operating expenditures were mostly due to information technology, county elections, general government, non-departmental. Administration of justice increase was $2 million, due mostly to indigent defense expenses. Public safety increased only by $438,000. There was professional services in the medical jail for $2 million increase, but that was offset by decreases in maintenance and repair for communications and tasers and body cams. Other functions showed an increase of $1 million. This was mostly due to health and welfare non-departmental for a payment with the interlocal for the city for public health services. Capital outlay expenditures increased by $377,000. Transfers out expenditures increased by $2.1 million, mostly due to general government. It was an increase of $605,000 related to small capital transfers and grant matches, and public works non-departmental, an increase of $1.4 million for transfers out grant matches. This slide gives us the general fund changes by government function in comparison to the same period last year. Once again, the top three areas of change are general government, public safety, administration of justice, and the largest decreases are in public works and resource development. This chart breaks down expenditures by function of government. The public safety accounted for 28% of the year-to-date expenditures. General government, 21.4%, administration of justice, 16.2%, and other functions, 4.4%. Now for your favorite. This is our fund balance projection as of July 31st. The fiscal year 23 projections remain steady as the external audit continues. They currently include general fund revenues of $344 million and expenditures of $362 million. This gives us a projected fund balance of approximately $98.2 million. This has not changed from what I've been presenting for the last couple of months. This results in an unassigned fund balance reserve ratio of 5.78%. The fiscal year 24 projected fund balance is based on projected revenues of $388 million and projected budget expenditures of $401 million. This results in a projected fiscal year 24 balance of $85.2 million. Differences from last month include an additional $944,000 in projected revenues and a decrease in expected expenditures of $3.6 million. The fiscal year 25 projection assumes the no new revenue rate applied to the certified totals, and it's offset by approximately $11 million in various items such as FEMA reimbursements, federal prisoner interest, transfers in, and disabled veterans exemption. Expenditure growth is limited to an average of 5%. The FY25 revenues are projected at $383.2 million, and expenditures reflect $421 million at this point, showing a further decrease in fund balance. Years after FY25 are based on a 2% increase in property values and expense increases of 5%. This is the table of contents for the full financial report that's listed on the internet. If there are any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Barbara, if we could go back to the last slide. No, I'm sorry. Yes, this one.
Mm-hmm.
So the projected 2024 $85 million in fund balance, does that already take into account the amount of the budget that we don't expect to expend?
Yes, ma'am.
So So that's already taken. And how much of that is salary savings for unfilled positions? Do you know?
I would have to defer to budget on that one.
Okay, no, that's fine. And then also, in a few slides before, we had the question about the contract for services. We're at about 6.9 million under what was budgeted. But this is a difference. If you're looking at the fund balance, 23 is 98, 2024 is going to be 85, so that's about a $13 million difference. So the contract, the federal contract, is about 6.9 so far. So by the end of the year, we'll probably be, do you think, short 8 million, 9 million?
We're projecting, that's probably correct. I'd have to pull the exact numbers for you. The projection for FY '25, I can tell you we're projecting, in this projection, only 50 beds. I will likely increase that to 75 because the sheriff's office has done a really good job of managing over the last month. But that's only about $600,000 in additional income. The other things that decreased the 2024 projection.
That was going to be my question. So
Right.
if it's about 8 or 9 million, a shortfall in the contract, but here it's about a 13 million, what are some of those other items?
The other items were,
That's about maybe a $4 million, additional $4 million?
yes. The $4 million was basically maintenance and repair software was being decreased, as well as rent, leases, and hardware. And both of those totaled up to about $3.7 million. And as far as the revenues, the property taxes, our new projection is $1.2 million increase. The sales and use tax is down by $536,000, and federal prisoner is down to $5.7 million for the projection for the year, which is $303,000 more than what we did last month because they have been keeping it up a little bit higher than the 50 beds.
Okay, great, thank you.
For FY '25, I will tell you it changed from what the budget presentations were by about $7 million. And most of that was because in the budget presentations, we did not have the defeasance rate built into the INS. And so when we put that defeasance rate in, which you approved last week or the week before, it dropped the M&O rate down. And so our M&O revenues from property taxes decreased, and that decreased by approximately $5.6 million. And then the sales tax we adjusted also, and that went down by $1.5 million. This is due to the trends that we've seen. We were originally budgeting for 1.5% increase for FY '25, and we've reduced that to 0.64 based on what we're seeing in the actual numbers.
Thank you.
Judge.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Leon, please.
Barbara, I think I heard you say that property values increased by 2%, was that?
That's what we're using for the projections after 2025.
After 2025?
Right. And I wouldn't rely on those projections very much because there's too many variables. Property values can increase or decrease. The tax rates can increase or decrease. Expenses can change because of legislative initiatives. And so those are very, very flexible numbers.
So that increase of 2%, more or less, would impact our budget in 2025?
2026 and forward.
2026, okay.
Yes. 2025, we're using the actual certified totals and the no new revenue rate at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Judge? Commissioner Coronado?
Yes, sir.
Barbara, the big takeaways for a budget this year has been a decrease in revenue from what? 2 items, biggest?
The big 2 items are the federal prisoners and, from a revenue standpoint, also sales taxes. But we've also seen increases in expenses.
Right. Yeah, but just on the revenue side, we've lost money from having federal inmates because we've had to take on things like the smuggling cases from Operation Lone Star and holding prisoners, or rather inmates, longer because of Senate Bill 6.
The other thing that affected our 2025 projection is that we did not include things that were one-time revenues. For instance, when we got the FEMA reimbursement of $4 million, we did not budget for any of that. The disabled veteran payment we received was almost $1 million. We didn't budget for that. So there are certain things that happened in 2024 that we don't expect to happen, or we can't guarantee will
Next year.
happen in '25, so I can't certify those revenues.
Right. And what was the total amount in the reduction from the federal inmates for this entire year so far?
For this particular year, I have from last month. I don't have for the whole year. I would need to, maybe I do. Hold on just a second. Right now, it's 6.9%. I mean, 6.9 million. As of July, it's 6.9 million.
Less than what we projected for the year.
Less than what we
Budgeted.
less than what we did in fiscal year '23.
Less than fiscal year '23.
What was that number again, Barbara?
It's 6.9 million.
So then what's the
As of
amount
July.
less than we budgeted?
Yeah, my understanding it was less than what we budgeted,
That's what I thought, but it's not. It's
not less than
2023.
last year.
No, that was compared to last year. Look at the budget. The charges for services are down about $10 million
10 million
10 million, less than
from what
we
we budgeted.
from what was budgeted for
Yes,
this
sir.
year.
Yes, sir.
Right. And what was the amount budgeted for this year?
Just for the federal prisoners?
Yes.
I'd have to get back to you on that. I
Okay.
don't have that in
All
front of
right,
me.
so just 10 million on that part alone, right?
Well, the whole charges for services category was down by about $10 million.
By 10
The
million.
majority of that is the federal prisoners, though.
The majority was the federal prisoners because we had to take in other
Yes, sir.
state prisoners,
Yes, sir.
or state detainees, rather. I don't want to call them prisoners because they're in the jail.
They were occupying beds.
Yeah, they're occupying beds in the jail. The other part of it is it has increased both our public safety and law enforcement, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's another, on top of those 10 million we've lost. The other issue is, and we've also, the projected budget for this year, in revenue, just the decrease in revenue that we projected for sales tax was how much less? Up until July.
For July, the sales tax that we had projected was most of my comparisons are to actuals, not to the
Total
budget.
for the year, we've
We've
lost
budgeted-
revenue and the sales tax approximately 20 million, is that what you mentioned?
Yes, we budgeted $76 million. We budgeted $76 million for sales and use tax, and we've only collected 55.
Right. Yeah, that's quite a hit from those two items.
Right. The 76, however, is for the full year. It's not just through
Right.
July.
Right, for the full year.
How much should we have collected by now to get to the point
That would
that we
be
budgeted?
compared to last month. Sales tax is up about 839,000 compared to last year. But we were projecting a 3% increase, and we're only seeing like 1.5% increase, which is why it's so much down for the year to date. We've had a couple months that were increases, but they're slowly being eaten away by the most recent months.
And historically speaking, do we see higher collections towards the end of our fiscal year, or should we expect it to keep dipping?
We'll see 2 months of collections at the end of the fiscal year, only because of the timing of when we get the payments and when they're actually earned. But other than that, it fluctuates. Usually it goes up, as a result of the Christmas season, as a result of people going back to school. I know we have the sales tax holiday, but people don't always buy on that holiday. And sometimes there's a little bit during the summer, but it's not as significant as those times.
And apart from the decrease in the services from the federal government for the federal detainees, those federal detainees, apart from the reduction that we've lost in that, we've also had to spend money on those detainees for medical treatment, for providing them an attorney, for court time, prosecution time, processing time. Is that correct?
Yes, and food.
And as we saw an increase in both our public safety, law enforcement issues. Is that right? Which includes the jail.
That's correct.
All right. And we don't have a exact number on that yet, do we?
No, but I can get it for you.
Right.
And those were all taken care of by a federal inmate. All of that is
Yeah,
taken
all of that
care
would have been taken care of for the federal inmates, would have been taken care of by the federal government.
Well, we would have been reimbursed $101 per day.
Just for
And-
the detainee?
Yes, and that contract is from a couple years ago, I think.
Yep.
And so the cost may have changed, and we'll be working on a new cost analysis.
Right.
But at that time, it was contracted for $101 per day.
And I know the governor has called for reimbursement of medical treatment for migrants, which would include some of the detainees in our jail. And we are not currently being reimbursed by the federal government, by the state government, are we?
No.
For medical treatment for our migrants?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barb.
Thank you, Barbara.
Commissioners, we'll need a motion to accept the report. And after this item, I'd ask if we could go to the public hearing on our tax rate while we have all 5 of you here.
Sure.
We have a motion by Judge Samaniego, a second by Commissioner Coronado to accept the report. The voting is open. Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, so we'd like to go to item 7F. Receive public comment, both proponents and opponents, on the proposed property tax rate for fiscal year 2024 to 2025 for El Paso County. Could we have a motion to open the public hearing? We have a motion by Commissioner Coronado, second by Commissioner Leon. The voting is open. Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Motion carries. And just for information, we do have public speakers signed up for this item.
Judge, Commissioners, before I turn it over to John, I just want to remind the court, we always propose the voter approval rate for publication purposes to allow the court time to evaluate its financial status, review budget, think about the forecast that Barbara just presented. We have built a preliminary FY 2025 budget on the no new revenue rate, but to do this, we have cut several items from the budget to bring it into that balance. So some of those things include that we've cut is our operating capital from departments, which is approximately $1.8 million. We have cut our capital improvement funding by $13 million. This is our operating capital funding for things like automobiles, replacement computers, radios, vests, things of that nature. And we have cut other contingencies such as personnel contingencies. We've cut our economic impact fund by approximately $6 million. We've made other reductions as well as our fund balance is under our goal in order to meet a budget based on no new revenue. So I wanted the court to have that information as we go through this overview of our county tax rate adoption. John?
Thank you, Betsy, for that.
Thank you, Betsy. I'm sorry, John, just really quickly. So Betsy, the operating capital reduction of 1.8 million, that's where, because you were mentioning or is that the capital improvement, the 13 million, the vehicles, the radios,
So the difference between the two, the 1.8 million is normally in departments, and that allows them to buy and replace things less than $5,000. in their own offices without having to go through a process. Chairs, stenos, machines, things of that nature. The 13 million is where we fund our continuous replacement program and some of our improvement programs, or exception request, if you will, things over $5,000 that departments need.
So does the 1.8 million reduction take that line item to zero, or is there still some
Takes it to
funding?
zero.
Okay, same thing with the 13 million for the capital
It leaves
improvement?
$1 million, and we had a reserve of approximately $5 to $6 million, about $5 million, I believe, $5 to $6 million. So together, we'd have a little over $6 million for emergencies or major projects that the court wants us to have a match for, things of that nature.
Okay, thank you.
Betsy, when you said vehicles, are we foregoing new vehicles like for Public Works, the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
So that's going to be an impact later on down the road where it's going to be even more expensive.
Yes, sir. We're foregoing through that by delaying capital. We are foregoing things that we normally replace and upgrade on a continual basis. So it's more than even automobiles. Just, like there's funding in there to upgrade aging equipment across the county, aging things on facilities on an ongoing basis. That's where we get that funding, is through that capital fund. But to bring a no new revenue budget, those are the things, and we went through multiple times and reduced everywhere else we could, but that's the only way to bring us a no new revenue budget, is by reducing those.
So what I see is it's going to impact a future court much more than it would have impacted this court today.
If things do not change as far as our jail population and the cost of running the jail, we will have to do something. The future court will absolutely have to do something. We cannot sustain this model of operating reasonably. We cannot reasonably sustain this.
Thank you.
Betsy, and in the 13 million is also things like safety vests for our law enforcement sheriffs, and is that correct?
It could include ballistic vests. It includes there's a
Sheriff's vehicles.
Sheriff's vehicles, county vehicles. It includes ADA improvements. It includes several items that we replace on a continual basis from that fund.
Including, of course, our constables and JP courts, right?
Yes.
All public safety, justice involved issues.
Everything that we normally fund from that is being reduced by this. We do have that fund for mission critical things that are at a standstill. If something comes to a standstill, we'll have that fund to be able to respond to those mission critical or emergency situations, but it will not be our ongoing replacement programming.
And over the last few years, our so to speak, our reserves have gone down as well.
Our reserves have gone down the last couple of years as well, yes, sir.
This year, or last few years, they've taken a big hit.
Yes, sir. The
Thank
last
you.
2 years.
Thank you.
Betsy, if I can ask another question. So last year, with the adoption of the voter approval rate, there was about, I think, 12 million in capital improvement projects that were going to be paid for with the additional property tax revenue that was collected as a result of the voter approval rate. How are those projects going? Can we get a report on, because that was an additional on top,
No, ma'am,
right?
that was getting us to our level funding.
Okay.
That was getting us, that 12 million brought us back. We would have had to cut if you had not adopted that last year. And so that brought us back to our normal CIP funding level. And we can give you a report on that. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'd like to see how those projects are coming along.
Yes, ma'am. Those are again, the ongoing replacement programs. So you all are approving those purchases throughout your agenda. When you see cars on there and you see it's being funded by CIP, those are those projects. But we can definitely give you an update overall on those funding, those projects and what's funded and how it's used.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. John Serra, Director of Budget and Finance. And get started. So we're presenting here the three tax rates, no new revenue, voter approval, and the current tax rate. These are the most important tax rates that you need to be aware of. So this slide provides an overview for the tax rate calculations for 24. And per our policy, we've proposed the voter approval tax rate for public posting purposes only. The no new revenue rate is calculated at 0.426323. The voter approval rate is 0.478306. And the current tax rate as it is right now is 0.458889. At the certified values that we have, each 1% of the proposed voter approval rate generates $2.8 million, and each penny generates $6.7 million. Over here, we have an overview for our tax rates throughout the years from 2019 all the way to 2024. Excuse me. As for 25, we have the no new revenue and the voter approval tax rate, the proposed voter approval tax rate, which was proposed on August 12th for public posting purposes only. I know UMC already went over this, but this chart represents the illustration of how the average homeowner dollar is actually divided amongst the entities within the El Paso County by year, by percent, and by rate. This tax rate is based on the current tax rates since we haven't adopted new ones until today, obviously, for UMC. The county's rate shows a 16.5% increase over last year, but that's not a true statement. It's a mathematical issue here. We increased it 7.6% actually, from 0.4262 to 0.4588. But since EPISD reduced their portion, the balance is split amongst the other entities, making the perception that we've increased it more.
And John, if I can just clarify back on the dollar, that's actually our percentage of the dollar, that we're 16.59% of every dollar goes to the county. And then as John explained, the major factor in that is the tax exemption that the state gave on school taxes. And so when the state reverses, or if the state goes back from that exemption, which was temporary, it will adjust the percentages again. But that's our percentage of the dollar.
Thank you. This table here shows the 24 certified values the 24 certified total values, which have increased about $6 billion or 10% over the current 2023 property tax rates. And you can see that in the top rows, the top two rows actually, which shows 24 at 67 billion compared to 23 at 61 billion. The home values for the county have risen from an average of 186,000 to an average of 200.9 thousand, which is an increase of 7.75%.
John, see, that's where I've got a question, and I asked Barbara about that same. So you're talking about home valuations increasing by about 7%?
Correct.
Where Barbara...
So, no, she's saying this year it's 7%, but she's saying for future year projections,
Okay.
she's using 2%.
That's right, that was for 2026.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So the no new revenue tax rate is 0.426323. And the voter approval tax rate is 0.478306. The voter approval tax rate could generate $35 million over no new revenue. And that is according to the income calculations by our county auditor's office. Now, I do have, totally unrelated, but I do have to mention this, throughout the budget process, we had to go through what you just asked Ms. Keller about. We had to go through about $40 million of cuts, necessary cuts that we had to go through. So to get to where we are today. So just keep that in mind. We did calculate a midpoint between no new revenue and voter approval tax rate, which is 0.452315. At that rate, we could see an additional $17.5 million over the no new revenue rate. And at the current rate, which is 45.8889, the increase over no new revenue would be 21.9 million. Now, this slide actually provides a summary of revenue based on our current rate, and it literally goes over the same amounts I was just mentioning. The voter approval rate, the midpoint option, and the no new revenue tax rate. The voter approval is the highest rate adoptable without having to hold an election. As we discussed during the budget hearing, since the current rate falls between voter approval and no new revenue, the court can elect any rate between the two rates, including the current rate. This slide also shows the impact to homeowner based on the new values. The average homeowner at an average value of $200,956 will see an increase of 88 cents to their tax rate, to their tax bill, at the no new revenue rate, and 53.11 at the midpoint, and 66.32 at the current rate, and finally 105.34 at the voter approval tax rate.
And John, I'm sorry, can you explain again, even though it's a tiny little increase, even if the no new revenue rate is adopted of the 88 cents, because I frequently get that question from the public, because they feel like the no new revenue, it should be a zero increase, but there's always that little bit of an increase. Can you explain
Sure.
where that little bit of an increase comes from?
So we're looking at average values for homes. Your actual tax bill may be a little bit higher or a little bit lower. Once we average those amounts, it comes out to 88 cents. And that's, I mean, as you can see here, each point after the decimal has a massive impact too. So, you know, that's basically what's happening here. We have the decimals and we have the average of homeowners, and it's coming out to the 88 cents. But it is, in reality, a no new revenue for us.
So some homeowners, oh, I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, I just wanted to, can you ask that question again? Because I think it's very interesting.
Yeah, so I always do get that answer, that question from residents about why, even with the no new revenue rate, which by
Right.
definition is not collecting, the county
Correct.
not collecting more than they collected last year from homeowners, why there is always that small, and it's usually like this sometimes it's $1, sometimes it's less than $1. So I think it's important for the public to understand, but from my understanding, from your explanation, this is an average. Some homeowners will maybe pay a little bit more because maybe they did have improvements that, aside from the CAD valuation increases, their property value increased for other reasons, right? Others may actually see decreases.
Or a lesser increase.
Or a
So
lesser
depending on what location within the county, you could see an increase, maybe, and this is hypothetical, of 14% to your home value. And in other areas, it's only 5%. So when we average all of these out, again, with the decimal, it comes out to that 88 cents as a difference, because it's not, like, the process is not entirely perfect.
Yeah, and it's not going to be every single person. Some residents may actually pay less than they
Right.
did last year.
Yep.
Some may actually pay zero.
Yes.
Correct.
That's absolutely
Or
correct.
zero more than they paid last year.
Not only that, it's also other properties that are coming on the tax roll that we don't know about yet.
So those are,
the
are
new
we talking about
properties.
new construction?
Right.
Yeah, new construction is calculated separately. So it's not part of this, so.
It's not part of this?
No, it's not.
These are just the existing homes that,
Correct.
where revenue was collected, revenue was collected from last year.
Right.
And a comparison.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
John, again.
Yes, sir.
Betsy, this is something that maybe Betsy mentioned a while ago. In our current projections, we're talking about maybe affecting Public Works in purchasing equipment. Norma, flood equipment, equipment for the airport, all sorts of equipment, road building equipment. We're going to impact vehicles in your department, in the sheriff's department, the constables, radios. You mentioned radios also. So that means that the equipment they have now, we're going to have to hold on for an additional year. Maybe it'll be replaced the following year. Are we talking, I know that Commissioner Coronel asked about the vests. Is that also going to be impacted?
So what we do is we have, yes, sir. We have a list of things that we fund replacing every year. Radios, vests, different types of equipment, vehicles. And that's what we use that, normally it's about a $14 million fund to do every year. To be able to do a no new revenue budget, we have to reduce that particular area. We're funding, in the budget right now, we have $1 million going towards that fund, and then we have a reserve in that fund. So we'll have some money for emergencies, and this normally funds emergencies. For example, this year, we had some ACs go out in elevator shaft equipment areas that we had to emergency repair, and that's what we normally use that reserve for. But now we'll have to also use it for any of these other things that are normally replaced if there's an emergency or a mission critical thing that goes down.
So on this 2025 budget, we're already planning on not purchasing Public Works equipment and vehicles for the Sheriff's Department, vehicles for the constables,
Correct.
radios for the Sheriff's Department, radios for the constables, vests for the Sheriff's Department, vests for the constables.
Correct.
And normally, we do have these 14 million available in our regular CIP budget, except for, or because of the financial issues that we're having with the reduction in federal inmates, the added expenses. That's why these 2 years, our CIP budget is being impacted. Because normally, we would have that money.
Normally, we would have these funds, and our sales tax slow down as well.
But
I mean,
the
all of those
majority
things
probably
normally help.
Yeah, and so I think to me that really highlights how we have to continue trying to do everything that we can to get some of these funds from the governor to offset some of that loss in revenue.
And we are. But, as you know, the budget process doesn't factor in hypotheticals. We have to account for what we know. And so as it is right now, it is not budgeted for these kinds of expenses. Unless it is an emergency, then we can use the contingencies.
We had already spoken about, I'm sorry, Judge. Betsy, we had already spoken about the security issues at the jail insofar as cameras and security issues in this building and others. Are we going to have to forego that another year?
Those are actually part of your proposed projects under a certificate of obligation.
Thank you.
So those are funded already.
They have not been, you all have not approved the certificate of obligation yet, but those are the projects that would be included in a certificate of obligation.
Oh, in the upcoming?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay.
Let me move on to the next slide. This slide shows the impact of the mandated but unfunded expenses, which we've discussed previously during our budget hearings. In FY '25, we are holding a steady percentage of 54%, similar to the last 2 years. And this was mainly due to deferring costs and holding expenses in public safety and administration of justice to the same level as FY '24. We are hopeful, and maybe that'll answer your question, Commissioner. We're hopeful that the added expenses due to SB4 will be covered by the state in FY '25. But right now, that's not factored into our budget. In FY '25, the total mandated services are $254,341,450, or again, 54% of the annual general fund budget.
And I'm sorry, what is the support column?
Oh, so these are the support services that we provide in back office departments. And you can view this as an additional mandated but unfunded, or you can view it as a support for both the funded and unfunded expenses.
Okay, so those are like just our operations.
IT, budget, yeah. So it's mostly back office departments.
Thank you.
Okay. So that actually concludes the slides that I have. I have motions here. Are we going to go through those or no?
So I know Commissioner Stout had to drop off for a few minutes. I don't know if you all want to, he's back?
Betsy, I'm on right now. I'm about to start this meeting, but I'm on for the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, so depending on what the court would prefer to do on its tax rate, there are various motions that are available.
We do have somebody from the audience that would like to speak on this item.
So we do need to have public comment. We'll need, Judge, I believe you have a statement to read for the public hearing, and then we would need to close and then go to action, the action item.
Okay, so I'll read this. The county may not adopt a tax rate that exceeds the lower of the voter approval rate or the no new tax rate calculated as provided by Texas Property Tax Code, Chapter 26, until it has held a public hearing on the proposed tax increase. The tax rate proposed for El Paso County on August 12, 2024 is greater than the no new revenue tax rate. All persons, both proponents and opponents of the tax increase, will be afforded adequate opportunity to present their views.
So now we'll have public comment.
Yes.
We have Mr. Conrad Guevara for public comment. And just as a reminder, there is a 5-minute time limit. I will be keeping time.
Welcome, Conrad.
Good morning, Judge and
Good morning.
Commissioners. It's good to see you guys. This is the first time I've been here. Last year I did it by telephone, so.
Welcome.
Well, thank you. I moved to El Paso in March of 2023 after leaving Dallas, where I spent the majority of my life, and getting to a tax bill of almost $11,000 a year annually. So, I'll cut to the chase and won't tell you exactly why I left. I love the Southwest and always wanted to live somewhere out, in Arizona, but I chose El Paso because of the cost of living. It has a good cost of living. It's a beautiful place. I was under no illusion regarding the tax rates in El Paso. I mean, I had done my research, I did my homework. But of course, due to home values being so much lower here, I am paying less than what I paid in Dallas, just due to the values. I think Horizon City, where I'm from, where I live, is a hidden gem. But there's an aspect to this property tax system that I think is never mentioned. As the appraisal districts assess higher values on homes and taxable values rise, homeowners are essentially paying taxes on unrealized gains. The property tax system assumes erroneously that if a home has increased value, then the owner must be prospering financially, and nothing could be further from that reality. A home increasing in value does not correlate with increased income. The owner doesn't miraculously find more money in their bank account the day after the CAD, the Central Appraisal District, assesses a higher value on their home. Essentially, homeowners are being taxed on cash value they're not going to have access to unless they sell their homes. And so this antiquated method of collecting taxes is illogical, in my opinion. It taxes homeowners with no regard to their ability to pay via their actual income or salary. It simply assumes prosperity based on higher assessments of an illiquid asset. I also want to point out some blatant disparities I've noticed when I just peruse some of the different values of different homes. You can have two homeowners who live on the same street, and one home can be valued significantly higher. The owner of that home has a higher tax bill, of course, yet both homeowners are entitled to the same level of services. And that doesn't make sense to me. Imagine going to a grocery store and paying more for a carton of eggs simply because you own an asset that is deemed to be of more value than an asset that another customer owns. Again, there's just no logic there. Why should two people pay different prices for the same level of goods and services? And I want to make this clear. I'm not against paying for necessary services, police, fire, infrastructure, repairs to roads. God knows we need those. However, it's important to be mindful of the record inflation Americans, including El Paso County residents, have already been shouldering. That indeed is undeniably a form of taxation already being endured by everyone. And during these times, it's absolutely imperative budgets are fiscally sound. There can be no wasteful spending on wish list items. There can be no room for aesthetics. Only absolute necessities should be included in budgets. El Paso residents are struggling and having to make tough decisions, choosing one necessity over another due to tight personal budgets. They have no taxpayer pool to rely on for finances. If they do not have higher incomes, how do you expect them to absorb the additional tax burden, other than cutting out necessities in their own personal budgets? Primary residence homes do not produce revenue. That's another thing to keep in mind. Other than income obtained from jobs, Social Security, pensions, if they're lucky, and other sources of fixed income, primary residence homeowners have no other source of income. If taxes go up and incomes are not going up, are stagnant, or are even decreasing in some cases, that's going to create a crisis for many El Paso County residents. I'll close with this. So far, like I said, I've been to El Paso several times back in the 90s as a child. I thought this was a beautiful place. I could always see myself living out here, and I finally made that dream come true. I think it's a hidden gem. It's beautiful here. But I want to make it a permanent home. But with tax rates increasing every year through rate hikes, possibly bonds being approved this next election, my fear is I will find myself right back at square one, facing down a 5-figure tax bill, just like I did when I lived in Dallas. And I don't want to be in a position where I am pushed out of my home, and I don't want any of my other fellow El Paso County residents to feel compelled to leave due to egregiously high property tax burdens. Please vote yes on the no new revenue tax rate. Thank you for your time, Judge and Commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you for taking time to come here. Thank you.
Is there anybody here to speak public comment for this item? I believe that is all the public comment we have, sir. At this time, could we have a motion to close the public hearing? I have a motion by Commissioner Coronado, a second by Commissioner Holguin to close the public hearing. The voting is open. Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Motion carries. So item 7G. Pursuant to the Property Tax Code, Section 26.05A, adopt a tax rate for El Paso County.
Judge, I'm sorry, just really
Yes.
quickly. I just want to take a moment to thank Betsy and her staff, John, Barbara, all of our department heads. I know how incredibly difficult it is to look at what can be reduced from a budget for something that isn't our fault. These additional expenses at the jail and the reduction in revenue isn't something that we did, but unfortunately we have to deal with those consequences. So I just want to thank you. I can't even imagine the incredible amount of time and effort and energy and tears, I'm sure, that were just blood, sweat, and tears that were put into putting this budget. But I think I want you all to know that I do appreciate your efforts, and I think more importantly, the residents of El Paso County appreciate your efforts at trying to bring us a budget based on the no new revenue rate, even though we do have to put very important things on hold. But we're doing that because that's what the residents of El Paso are asking us to do.
Thank you, Commissioner. Judge? Yes, Commissioner Coronado.
You know, one of the other things that I think our public and our constituents really need to know is that we don't just budget for things because we want to do them. It's because we're required by the state to do them, whether we like it, dislike it, whether, you know, we can't tell them whether we have the money or not. We have to find the money for these requirements that the state puts on us. So it's not if you have the money, if you have a property-rich metro. We're required to do the same things as all the other metros. And the problem for our constituents here is that 54% plus an extra 31 million, which brings the total to about probably 65% of our budget is going to state unfunded mandates. And this isn't whether we want to do them or not. We have to do these things. So our public really needs to know that the state imposes these requirements on us, whether we're property poor or not. And so that is the problem we have in El Paso. We're one of the poorest metros in the entire state. Same thing happened with our school districts. They're required to provide education to all our kids, state mandated, state required, state responsibility. And what happened is all, you know, in our region in El Paso, these school districts are, you know, all property poor in relation to a lot of the other districts in the state. And they have to provide the same education as anybody else. And it's a state mandate until there was a lawsuit initiated back in the 80s that the state should provide equity in terms of funding to all the school districts in the state, because it wasn't a El Paso responsibility, it wasn't a Dallas responsibility, it wasn't a Laredo responsibility, it's a state responsibility. And the state got sued over their funding of school districts. And lo and behold, the court said, absolutely, the funding formula is not right in the state of Texas. It's unconstitutional because it doesn't provide for fairness in terms of those people that are property, or there's districts that are property poor. And so we have a different funding formula now for the districts. We're getting to the same place, folks, with respect to these other issues on state requirements. These are state responsibilities that are placed on us and don't provide equitable funding within what our, you know, we are in El Paso here, property poor, and I'm going to say in respect to most of the other metros in the state. It's got to, you know, there's only so much that our taxpayers can burden. There's only so much we can burden. And all these complaints we hear about it, the majority of our taxes go to the state requirements. The majority of it. So it's not us telling you that we're raising your taxes or that we have to pay for these things. These aren't wants, these are requirements. Law enforcement, the jail, justice system, our sheriff, our justice of the peace, our constables, our indigent health care, all of that we're required to do. And we're required to do it within our means, within our property values here in the entire El Paso County. So when we think about those things, don't misplace your criticisms on county government or city government. It's because our property values are different. They're lower, yet the state requires us to do the same things as these other counties in the rest of the state. There's got to come a time when we've got to have a reckoning with the state about these issues. The school districts did it. It's high time that we as counties, property-poor counties, start doing something about it. And we need to get our legislator on board because our constituents require it. They're requiring it from us, and we need to make sure that we speak out about those things. And every time there's a state, that the state does something like Operation Lone Star, I don't mind the governor doing law enforcement along the border and arresting people for smuggling cases. I don't mind that at all. That is a safety issue. But they pay for law enforcement along the border, but we're not getting paid for the jail, to jail them. We're not getting paid to provide medical treatment for them. That's part of our budget. We're not getting paid to provide them an attorney, which is required. We're not getting paid to provide court time, to provide prosecutor time, to provide processing time. All these add up. And it's not things that we bring in because we say we want you to pay for these things. It's the state requiring us to do it. We must take every single inmate that is brought to us by law enforcement of the state of Texas. Every law enforcement that's within our county. We have to do it. And we know what's happening. It's a political game between the federal government and the state government. And really, these cases along the border are an issue of, in my opinion, okay, is a federal responsibility. And our two parties can't get together to solve this issue. And so not only we need to press the state to do this, we need to press our federal government to do this. And it's high time that the rest of the citizens of the state, our county, everybody in the country, start paying pro rata for all these issues that are, one, state responsibilities, and number two, federal responsibilities. And so when we talk about, the issues in our budget, that if we hadn't had these issues come up over our smuggling cases, over Senate Bill 6, over the last year, we would be fine in doing a no new revenue rate. As it is right now, we're going to have to forego, by voting on this, we're going to have to forego some really essential things, like new vehicles, like safety vests for our law enforcement. Okay? Just think about that. We don't take these decisions lightly. I think all of us here on the court are very sensitive to our law enforcement out there and the difficulties they have, especially with all the increase in gun crimes in the entire state. So I just want to remind the public that the majority of this budget isn't on us. It's on the state of Texas and the federal government. Just so everybody gets the right perspective. Judge?
Thank you, Commissioner. I would just like to add, Commissioner, that the collateral implications, and sometimes we don't look at, we don't support our law enforcement properly. We don't recruit as many as we should. We've been having them retire more. So we begin to go into this situation where we're very proud of being one of the safest communities in the country. But these are the pivotal moments that could change. And the cost of that, and I use Albuquerque as a perfect example, where they go from a very vibrant community to, striving, all these great things happening, and then all of a sudden crime goes up, and crime is always probably one of the huge burdens on our community. I don't think there's two things that I feel they're very important. One is delayed health. People have a difficult time understanding that when somebody doesn't get the right, accessibility to health, it's going to cost our community so much more, because by the time it's addressed, that cost increases and it's a burden to the community. Same thing with law enforcement. Carrying it forth, hoping that, that we're able to sustain one more year without the, bulletproof vest, without the safety equipment, without the right vehicles, without the right, it's a huge risk. And I would rather take the criticism of a decision than the feeling or the guilt that our community is no longer safe, or that people realize. One of the reasons we're one of the safest is because people realize the collaboration between law enforcement and how strong we are. When people see weaknesses, that's when crime comes in. When we're not prepared, when we don't have the right vehicles, the right number of police officers, law enforcement, what's the next thing? It's a game. Cartel realizes that we're weaker. And then we go from a safe community. And I can tell you, this safe community concept goes way, way beyond what most people understand. When we talk to Amazon, when we talk to any of the companies coming in, Facebook, Meta, all of these companies come in because we're safe. They tell us, the people, they love the people here, the unentitlement, the dedication of our people, and that it's a safe community. And that we are, just this incredible when Juarez, our great partner, was in really difficult situation, and we maintained being one of the safest communities, that rang across all the country. This is quite a community that it can sustain safe community, while right next door they were having some huge problems and issues. And so I want, we got to think about that. And you're absolutely right, Commissioner, that we take it very serious. We live in this community. We love this community. Myself, born and raised in this community. And for someone to believe that it's a, reckless decision, I'd like for you to be up here. And when people say, what keeps you up at night? It's that you have to make decisions that might hurt your credibility or might hurt, what you're trying to accomplish for this community. But we always look very seriously, not only right now, and you mentioned it, Commissioner Leon, do we kick this forward to the next Commissioner's Court? Do we place it on their hands? And I can guarantee you, whatever we save today will be a huge impact of what they're going to have to deal with later on. And that is, inflationary cost, the delay of getting the right services, not having the right recruitment. And to me, that's one of the most critical. If you don't recruit properly, we're in a difficult situation. And people think about that. They have to sit down and talk about their career, about how safe it is or how unsafe it is. And if you're trying to become a police officer knowing that you might not have the equipment that you might have, that others might have, those are huge considerations. So I do hope that our community and the public understand that, this is an amazing court. I mean, I've been probably just extremely favored by the commissioners that are here on this court. And once again, it's not a very easy thing to do, but I think we need to really look at, what's the collateral impact for the future, not only for what's happening today or this year. So, I thank you for your comments, Commissioner.
Judge, if I
Yes,
can-
Commissioner Leon.
Before we vote, I just want to make sure I say a few things. As all of you know, I come from law enforcement, and I've been on the other side when there's lack of equipment. I've been on the other side when there's lack of helmets. I've been on the other side where there's lack of the primary equipment that you need to keep our officers safe. And not only our law enforcement, I was looking over at Norma and looking at Public Works. What do they need to be able to keep this community vibrant? When we have those floods, do we have the equipment to go out there, those pumpers, to get that water off the streets? And I've got to tell you, without having to repeat what's already been said, if you look at equipment, vehicles, radios, vests, so much equipment that I thought that we were going to be able to get around it somehow and cut in other places, but not this one. And there's no way that I'm going to turn my back on our own personnel, whether they'd be in public works or law enforcement. So this is, Judge, this is exactly what it's all about insofar as why are we safe? We have the best personnel. We have the equipment that they need to do their job, and not just in law enforcement, but all throughout our great county. So thank you for these couple of minutes. And I, too, am very proud of this court. And I don't want to, as all of you know, I will not be here next year, but I don't want to damage a future court that has to deal with a decision that was made before them during this period. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Leon.
Judge, I have just a very short comment, but I
Commissioner
know Commissioner Stout hasn't spoken yet, so I want to make sure he has the opportunity.
Commissioner Stout?
No, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
No, I just wanted to say, one of the phrases that we keep hearing during budget discussions is kicking the can down the road. And I have to say, I don't like that phrase, because to me, that implies that we're not funding things because we, for whatever reason, because we don't think it's important. Or to me, kicking the can down the road is a phrase that implies that something's not, that we're not thinking about things seriously. I don't think it's a matter of kicking the can down the road. It's a matter of recognizing that there are times when there are things that we would like to do, but we just physically can't because we don't have the funding to do it. These are things that our residents have to face every single day, like the gentleman mentioned who spoke during public comment. I mean, I've had to make those decisions as a homeowner. There are things that I would like to replace now, but I simply can't do it and have to wait until next year and hope things that are looking better financially. I mean, I think everyone in this room has probably had to have that discussion within their household. So I wanted to say that I don't like this phrase that by not raising taxes, we're just kicking the can down the road. I think that we have to recognize that there are going to be times that we just simply do not have the money for everything that we would like to do. And there's going to be times, like right now, we're going through very difficult 2 years because of what we've been talking about with the impacts on the jail. And that's why we're doing everything we can to try to secure additional funding. But there's times that this is going to happen where we just have to forego things. And I want to, again, thank Betsy and the department heads and all of the elected officials who did everything they could to tighten their belts so that we would not have to raise taxes. I mean, frankly, I think it's a slap in the face to all of the hard work that they all did to bring us a budget based on the no new revenue rate so we wouldn't have to raise taxes on our residents. And again, I mean, these are 2 very difficult years, something that I don't know if we've ever had to deal with previously. But I don't think that we can turn to the taxpayer every single time that we're going to need additional funding, because certainly taxpayers don't have that luxury. They can't do that. I think many of the points that the speaker made are incredibly accurate. Taxpayers can't just generate additional income because they have something that they want to replace in their home or they need to pay for more taxes. So I think we have to recognize that sometimes difficult budget years are going to happen to every single court. By raising taxes today, we're not preventing future courts from having to make these difficult decisions. Future courts are going to have to make these difficult decisions every single year.
Just one clarification. I hope we don't embody that everything that we're doing is because we don't want to kick the can forward. And besides, the recommendations coming from Public Works support that, whatever decision we make and we cut back, I can tell you the burden is going to be on Public Works, on the law enforcement, on the sheriffs, on the constables, not even on us. And so I have to be extremely sensitive also about saying, hey, you know, we decide not to do all of these things, but you take the burden. You take the burden. And it's not something, the governor deciding to sort of mandate that things were under the federal, federal concept are now in the state. That's millions and millions of dollars that we have to, I mean, it's not like we're sitting here and saying, hey, everything's fair, it's even playing ground, but it isn't. We did not ask to spend, to have, $20 million at the end of the year of less federal monies that came in to help us support this. So yes, one of the concepts is that we don't want to kick the can down the road, but that's not what it embodies. The decision that we're making is based on that, that we're not wanting to do that. I mean, think about it. I mean, we work hard at trying to do the right things, and when you don't have $20 million less because because we're not receiving federal revenue, has nothing to do with kicking the can down the road or anything else. It has to do with something that happened within our framework of what we're trying to accomplish within our budget. We weren't expecting that. So please, as a community, it's not like we don't have this huge thing that happened to us really hurt us. And that's one of the reasons we're having to look at other options. Think about it, if we had the same federal amount of money of last year, this year, it would be a totally different situation. And then we could talk about being able to restrain and, tighten our belts and all of these other things. But this situation, to me, the governor making that decision, and where we lost 700 beds that used to go to federal inmates, is a huge impact on us. So anyway, just want to clarify that in my case, I'm not narrowing it down, just that I just don't want to, make sure that the other courts don't get the impact. There's a lot of other factors that I've been considering in order to get to this point. Any other comments or?
Judge, I've got a question for staff possibly. The cuts that we're looking at making, especially when it comes to public works, have we done an analysis about how much more it would cost us to invest in those projects if we wait for a year to invest in those projects? Because I hear the kicking the can argument, and when I hear that, what worries me about not funding certain projects this year is that, because of political expediency, we're looking at costing taxpayers more future, because cost of labor, cost of materials, cost of inflation go up. And so, instead of, talking about us doing a disservice to our constituents because we're raising their taxes this year, by how much more would we have to raise their taxes next year or the following year, or how much more would we have to spend on those projects because I think that's something that we have to take into account. Just the increase in costs and whether or not we actually are providing any type of relief to our taxpayers by waiting.
Were you able to answer that question, Betsy? Or
So, Commissioner Stout, we basically, the best thing that we have to rely on, is the most data-based thing we have to rely on is the Consumer Price Index. However, my disclaimer to that is, so right now the Consumer Price Index for all items less food and energy is running at about 3.2% year over year over the last year in increases. However, there's certain categories that are much higher, and some categories that are lower. And so it would really depend on the types of items and the things that we would be purchasing. We do know, we've seen in all of our construction, major buying of major equipment, that pricing is up sometimes as much as 30%. So it's hard to predict. It would depend on each specific category of what we were working on, whether it was an HVAC or whether it was a piece of equipment or a vehicle. But the average over everything is approximately 3.2%. But we have seen in reality some things are running as much as 30% higher.
Yeah, and I bring that up too because, over the last 10 years or so, maybe even more, the Commissioners Court has been very frugal. We've worked to build up our fund balance and our reserves. And unfortunately, over the last couple of years, we've had to start using those reserves to balance the budget. That is also something that worries me because many of us did a lot of work over the last decade or so to get to that position and have a healthy fund balance. And now we're again looking at having less than 10% fund balance, and which does worry. And all that work that we did will have been missed. I think the point's been made many times, Commissioner Moreno, that any of these increases that we have to spend have to be with state unfunded mandates. We really need to push our state delegation to work hard to stop that continuing. They've done work on that in the past, but we need to come together, impress upon them the huge need that we have. And I'm not sure it's just our delegation that can do it, but that's something that we have conversations about. The Texas Conference of Urban Counties, Texas Association of Counties every year. But it's a reality that we are living. Unfortunately, if we raise taxes, the state legislature, not saying our delegation, but the legislature, will continue to deal with local elected officials, especially county elected officials, and not tell the truth. What's going on here? So we're in between a rock and a hard place. We have to do what's best for our community. We want to provide relief, but at the same time, we're spending down our reserves to diminish the load. And we're looking at cutting things that I guess some people think that they're needs and other people think that they're wants. But made the points today and to make sure that whatever it is we do, that provide a clear explanation to the public that the state has a lot to do with this, and these are tough decisions that we have to make. I don't think anybody on this board or this commissioner's board wants to raise taxes. We want to provide relief.
Commissioner Stout?
Our hands are tied.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Stout, is there a way we can call you by phone because we are unable to hear you clearly?
I can try. Did you not hear anything that I said?
Actually,
We heard parts of it.
Actually, now we can hear you much
Now
better.
we can hear you better.
If you could sort of
Okay.
paraphrase a little bit,
Well,
we got some of it or most of it?
Yeah. But just going back to the point that we're in between a rock and a hard place because of the state mandates, and we need to impress upon our state delegation to work with us even further to try to stop that. But we're in this situation mostly because of that, and we're looking at having to cut I think important services and programs as a result.
and I don't think any of us wants to raise taxes. We all would like to provide relief, but we're kind of, our hands are tied behind our backs when it comes to doing that. And I don't know if y'all heard my comments regarding the reserves that we have in our budget, but it really worries me that we're going so low on our on the number of reserves. You know, a couple of years ago, we had, you know, we worked for many years to bulk up those reserves, and all we have been doing over the last couple of years is balancing the budget on those reserves, and that is not going to be sustainable anymore either, going into the future. So it's either this year or next year or the following year. That's just the reality of our situation and the position that the state has put us in.
Thank you, Commissioner. We got that. Thank you.
Judge, Commissioners, if the court is ready, we would ask that there be a motion to adopt a tax rate for the 2024 tax year.
Judge?
Yes, Commissioner Coronado.
Betsy, do you feel that your administration is proposing the no new revenue tax rate?
We have built a budget based on the no new revenue tax rate with those cuts as described.
Aside from the items you told us with respect to the operating capital, the capital and the economic impact fund, really those add up to, the difference is really in those items that are cut out adds the difference between the current rate and the no new revenue rate. That's roughly the amounts, right?
No, sir. We cut more than you will be able to generate with a voter approval rate.
No, the current rate.
The current rate?
Would raise about another 21 million, so to speak.
Correct,
Correct.
21.9.
The
We had
things-
13 million, 6 million, and then 2 million. That's
But-
21 million.
Okay, but also the part of your reserve that you're using
Yes,
is 18 to $19 million.
on top of that.
Yes, sir.
Right. Yeah, we're cutting out from that, the reserves, but cutting into the reserves, what we're cutting out as source of capital is approximately between the current rate and the no new revenue rate. And I know we're taking ahead another 18 million from the reserves, which really, it's a total to our impact on our budget from over this last year that's going to really, we've been impacted somewhere around $35 to $40 million
Correct.
from all these other unexpected revenue losses.
From revenue losses, increases in expenses due to some of those
Due
operational.
to some of those same revenue losses, right?
Yes, sir. That's what I think John started off and he said, we had to go through and cut about 40 million
Yeah.
out of the proposed budget to bring you a no new revenue budget.
And I think there was a slide in your presentation that had the no new revenue recommendation, correct?
Yes, it didn't show the 40 million that we had to cut, but it showed, let me go back to that slide. So there is this one. I think that's the one you're referring to.
No, I thought there was one that actually had the language if we wanted to make the motion to
Oh.
adopt the no new revenue rate, because I'd like to go ahead and make that
Yes,
motion.
so per statute, we would need two motions, one for the M&O rate and one for the sinking rate and, or the INS rate.
I'd like to make the motion as proposed by staff to adopt the no new revenue rate.
We have a motion from Commissioner Olguin for the no new revenue tax rate. Is there a second? Have a second by Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open.
My vote is
Judge?
aye.
Judge, Commissioners, just for the record, the motion for the no new revenue rate, because we have to have two motions, you start with the M&O. So it's that the county commissioners, El Paso County Commissioners adopt the no new revenue tax rate for the 2024 tax year. The no new revenue tax rate for El Paso County is a property tax rate of 0.426323 per $100 assessed value that consists of a rate of 0.376119 per $100 assessed value for the purpose of maintenance and operations of El Paso County for fiscal year 2025, and to approve and authorize the county judge to execute an order indicating the same.
Motion carries.
Judge?
Yes, Commissioner Coronado?
I just want to point out to the public that, this is not a sustainable rate, because next year, we can't keep leaving our law enforcement on some of these security and safety issues, year by year, after year. This is just not a sustainable rate. I'm with giving the taxpayers a break, even though we've had a $40 million hit to our budget, that thankfully we did the voter approval rate last year. Without that, we would not be able to do this, folks. This would be unthinkable if we had not gone the voter approval rate last year. And this is just not a sustainable rate, because I hate to leave our law enforcement out without the proper equipment, and this is just not going to be sustainable over the next year or so. But, I understand where people are coming from, and we'll see how this is going to affect us. If we have one of these similar hits from our state, putting more inmates in our jail, just like we did this year, we're going to be in serious trouble. Just remember that.
Judge, Commissioners, we need a second motion for the interest and sinking rate.
Are you going to read those amounts as well, Betsy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The motion would be that the El Paso County Commissioners adopt the interest and sinking tax rate for the 2024 tax year. The interest and sinking tax rate for El Paso County is a property tax rate of 0.426323 per $100 assessed value that consists of a rate of 0.050204 per $100 assessed value for the payment of principal and interest of the debts of El Paso County, and to approve and authorize the county judge to execute an order reflecting the same.
We have a motion by Commissioner Holguin, second by Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open.
I vote aye, please.
Thank you. Judge, are you able to vote? Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Judge, I want to thank this has been a really difficult process I know not just for us, but really our administration has have to deal with having to prepare, even just to consider this kind of a budget. Really, really difficult. But I want to thank our administration and everybody, all the departments involved, and let's just hope for the best this year.
Definitely.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen as much effort throughout the years that I've been here of really trying to work the details. John, thank you, your team, Barbara, everybody else coming together, even legal, to everybody had to do so much to be able to do this. So we'll figure it out somehow, some way to make this happen. So.
And again, Betsy, please thank your department heads, all the elected officials that all work towards reducing their budgets.
Thank
great
you,
job.
Judge, Commissioners. And I just want to mention a couple things. The department heads have been really good to work with through this and very understanding. And it's something I love about the county, how we all come together in these types of situations. I also want to especially thank Melissa during this time. It's been a very challenging time, very challenging processes. We've had staff changes, and she's just been incredibly dedicated to this, and really appreciate her.
Baptismal by fire, huh, John? Okay, thank you.
Judge?
Yes, Commissioner Lowe.
You know, I also want to urge our public, our constituents here in El Paso County, that as fervent as you are about telling us, the city government, our school districts about trying to keep the line down, I urge you to contact the state leadership about being more sensitive to the things they do that cost you all money,
Judge,
that we have to raise locally to pay for.
thank you, Commissioner. Judge, before we go back to item E, would it be possible to do item H before we break? Or I don't know, and I also know you also have item 9A pending, and you have several people here for that item.
Yeah, I'd rather wait for the lunch break until we take these very important, and we've got a lot of individuals here that need to get back to. So,
Okay, and we
yes.
can do E after, but I think item H would be rather brief, and then item 9A will be the longer item.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Betsy, for item E, that's the taking appropriate action on the fiscal year 25 budget for El Paso County.
We're not asking you all to adopt the budget or take any action, we're just giving you an update.
Oh.
It's not any action item today, it's just an update on some of the items that we've had pending and updates on the revenue projections. So if we could go to H, 7H.
Item 7H, approve and authorize the County of El Paso 911 District FY 2025 proposed budget.
Judge, Commissioners, my name is Scott Calderwood. I'm the Executive Director of the El Paso County 911 District.
Welcome.
I'll be brief, so I know you got a lot of stuff going on. We're bringing, as we always do every year, our budget for your consideration and approval. I've had the opportunity to meet with a few of you. Most of you are familiar with what we're doing, but our budget's pretty much straightforward this year. We have not had a revenue increase since 2015. Our revenues are projected to be sufficient to meet our obligations. We have been able to bring forward a lot of new technologies during the last 4 or 5 years, and we're going to continue to do so. Our budget reflects our commitment towards keeping El Paso on the cutting edge of 911 technology. We are fully embracing the AI world and what it's going to be able to bring forward for us. We're beta testing a lot of really neat projects. But unless anybody has any questions.
Any questions?
Judge, I just want to make a comment that, we're really very fortunate to have the kind of 911 district that we have in El Paso. It is probably a model for the entire country, and thanks for making it that. We really
Thanks, sir.
appreciate everybody's input in doing that, and it's really paid a lot of dividends for us locally.
You have an amazing team. You
Thanks,
really
sir.
do. Thank you so much for that.
We have a motion to approve from Commissioner Olguin, second by Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open.
I vote aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Scott.
Judge, you'd like to go to item 9A, correct? Yes. Item 9A, we do have a correction to read in. discuss and take appropriate action regarding entering an agreement with El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization, MPO, to provide grant match for FY 2025 Federal Connecting Communities and Neighborhoods Grant and potential ownership of the I-10 Downtown Deck Project, opinion number 5528 and opinion number 5600. And for this item, we have several speakers sign up for public comment.
Betsy, any opening comments, and I'll join you on, before we ask Tracy to.
Judge, Commissioners, this item, if the court decides to enter into this item or provide a funding match for this item, we would identify funding from either your Economic Impact Fund or that reserve that I discussed for capital improvement programming. Those would be the sources of funding. I also understand there may be a timing where this would hit in FY 2026 versus FY 2025. And Judge, I know you've worked on this particular item, and so that's the only additional information we wanted to provide.
Well, I'm glad we're here at this point. We've had a lot of great discussions about this, but Tracy, you want to go ahead and start? I know you have a presentation for us, and we'll start with you.
Great. Thank you so much, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Tracy Yellen. I'm the CEO of the Paso del Norte Health Foundation and Paso del Norte Community Foundation, and I'm here today on behalf of the Downtown Deck Plaza Foundation, which is an organization under the Paso del Norte Community Foundation. Just start very quickly to say thank you for the many times we've had to partner and opportunities we've gotten to partner with the county in the past and currently. If we could, I guess I can move this. Including trail projects, which really led our foundations to this project. In 2018, we worked with OJB Architects that created Clyde Warren Park in downtown Dallas to create a vision for the project. We were introduced to the project when we were working on the trail master plan through El Paso County and trying to figure out how you make that trail go through downtown. TxDOT at the time had initial renderings that included a deck park over I-10 as they were working on their Reimagine project. And we got very excited about the potential for this project in the corridor. We have since partnered with the City of El Paso. Just want to recognize and thank Joaquin Rodriguez, who's here and who's led those efforts. They successfully received a $900,000 planning grant from USDOT. Raise in 2021, we provided about $400,000 in matching funds for that project, and we've been engaged in the feasibility study to assess the feasibility of the project over downtown over I-10 in the downtown corridor. We now have the opportunity at this stage to apply, working in partnership potentially with the MPO, the county, and others to apply for a Reconnecting Communities grant that's due September 30th, which is why we are here today. So very quickly, we all know the unfortunate history of downtown, of I-10 as it kind of plowed through downtown. This was the year before I was born and did not live in El Paso, so I did not actually witness this project. But every 50 years, it really tore down beautiful homes, disrupted neighborhoods. And it left us with I-10, which has been kind of the spine of a development in El Paso since it was built. And every 50 years or so, freeways need to be reconstructed. TxDOT's been engaged in Reimagine I-10 for many years, looking at the feasibility of reconstructing I-10, largely because of the kind of crumbling nature of the freeway. And while they do that, they plan for 50 years ahead, which could, accommodate growth and also to kind of right-size the number of lanes in downtown on either side of the I-10 corridor. So really, with this opportunity, last week, I guess it was Thursday, the Texas Transportation Commission approved $500 million to actually begin construction of the downtown segment. Of course, they need to finish their NEPA process, TxDOT, later this year, but it gives us this window of opportunity where TxDOT could build the retaining walls to hold the weight of the deck so that we could build these improvements on top. This is the current proposed alternative I, one of the alternatives that TxDOT is exploring. You can see the trench here remains in a slightly different location, but about the same width. And with the work that they would do straightening out retaining walls, that's how they add those 2 additional lanes on either side to, again, equal the number of lanes on either side of downtown. So, they have funding to build this or something like it after they go through their NEPA process. This is what the project could look like if we could come together and build an 8.5 deck park over I-10 in this corridor. And the corridor is specifically from Santa Fe to Kansas. The study area was a little larger. It went from Prospect to Campbell. But this is the recommended proposed alignment for the project. I do want to say that the park could be built in other kinds of alternatives, like Alternative D. And we do have recommendations for changes if TxDOT chooses Alternative I. Number one, that we would move Yandell from next to the trench to more or less keep it where it is, so don't move Yandell. Number two, remove the turnarounds at Mesa. You can see they have these U-turns proposed here, so we recommend not adding these turnarounds. And then finally, we recommend keeping that what would be converted as a pedestrian bridge at Prospect, so you could have connectivity to Sunset Heights, and this is something the Sunset Heights Neighborhood Association or the neighborhood residents have requested stay in place.
So I'm sorry, Tracy, before you move on from those slides.
Sure.
So do these two slides, this one and the one before, do those include a proposed then expansion of, because I know that's one of the alternatives that's being looked at by TxDOT, the widening. So these two renderings include or assume the widening does happen.
Yes, this assumes the widening. This is, working off of this alternative. Yes, correct. All right, so why this Reconnecting Communities grant? I wanted just to show you the site location, and a mile radius in and around that site would include all of the neighborhoods in and around the downtown corridor. In the process of working on the project, we had many community meetings both last year and this year. You can see engagement and ideas, lots of Post-it notes, lots of youthful energy, lots of vision for what this could be. There are residents who've been in other cities like Chicago's Millennium Park, the park in Phoenix, Clyde Warren Park in Dallas, so they could envision what could happen. What we had, major themes from that process, native trees, lots of shade, vendors, food trucks, performance space. People certainly are concerned with how it interfaces with I-10. And from that process, we developed a set of goals and metrics. One is that we're not building Dallas or Phoenix or Chicago or anything else, but something that reflects the history and culture of our community, that it is an inviting sense of space and place that you could be at any time of the day, not just before the sun goes up or goes down, that it is walkable and accessible and ADA accessible and bike accessible, that it's feasible from a cost perspective and how we would pay for it, that it's inclusive and it reflects something for all of El Pasoans and residents in this region, and that it considers sustainability and climate action, including native trees and water conservation. So from that process, this is what the planners at Stantec developed. You can see if you move from the left to the right, the area from Santa Fe Street to Oregon, you have this kind of neon deserty, music under the stars, very flexible space where you could have movies and concerts and yoga and a children's playground. In the center, the kind of Oregon to Stanton, with the Mesa in between, you have more urban space with potential retail, restaurants on the Mesa corridor. And then finally, to the far right, you can see that kind of recreation field house space between Stanton and Kansas. And that would be multi-sport, basketball, volleyball. It could host, it's about 37,000 square feet, an open air space that you could have events and gatherings, et cetera. So this is partly in response to the need for recreation in the community that we keep hearing, and then also shade. So how do you incorporate all of this for the community in ways that you could use it 24 hours or however many hours that we would manage it open. So these are just some renderings.
I'm sorry, before you leave that slide.
Sure. Yeah.
So, so I see all the little green squares that say future development.
Yes, okay, great question. So in this, if this is alternative I, Well, if this is alternative D, which is sort of leaving the trench where it is, and then the TxDOT wouldn't take properties, then those would be the existing properties between Kansas and Santa Fe. If TxDOT uses alternative I, then those properties would become part of TxDOT right-of-way and could be available potentially, we'd have to work to negotiate with TxDOT on other kinds of uses. And so as we explore those uses, it could be mixed income, mixed-use housing, as an example. And I have just a comment on housing. The HRNA, who did the economic feasibility, believes that we have an immediate impact of about 1,000 new housing units, largely affordable housing units in that corridor, part of which could go there.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. And then, so, renderings of what this space could look like as it's activated. That's that neon deserty movie in the park space. A Mesa Street kind of urban shopping district. Lots of shade, as you see on the right, both natural and man-made. Just want to comment on the study area, which is defined as this greater downtown. The average household income in and around in this downtown corridor is about $22,000 per household, compared to $54,000 per household in El Paso County. Also want to let you know that there is a high percentage of renters in and around this area as well, and the HRNA, who did some of the economic feasibility work, believed that that is continued for the market for this area, and that there is a need for additional affordable rental housing in and around the downtown corridor. This is an example of what that housing could look like. This isn't 20-story, towers. It's 4- and 5-story wood structure. They call it stick frame housing. This is similar to what you see in Art Space Lofts, which is in and around downtown as well. And then the cost. They assessed what it would cost to build the project in its entirety, which is about $207 million for the entire project, not including the retaining walls that TxDOT would build. And that project could be phased. This number is in 2027 dollars, so it's been adjusted for some inflation over the next few years. The cost estimates are in line with other kinds of projects, similar projects, deck parks around the country, and a little less than most of those, except I don't know a lot about Frankie Peace Park. I think it's just more of an open space without a lot of building construction on it. But all the other parks are similar in cost and scope. And then they also looked at how do you pay for it, or how did these other parks pay for it? And so they shared kind of a mix of revenue sources, including state, federal, local, and philanthropy, including philanthropy. And then finally, they assessed, the sustainability of operation and maintenance. One tool our community could use to help support the operation and maintenance of the deck would be a TERS. It may not pay for it fully, so we'd have to supplement it potentially with other resources, but it's very revenue positive overall for this project. And then I've mentioned other deck parks around the country. You can click on any of these QR codes to take you to them to learn more. I will highlight one we've all heard quite a bit about, I think, over the last few years, which is Clyde Warren Park in Dallas. You can see that this is the Wardell Rogers Freeway on the left, and then what Clyde Warren Park looks like to the right. It was a project that relied on funding from a variety of sources. It was developed during the Obama administration, and so they used some of those shovel-ready dollars from the federal government, also that's the stimulus money, money from TxDOT, money from the city of Dallas, and then private funds. It is now the #1 tourist attraction in Dallas. They have 1,500 events a year that they host in that 5.2-acre park. It is undergoing now an expansion that it's so highly utilized. The city, as you know, as you can see in the chart above, invested about $20 million, and it now generates about $15 million a year in excess revenue. Property values soared in the district, in their improvement district. The city has a 99-year lease, so they are the owner of the project, the city of Dallas, and then they have an operating agreement with the Park Foundation that does the programming and operations and maintenance. And that's certainly something that we would be willing to take on, that programming, operation, and maintenance phase for the project. Additionally, there were 500 people living in and around downtown 20 years ago. Downtown Dallas, now they have 40,000 people, which is really extraordinary. And I mentioned the expansion. As they build the expansion, they're going to add a visitor center to the park, so they even have a greater attraction. But they're also building 3 other deck parks in Dallas, and they just this year received $80 million in federal funds to help support those. So that's one on the Southern Gateway, that's one in McKinney. So they've realized the economic value of these green spaces in and around urban settings. So I think the important next steps really are to take advantage of the federal funding opportunities that are available. And this next one that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation is the Reconnecting Communities Grant that is due September 30th. And the request would be for the Commissioners Court to consider providing matching funds. And so if the El Paso MPO is a co-applicant with us, with you, we need to come up with a 20% match in this community. The full amount isn't being requested of the court. We still would need to find the balance. And then, someone needs to own the project at some point. So who is that? Certainly we're willing to be the operator, and if that is helpful to a body like this. But I will pause there for any questions or to open
Well,
up
I think,
for
first of all,
clarification.
Tracy, I want to thank you. You've been quite a champion from beginning to end. You have gotten as much interactions and feedback, and, I feel very proud that we're not here without having a lot of feedback from a lot of individuals. And to me, this is a game changer. I can't see, I sort of wanted the aerospace to be what I'm thinking here, and that might come around, but it's so much out of our control compared to what you've presented here. And as we talk about, this burden that we've talked about the state, what happens to us, revenue is the answer. And this type of a situation is what broadens our tax base and then lowers the tax burden on our individuals, our constituents here in El Paso. So from, day one, it became more and more evident that this was something that, we can't miss that opportunity. And I think, just the fact that the widening has already there's a decision made on that already, which makes it a lot easier to know. And what you said, TxDOT needs to know if, we're willing to do this, because the structure has to come with a design, and this is where we are at this particular point. We have a lot of great individuals back there that have supported this, and I just want to hear, Eduardo, if you want to add some comments so that we could get the entire
Judge, I'm
scope.
sorry, while Eduardo makes his way up, if I can just ask some financial questions of Tracy.
Yeah.
So what is the total amount of the grant application, the amount requested that's going to be submitted?
Yeah.
Oh, or is someone else going to talk about that?
I think Eduardo can
Okay.
address that.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, and then Tracy, I'm sorry, one more question. So the $206 million total project cost that you mentioned, is that for the rendering that we see here on the right of our screen? Does that include all of that construction, or is that just to build the actual deck part, but all of these other amenities would have to be?
That's for all of the amenities.
For everything,
Yep,
all
for
of the
deck.
amenities.
It's about 90 to 100 million for the cap or the deck, the lid, and then 100 million-ish on top.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yes. And then I'll say, this is phase one feasibility, so with this proposal that Eduardo is going to address, that would help us know for sure what those costs are, because then we would do 100% design. So, this is an opinion of probable cost.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Eduardo, thank you for joining us here today.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Judge, Commissioners. Eduardo Calvo, Executive Director of the El Paso MPO. I'm here just to provide some information about the next step, which is one of the opportunities that we have, which is to submit an application for the detailed design for the deck. So we are following or building on the effort that the City of El Paso did last year. They prepared and submitted an application for that. And our understanding was that it was scored very, very well. I mean, this is a really, really good project. Unfortunately, the project was not selected, but with some tweaks in the application, we'll feel very, very good about submitting this. So to answer your question, Commissioner Holguin, the amount that we're asking for right now is $10 million. That's the total amount for the grant. However, the Reconnecting Communities program only provides 50% for that, right? So if we apply for 10, they would only give us 5. So we need to find the other 5 million. And this is what we presented to the policy board last Friday. One of the ideas or proposals that we have is that we supplement with MPO federal funds so that we can shorten the gap, that those $5 million that we need to find. 3 of those would be federal funds from Category 7, which is one of the categories that we use at the MPO, and so that we complete $8 million of federal funds. So the program, the RCP, the Reconnecting Communities program, allows us to use other federal programs to supplement as long as the total amount of federal funds does not exceed 80%. So doing the quick math, if we apply for 10, we will get 5 from the RCP program, and the other 3 would come from SCP. That leaves us with $2 million that we need to find from non-federal sources. That is the match, right? Okay, so we need to find, for this $10 million application, we need to find $2 million total of non-federal funds. So, and therefore the request here for the county to participate with to help cover that 20% match.
And so this is only for design, correct?
Correct. This is for detailed design.
The 10 million that you need.
Exactly right. Exactly right. And to add to Tracy's point, we are looking at designing just the structural elements of the deck. In other words, beams and the concrete deck to cover it. The lid, I think it's what we've been referring to.
Oh, so the design doesn't include any of the amenities that we're looking
Correct.
at. That would have to be raised
Exactly.
separately in the future.
Exactly right.
Okay. So of the $2 million in non-federal funding that's required, you're asking $1 million of the Commissioner's Court from the county, and the other $1 million, who is being asked for the other $1 million? Is that the city?
Well, right now, we've been in conversations with other stakeholders, the private sector. We're some early conversations with the city of El Paso as well, and others. But
And has the city committed to $1 million or any amount?
not committed to this point yet. Again, this is one of these complicated processes where we have to look at multiple sources. Let me say also that my understanding is that if we provide an application where we're showing multiple partners participating in a project like this, that scores well. So in this case, that's one of the reasons why the MPO is also participating here. So if the county can provide part of the match, if we can find also part of the match from the private sector, and if we can work with the city and provide also part of the match, and we're looking everywhere.
And is there already, or has this already been presented to the city and you're just waiting a response, or is there a date that the formal ask from the city is going
My
to be made?
understanding is that they're looking at the request.
But when is it going to actually be presented to council for action?
I don't know that, but it's got to be very soon because, again, the deadline to submit the application is September 30th. So we really need to start getting those hard answers so that we have the assurance that the match is going to be there. Now, the actual cash, we don't need that immediately because, again, the deadline to submit the applications for this program is September 30th. It's going to take, 4 or 5 months for the U.S. Department of Transportation to make the selections. And from there, another 4 or 5 months to get all the agreements and paperwork done and all that. So unfortunately, we're looking at 9 months, 10 months from now, from the
When the funding would actually be required?
Exactly.
So 9
right.
months from now would
Right.
be May, June,
Well,
potentially, of next year?
Again, I think it would be desirable for, to have that funding available, but we can make it work if the funding is available in fiscal year '26. So on the flip side, you know, the sooner we can get started, the better, because as Tracy was explaining, even though these are two separate projects today, the TxDOT project and the deck, the schedules need to somehow match for the design and for the construction to make it, you know, less painful on the traveling public and during construction and so on.
So Eduardo, did you say it'd be in budget year 2026 when it would probably be the time that we'd have to pay our
Right,
share?
exactly. I think for cash flow purposes, yes. Although we would, you know, we would need to have a commitment for the funding for the match, you know, sooner, so that on September 30th, when we submit the application, we can have the confidence to say, yeah, the match is coming from source A, source B, and source C. But the actual cash, you know, we could make it work until fiscal year '26.
And Betsy, you want to talk a little bit about, you know, why it's important if we have it further rather than now as far as our source of funding?
Well, of course, as we just went over during budget discussions, if the funding is not required until later in 2025, consider basically in our FY 2026, it gives us longer time to plan and prepare. It also would allow us to have funding available in our reserve for capital emergencies this year, see how the year actually goes, and then we would know whether to take funding from that fund or from our economic impact fund. But I do believe the project would meet a lot of the requirements in your economic impact funding as well.
Jessica, we have other public comment?
We have Iberti Trevino, or I'm not sure, what is your name, sir?
Welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, County Judge Samaniego and Commissioners Court, for the opportunity to speak on item 9A regarding the downtown deck plaza. I'm here to speak in favor of the county providing match federal grant funding for the Reconnecting Communities grant for the planning and design of the deck park and taking ownership of this once an opportunity generation project. My name is Iberti Trevino, and I'm the Friends of the Trail coordinator for the Paso Norte Trail. The Paso Norte Trail is a vision to develop a county-wide trail system that promotes active transportation and recreation to make healthy living the easy choice for our unique and binational community. On Thursday, August 22nd, last Thursday, the Texas Transportation Commission allocated $500 million in funding for the Reimagine I-10 project. With the highway project likely coming into fruition, it is imperative that we coordinate the planning and design of the park and highway projects to maximize efficiency. The deck park is an important project to the Paso Norte Trail, as it would provide a vital connection from Sunset Heights to downtown El Paso to the Franklin Canal and eventually to the Playa Drain Trail, supporting us in our efforts in creating a county-wide trail system for all El Pasos. In addition to providing an essential connection for the Paso Norte Trail, parks are a vital amenity for the residents of El Paso based on the recent public meetings for the county bond in November. The city has, the residents of El Paso have stated that parks are a top priority for our community. The deck park will be an important amenity for the expanded downtown area and the residents of the region, to include green space, recreation spaces, restaurants, and a space for business development. Aligned with the City of El Paso's downtown plan to add 10,000 housing units, the deck park will help support infill development to create more spaces for housing and business development. This initial investment by El Paso County will help leverage federal funding and attract future federal and state funding to support the deck park's development. County Judge Samaniego and Commissioners Court, I ask that you support the development of the deck park and be part of this once in a generation opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we'd like to go to somebody that...
To the person who dialed in with a phone number ending in 5640, go ahead, please state your name.
Next, we'd like to go to...
If you can turn down your YouTube as well.
The person who's dialed in with a phone number
5640. Go ahead, please state your name.
Can't hear.
Good afternoon. My name is Monique Koseger. Good afternoon, County Judge and County Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak with you today. We know you have many important decisions to make, one of which is the reason I am here, and that is to gain your support and approve and take ownership and approve the grant matching for the I-10 downtown debt project. We understand this is a huge commitment and applaud the county for being open to take on a project of this magnitude, a project that truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our region. In your doing so, you will not only lessen the burden on the taxpayers, which many have brought forward as a concern, but you will be allowing the opportunity for this project to receive added funding through grant matching. That is invaluable. In 2012, we bought our home in the historic Sunset Heights neighborhood with the hope and foresight that our downtown would become the paramount and jewel we knew it could be. 12 years later, we now have a premier children's museum, a first-class ballpark, added hotels and commerce taking place downtown. There is no doubt that these quality of life projects are instrumental to the development of our city and the thriving of our people. The downtown debt project is not just a project for you or for me, but it would be a gift and a step forward for my child and the generations that will follow. Parks create values for cities, and a park of this size in the heart of our downtown would truly create intrinsic value, spurring positive economic opportunity, combating crime, and creating a space for young and old alike to encourage health and well-being. Investing in this park is an investment in the future of our community and will leave a lasting legacy that enhances the lives of our residents and strengthens the fabric of our neighborhood. Today, I'm asking you to vote in favor of this opportunity. Thank you again.
Thank you, Monique, for taking the time. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next, we have Joe Gudenrath.
Hi, Joe. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Joe Gudenrath with the El Paso Downtown Management District. You had a very difficult discussion today about your budget, and I definitely can appreciate that. But Judge, you made a great point about finding ways to broaden the tax base. And downtown redevelopment is a strategy used by many communities across the country to invest in your city's core, to drive an economy, to drive values up, to help offset costs and benefits for the rest of the community. I'm happy to be here today to say our downtown reinvestment and revitalization efforts are working, and I want to thank the county for your involvement in the downtown revitalization as well. The city gets a lot of the attention for their projects and their contributions as well. But the county has been a critical part in those investments and the transformational projects that have shaped our downtown. Our downtown's recovery from the pandemic has been swift and strong. Our return to downtown has been documented by the University of Toronto, who identified our downtown as the second strongest recovery among downtowns in the United States and Canada. We have events and activities that fill the calendar and attract people from all across the county. Food and drink establishments have served record numbers of customers. Our hotels highlight our community to visitors, and our offices have reestablished our downtown workforce. And even more importantly, to our governmental agencies, our property values downtown continue to outpace community-wide growth and support our entire community. The values within the downtown management district increased 16% from the prior year. And remind you, that is mainly a commercial district with very little residential. So I'm proud to say, again, our downtown revitalization is working as our commercial tax base continues to grow within the downtown. But this growth is possible because of public and private partnerships that you have supported prior to the pandemic and since, and I thank you for your role and your continued support. Today, we have another opportunity and another investment opportunity to not only reshape our future, but for the county to be a leader in this effort. On behalf of the Downtown Management District, I ask you to approve item 19. The creation of a deck plaza over I-10 will support and accelerate our revitalization by connecting the north and south sides of the trench, serve as a community gathering space, and spur additional private investment in housing, office, and commercial spaces. The question has been posed on who would benefit from the deck plaza. I can tell you that I know the answer to this question. I see it in all of our public spaces downtown, whether it's quinceañera photo shoots, wedding proposals, family reunions. You see our community gathering in our public spaces downtown. This would happen on the deck plaza as well. And in fact, on a warm, very humid Wednesday evening with no scheduled programming, I was in downtown Dallas and specifically targeted Clyde Warren Park. The plaza was filled with people. They were relaxing, playing, picnicking, conversing, and enjoying the space that was created by this park. It was the Dallas community who was enjoying that plaza, and it would be the El Paso community that will benefit from this park. Again, I want to thank Judge Yu, County Commissioners, and County for your support of our downtown revitalization, and thank you for taking the lead on further exploration of this transformational, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And on behalf of the Downtown Management District, I encourage you to support this item. Thank you.
Joe, I do want to thank you on a personal level, just your dedication, your organization, everything that we've done. I truly feel that, you know, we now have to get that second wind, kind of, you know, because we could see some beautiful things happening. But I think this excitement of just having a destination for El Paso. We've been trying hard to have something that brings people from out of town. One of the things that I've looked at and talked to a lot of people and other mayors from developing communities is that people just don't come for one thing. For example, we really want people to come to the missions. The chances of someone coming just for the mission is really difficult, and we've seen it. That's why so many people go somewhere else, and when we have some of the most beautiful, the oldest missions in the country. And so I think it's something else that draws them in. And then from there, since you're here, and now you go to the missions kind of thing. So I really think that everybody wins. We really want the missions to become also our lane, but I also think there's these collateral things we need to invest in. And I do feel that the county would take I do want to be the leadership and not worry about who else is going to match, but put ourselves in that situation where we match so that others will have to match. And so I thank you, just what you've done here downtown and all the efforts, and a lot of great things have happened because of the downtown being where it is at this point in time.
Happy to do it, and just, you know, momentum will not be sustained indefinitely unless you keep pushing that momentum forward.
I agree. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Judge.
Next, we have Mr. Mark Osborne.
Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank
Judge.
you, Mark.
I'm Mark Osborne. I'm the CEO of Kemp Smith Law, and I happen to serve on Joe's board, on the Downtown Management District Board. And I'm here to speak in favor of the deck project. And I want to just tell you, I'm going to anticipate your support. And so really what I want to tell you is I want to thank you for the leadership that you all exercise. It takes courage and it takes vision to step out in leadership, and that's what we need in El Paso. The easy things to do are just do what we've always done. Just leave things alone and keep it the way it is, but we can't thrive as a city like that. This really is, I've heard it said before, this is a once-in-a-lifetime transformative project. The ballpark is really great. La Nube is really great. This is going to be head and shoulders over those projects. I'm going to digress just a personal moment. I teach a little Sunday school class of 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders, and yesterday morning I was talking to them, and I talked to them about this project. And they enjoy going to the ballpark. La Nube hasn't been open enough, but they're going to love coming downtown for that. And we see people come downtown from all over the city. This just doesn't benefit people who are in downtown. If you're there at Christmas when they do the Winter Fest and for the different festivals, people from all over the city come there. I wish you could have seen the kids' faces and their eyes when we talked about having a park over I-10 and what their city would be like if we had that. The biggest problem that I face in my job in my law firm is recruiting young people. It is super hard to get young people from El Paso to come back here to work. And to tell you the truth, it is impossible to attract young people who are not from El Paso to come here. And it's because of things like our quality of life. We have to be different. We have to do better. And if we can have projects like this deck plaza, we will be able to attract, not only bring young people back here, we can attract young people who are not from El Paso to come here. This is a place they want to be. And when young people come, we can attract businesses who can come here. This really is an issue of leadership, and I really do want to thank you. It's not easy to step out and to be a leader and to take on a project like this. It's going to take a long time. It is very possible I won't be around when this is finished, but the kids in my Sunday school class, they'll probably be in high school, hopefully, when this is finished, and they can come down and enjoy it. You all have a chance, and I want to thank you for stepping out and doing something like this. It's just barely the beginning. It's going to be a long road, but when you look back and it's all done, this really will be something that will make a difference for generations in our city. So thank you very much.
Mark, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Ricardo Mora.
Good morning. Good morning, El Paso County Commissioners Court. Good morning, Judge Samaniego. I'm Ricardo Mora. I'm the newly appointed CEO for the El Paso Chamber, and it's great to be here this morning.
Congratulations.
Thank you for having me here.
Really.
First of all, I want to say that I truly look forward to working with you on all that we can move our future for our city, that we can build this mission of the mission of the El Paso Chamber that is founded on creating an environment where businesses can flourish and one where El Pasoans can have the access to economic security and prosperity. So the Chamber is built also on creating the conditions for economic prosperity. As we all know, it's an organization that will now be 125 years old, and I'm proud to be part of it. I'm here this morning to express to the El Paso Chamber's strong support for the Deck Park Plaza project and to emphasize the significant economic impact this project will bring to downtown El Paso. As you consider matching federal granting funds for the planning and the design of the Deck Park Plaza and formally taking on ownership of this transformative project, I want to highlight that this is more important than just a park. It's a powerful catalyst for economic growth in our community. We've seen examples across the country where deck parks have revitalized urban areas, attracting investment, development, and tourism. One such example that it's been talked about today is the Clyde Warren Park in Dallas, which after its completion spurred unprecedented growth. Downtown Dallas experienced a surge in office and multifamily construction, with office spaces growing 50% faster and multifamily units more than doubling compared to the previous 6 years. The park quickly became the city's #1 tourist attraction, drawing residents and visitors alike. Now imagine the potential for our downtown city. The Uptown Downtown plan anticipates a need for additional 10,000 housing units in the expanded downtown footprint. The Deck Park Plaza, with its green spaces, recreational structures, and opportunities for micro businesses, retail, will not only meet this demand, but also serve as a focal point for our continued economic development. This project represents a once-in-a-lifetime generational opportunity, as we've heard before. By coordinating the park's development with the upcoming I-10 highway project, we can maximize this impact. Streamline efforts and create seamless integration of infrastructure and community space. The economic analysis shows that the tech park can generate sufficient revenue to subsidize housing development and support the park's ongoing operation and maintenance, further driving economic activity in our city. Public parks are amongst the most utilized and cherished spaces in our community, and this regional park will be no exception. And I'd like to add that as a citizen of El Paso, we have loved using parks for our 13-year-old daughter as she's grown up and really meeting our community in these spaces, because the way we can build our community is sharing with others. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Act has enabled communities like ours to secure millions in fundings for projects just like this. And with your support today, we can leverage these funds to make the Deck Park Plaza a reality. I strongly encourage you to approve the agenda item 19. Let's seize this opportunity to invest in the future of downtown El Paso, creating a legacy of growth and prosperity for many generations to come. Thank you.
Ricardo, we look forward to working with you in your new position, and I really look forward to your regional approach, because I've had experiences in working with you, and this idea of one region, I think you're going to strengthen it, and we look forward to that collaboration. Thank you, Ricardo.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Peter Swarsfine.
Welcome.
Welcome. Good afternoon,
Long time no
Judge
see.
and County Commissioners.
Good to
Nice
see you
to
here.
see y'all. Mr. Stout, how are you? Hope you had a good time in Chicago. Well, he's up there. Hi, David. Everybody's talking about this project as being a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our community. And I can't help but think about the opportunities that are here and what happens if we don't take this opportunity seriously. I think about my own journey here to El Paso, which was from my father. He was an immigrant to the United States from South America who had the opportunity to study medicine at Albert Einstein Medical in the Bronx. Came to the States in '71. And at that time, the Bronx was going through a really dark patch. And from the stories he told me about what was going on there, these kind of public work projects can have both positive and negative impacts on communities. The Cross Bronx Expressway, which was designed by Robert Moses, tore a heart through the South Bronx, of which it's still recovering from decades later. And I would argue that when I-10 came through El Paso in the late 60s and 70s, it had as equal detrimental impact on downtown El Paso and the surrounding neighborhoods that are there. But with any challenge also comes opportunities. And that's where I think that this project of a deck park can really make an impact in correcting and challenging some of those wrongs that were occurred so many decades ago to our community. We look at some of the challenges that are here in our community today. We have one of the highest rates of diabetes across the country. We have a sedentary lifestyle, specifically within the neighborhood surrounding downtown. We know that the per capita income is very low, and there's also health and other challenges as well. This opportunity with this downtown deck plaza has an opportunity to connect those communities from downtown and to connect them through a healthier opportunities for engagement, both cultural as well as in terms of challenging a sedentary lifestyle. Neighborhoods like San Francisco Heights, Sunset Heights, Central El Paso, Rio Grande Heights, as well as Segundo Barrio, which is only a half mile from this proposed deck plaza. And this project also helps to build off of a lot of investment that we've already seen both from the private and public sector. Small business investment like Taco Neta, right? Like Sunset Parlor, which is right across the street from Hal Marcus's gallery, right? Other investment like larger investment from the public sector, like the historic streetcars, which brought back to life the streetcars that used to travel hundreds of times a day between El Paso and Juarez. Like the Paso del Norte Trail, which was mentioned too previously, with this downtown deck plaza being a central node to that park project as well, to that project as well. And then also larger private sector investments as well, like the Marriott Courtyard, a new hotel in downtown, like historic renovation projects, like the two Trost-designed hotels in downtown El Paso, the Paso del Norte Hotel as well as the Plaza Hotel. And I think what's most remarkable about this project is that with the funding that is anticipated for this downtown deck plaza is an opportunity to bring in a lot of outside dollars to make the majority of this funding happen. Why am I confident that that could occur? Just look at what our community has seen in terms of federal and state dollars being invested in our community. Over $30 million to support from our state delegation and from the Texas State House, over $30 million to rebuild the Wyatt Aerial Tramway. It's logical to think that a similar investment could occur for this project from the state. Then you look at other projects from our strong federal leaders there, right? We all saw our Congresswoman on primetime TV this last week at the Democratic National Convention. Aside from that, we have also seen over $600 million being invested on reimagining the Bridge of the Americas. There's no reason to think that there's not more federal dollars for these kind of projects that can help to address the historic wrongs, that can encourage connectivity, that can encourage better living and sedentary lifestyles and connect these communities, right? We just heard $80 million for 3 new deck parks in Dallas. We know these projects and we know these interstate projects have separated communities, but projects like we're talking about here today can connect communities as well. I know y'all will make the right decision for the future of our community, and it's our responsibility all to leave this world a better place than where we found it for the generations after us. Thank you again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Nadia Bain.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. Can you all hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Nadia Bayam. I'm a member of the Downtown Management District, and I work with Grace Property Consultants. I also serve as chair of the Infrastructure and Advocacy Committee. I had the privilege of attending the TTC meeting on Thursday, August 22nd, 2024, where I spoke on behalf of the Downtown Management District of El Paso. I am pleased to report that the Texas Transportation Commission has allocated $500 million in funding for the Segment 2 portion of I-10, which includes downtown. With the highway project now closer to becoming a reality, it is crucial that we shift our focus towards coordinating the planning and design of the deck park alongside the highway project. The implementation of a deck park will not only introduce more green space, but also continue the revitalization of our downtown and surrounding areas. Creating a more inviting and vibrant community hub, this transformation will not only bring residents together, but also establish a lasting destination for years to come. As mentioned before by Tracy and Joe and other speakers, a great example of this is the development in Dallas, Texas, the Clyde Warren Park. The impact of this project has been profound, with accelerated growth in office multifamily construction, making Dallas a more attractive destination. The success of Clyde Warren Park has made it the #1 tourist attraction in Dallas. El Paso's downtown-uptown plan envisions the addition of 10,000 housing units in the expanded downtown footprint from South El Paso to UTEP. This plan recognizes the economic need for affordable housing and the high demand for such housing options. The feasibility study conducted for the deck park project indicates sufficient revenue generation to support housing development and park maintenance. As we consider the economic significance of our borderplex, it is imperative that we set a high standard in welcoming residents, visitors, and neighbors from Mexico. The expansion of I-10 will play a crucial role in supporting the thriving trade market that is essential for our workforce to continue to flourish. And the deck park will provide a community asset for all to enjoy. Thank you for your attention to this matter and for recognizing the importance of this project to our community and the future of El Paso.
Thank you, Nadia. Appreciate it.
Next, we have Eugenio Mesta.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Eugenio Mesta, also known as Pacelli. I'm an architect. I'm a member of the Downtown Management District and president of Exigo Architecture here in El Paso. Enough has been said by all of the people that eloquently before me regarding the support for this facility. I came here 40 years ago after finishing my master's in planning and living in Philadelphia for over 2.5 years. And I noticed that one of the biggest assets that the downtown Philadelphia, where I was living, was the Rittenhouse Square, Washington Square, and Franklin Square, which are the most valuable properties and the most vibrant sites of Philadelphia. And what it took for Benjamin Franklin when the city was planned for those parks to be there, and what was the investment for. Same thing could be said about Central Park. What would New York would be without Central Park, and the thriving economic success that that became for the rest of the city. Same thing with Millennial Park, and we can go on different cities where this type of development has happened and what has been the economic development to it. When you do an investment, you usually ask about return of investment. How do you have a return of investment in an investment such as La Nube? We're proud to say that we were the architects of record of that museum, which is now just recently opened. And what will it be, the economic return for that? Well, you can do it as a social, and you can do it as an economic, monetary return. Socially, it's hard to capture as to how much would that be the return on our community for that museum, and what would it do for the kids and families that would enjoy and learn from it. However, we can say that just by the sheer numbers of how many people have gone to enjoy this facility is that it is definitely something that will definitely impact their families and their well-being for the future generations. Same thing we can say about the MAC and all the other things that are happening downtown. There's going to be a new hotel, which hasn't been announced, 102 key hotel that is going to be moving downtown in the near future, which is why has it been attracted to, is because now I'm talking about the economic return. If it was not worth it, they would not invest that money into this facility that will be soon be built. So the economic return of everything that has happened downtown, you can also see it in a multiple, not just a one-to-one. So your investment, if you do agree on matching on putting the $1 million into the design of this facility, would be a return that can be measured economically, and we can be measured socially. And we think that what we definitely cannot afford is to have a missed opportunity. I think that a missed opportunity of not having a reconnecting downtown with the rest of the city, and having this to multiply all the other investments that started years ago into becoming what it could be, a vibrant city that I moved in 40 years ago. I'm very proud to continue living here and contributing with our work. Thank you for your support, and we definitely have a common goal into making this a vibrant county and for the rest of El Pasoans. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next, we have Daniel Rubio.
Welcome, Daniel.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners and Judge, and thank you for allowing us, regardless of position or stance, the opportunity to be heard. My name is Danny Rubio. I am first-generation American, El Paso born and raised, father of two wonderful and intelligent kids, Emma and Edmund, partner to my beautiful wife, Marie, small business owner and local soccer coach for West Texas Rush. My family and I moved to Sunset Heights 3.5 years ago. One of the biggest attractions we had moving downtown was and is the possibility of having the Park Deck Plaza. Having seen multiple renderings of the 8-acre deck park, excitement builds on a once-in-a-generation opportunity. Over the last 10 years, we've seen our city's investments in downtown pay off. It is certainly not the same downtown we grew up with. It has been rejuvenated and revitalized. Now it's time to make it safer. With the amount of events being held weekly in downtown, it's time to make it pedestrian-friendly. A walkable path with trails reconnecting the south side and north side of downtown to allow easy access to the Southwest University Stadium La Nube, the Mac Building, Teen Town, Library, and restaurants is imperative. Having a true green space in the heart of a concrete jungle downtown with dog parks, playgrounds, shade, basketball courts, vendors, and a multi-sports field is the next step for El Paso and downtown El Paso. The possibility of being able to spend a day at the deck park and walk around the ball game and come back home and not worry about traffic is a must. Now, I have given you my personal reasons why my family and I are in favor of the Deck Park Plaza, but here are a few details I have learned. Based on the county's recent public meetings for the potential county bond, parks were the #1 priority for the community. This regional park will be available to use for everyone. Public parks are some of the most used spaces in our communities, spaces that bring people together. With the plans for the first phase of Reimagine I-10 funded by the state of Texas and federal funds potentially available to support ambitious projects like the Deck Park, we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to make this vision for the Deck Park over I-10 in the downtown corridor a reality. In closing, I'm here to remind you all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to leave a mark, create a legacy, and help make El Paso more than just a pass-through and leave things better than the way we found them. We're here to stay. Let's help future generations feel the same.
Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate it.
Next, we have Leticia Holtz.
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners and judge, for taking the time. My name is Leticia Marie Holtz. I'm actually Daniel's wife. But I just wanted to offer my opinion on the matter. To those unfamiliar with our region, El Paso means the pass. It is a city that brings commerce and goods in the billions and very quickly sees it leave as it passes through our interstate highway to reach destination cities with far more demand. But to those of us who have built businesses here, El Paso means financial sustainability, safe in many ways from the recessions our country has experienced in the last several decades. To those of us who are raising families here, El Paso means a safe and multicultural environment in which our children will continue to learn and thrive. To those of us who plan to live out our lives here and hope to see our children return with grandchildren, El Paso is home. As El Pasoans, we are presented with a once-in-a-generation opportunity to build the scale of demand that brings goods in, and we have the resources to be a city that new families wish to call home. If the county matches grants funds and takes ownership of the deck, we can change the narrative around being nothing more than a pass-through and make El Paso a destination. Opponents tout on the risk of raising taxes, but we cannot afford to maintain a myopic view of our future. I also believe anyone with a basic understanding of our government's fiscal policies should know that increasing our taxes is simply inevitable, Deck Plaza or not. But with the Deck Plaza, we can see our tax dollars at work and see their value returned tenfold through the enrichment the Deck Plaza would offer. Recreational spaces for our children to play sports, public green spaces to build community, office space for local business to grow, and so much more. Our generation could bear witness to the exponential growth these amenities would bring. The natural progression of major cities in Texas and other great states have proven that with more people comes more business, and with more business, more opportunity, and with more opportunity, more families and brighter futures. I'm sure at this point you have heard and read all about the great socioeconomical benefits of the Warren Park in Dallas. Some have said, we are not Dallas. While this statement is both obvious and redundant, it does beg the question, how do we get there? It may be geographically logical for El Paso to be a pass-through, but socially, economically, and even culturally, I see no reason why we can't be a destination as exciting and fulfilling as our sister cities. The Deck Plaza would be a big step in the right direction to get there. Thank you for hearing us out and taking the time to vote on taking ownership of this great opportunity. Should this come into fruition, I know your names will be markers in its making, and our city will be forever grateful.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Next, we have Stefan Possinger.
Welcome.
How are you all?
Real good. Thank you.
you very much, Judge, Commissioners,
Welcome.
County staff, for allowing us to speak today on this truly important matter. My wife spoke earlier. She called in and she apologized for not being here. She's a little under the weather, but this is a very important topic to her and our family. And if you listen to her, she basically said everything I have to say, right? Because her heart is really into this project, and she definitely has my heart covered. And so I want you to know that we've been there for 12 years. And as we've been in Sunset Heights, you all may have heard historically some rhetoric that comes out of that neighborhood that opposes things now and then, and maybe even this project or the widening of I-10. But I'm here to tell you all that we have worked very hard in our neighborhood in the last 6 months to a year and a half to really work with our neighbors and really get them to understand this project specifically. And what we have is pretty much an overwhelming majority of people in our neighborhood who are in favor of this project. So I do want Commissioners Court and Judge and County staff to know that you have a neighborhood neighboring on this project that is very much in support of it. So that is important. Two things to consider today, if you all would. One is one of financial responsibility. My understanding is if you are in favor of this today, it doesn't necessarily mean that the park is going to happen, right? It's just saying that we are creating a funding structure, as Tracy and people far smarter than me have laid out, but one that if in fact we move forward with this, a vote today would lessen the burden on taxpayers down the road for this project, as I understand it. So really a vote no today could probably cost us more down the road than supporting it today without actually knowing the exact future of the project. So if that is the case, I definitely encourage you guys, all of you, to support this, please. Another thing that was brought up, Mr. Osborne very unselfishly talked about this project and its future. I've had time to think about this over the last weekend, and I thought about it, and I don't mean to get too philosophical, but we're all here for a reason, right? We're all here on planet Earth because of two people, our parents, right? And those parents, those two, had two other parents, right? Your grandparents, so there's 4. And then they had great-grandparents, and there's 8. And you start to take this back about 10 generations, and you're looking at about 3,500 people that had an impact for us to be here today. Stand here, right? More than just our parents, generations and generations. And I think you see where I'm going with this. This project may not be just for ourselves here in this room. It is, in fact, for our kids and our kids' kids. You've heard everybody say how this is a generational project. It truly is. And somewhere in there, we have to be a little less selfish and see the project for our future and our children and our families. And I'm there now. I finally came to the contentness of that. You look at La Nube, you know, we didn't have a child when that bond was passed, and now he's 8.5 years old, finally gets to see it open. So I understand how these projects are tough to get started. They take time, and then the finishing is just that. So I really encourage you all, please, to support this project today and know that you have a contingency in El Paso that supports you throughout this project. And this will be a big feather in the county's cap. So thank you all very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Great insights. Thank you.
Next, we have Eduardo Cano.
Okay. Thank you.
Next is Lina Ortega.
Representative, welcome. Thank you for being
Senator,
here.
you promoted me, Representative. Good afternoon, County Judge and Commissioners. It's really exciting to be here today to address such an important project in our community. I mean, as a state representative, I actually represent the downtown area. It's state seat 77. And so it's always in front of the legislature and in front of bodies, we're always fighting for money. And to talk about what the commissioner said earlier, I have to tell you, the delegation does work hard to try to bring as much funding as we can to El Paso. But I would urge all of you to be unified and to be speaking to the top state leadership, because many times our hands are tied because of who we are in terms of the political spectrum. But we do everything we can, and we understand your needs, and we really understand how difficult it must be. I did not support Operation Lone Star because it gives too much money where it should be the feds that should be funding it, but I'm not going to go there right now. I did fight hard to bring in funding along with many other people like our MPO director, our county judge, for I-10, because it is in desperate need of repair. And it's been over the years that this fight has been taking place, and we were fortunate enough last Thursday to actually get that funding. Now, with any important project, there's always going to be opposition, and so you expect it because that's just the way things are. But now that the project has been funded and we are going to get phase 1, we now have to move forward. And I'm excited to be here because this project is a very important project. And I'm really happy to see that the County of El Paso is stepping up in order to bring more prosperity, more housing, more green space to our community, because that, again, is very important. Now, everybody has talked about, well, Dallas was successful. Dallas was successful in getting that funding because they were unified. They recently got that additional funding for 3 more deck parks to occur, federal monies being drawn, and it's a very competitive process. And the only way we're going to be successful as well is to be unified. So I would urge the county to support this. And it's not looking just at the small, short-term range. It's something that's going to help this community for a long term, because we need to bring more people. We need to have more businesses, and we need more green space. Everybody loves green space. We see our placita downtown now because of all of the new infrastructure. It's wonderful. I love going downtown in the evening because you see so many people. You see families, you see kids, they're playing. But that's small in comparison as to what Tracy Yellen was showing, the alternatives that are being proposed. And it really is a great project, and I would ask for your support. I don't always come in front of other governmental entities because I don't like to be stepping on anybody's foot. But I think that since this is in my district and this is so important to the community, I am here. I'm also very happy to see so many people that have stepped up, come over here and spoken in favor of it, because I think this is a project that it's very difficult to say no, because it's going to, in the long run, pay bukus. But again, I'm going to say, submitting that request for a grant is not going to be easy. There's going to be so many other communities that are fighting for money the way we constantly are fighting for money, to get the money for the tram, to get the money for I-10, and so it's so important to be unified, to show that this community is unified, because one of the things that I have learned is you step forward when you're unified. So thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, and do step on our toes, okay? We're okay with that. No, but I want to thank you. I can tell you that I always want to take your lead, because the energy you've put into transportation has just been incredible. Just my relationship with the MPO, your knowledge base, and your understanding of what can happen, especially because you deal with other other representatives from other parts of Texas. And so we thank you for everything that you've done for us here in our community. It's been incredible.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Next, we have Steve Ortega.
Welcome, Steve.
Good afternoon, Judge, Court. I first want to thank you for entertaining this item, and Judge, I know that you've been a strong supporter. The last time the county significantly delved into quality of life was 1993. That was the last quality of life bond election. I think this court is going to be the most consequential court of the last 30 years when it comes to investing in this community's quality of life. And that doesn't happen by accident, and it's not easy. It's difficult. But as many speakers have already said, future generations will thank you for it. So I want to take the time, number one, to thank you for believing in the future of this community. The easiest thing to do is to do nothing at all. But we've had far too much of that in this community, and it takes leadership to move a community forward. So I want to thank you for that. In 2019, the Chamber took a group to go see the park that everyone's talking about, Clyde Warren Park, and more than just a place for families to get together and recreate, which is certainly a great reason to do a park. Dallas made the economic case for building these parks. I don't think I have to tell you, parks create value. So when you think about the most valuable land in New York City, it's the land that circumscribes Central Park. Same thing in Chicago, the land around Millennial Park. What they learned in Dallas, and this was back in 2019, is within the prior 20 years to the creation of that park, they had 40,000 people living with, they had 500 people living within a 2-mile radius of the park. You fast forward 20 years, they had over 40,000 people living within that 2-mile radius of the park. The parks induced investment and induced people wanting to live and be around the park. In 2014, that area around the park had a value, according to their tax rolls, of $2.5 billion. You fast forward 5 years, they're at $5.2 billion, over double the value in that area around the park. So again, I can make the case why parks are nice for families, and I certainly believe that, but you can also make an extraordinarily strong economic case as to why you do the park so you're not burdening the residential taxpayer every year with increased taxes. That is an economic development strategy for public entities. Invest in things that create value for your community so you're mitigating the impact on the homeowner. And downtown is the part of the community where you should be pulling most of your tax base. This is a strategy to do so. So I'm sensitive to the economic arguments, but I don't think you can get around this one. I think this is an investment that is going to pay dividends for the homeowner who never even uses the park, just because it's going to induce that type of value. Right now, we know because of the Texas Transportation Commission's action on Thursday, we're going to get that highway project. The question right now is not whether or not you want the highway project, it's whether or not you want a park on top of that. And I think future generations of El Pasoans will thank you every time they're going around that I-10 area and they see green space instead of just a pit of highway. So I thank you so much for your time. And before I leave, I want to thank you. When I met you, Chief Leon, you've had years of public service to this community, starting in the late 90s when we first got our safest city designation, and I know you're terming out later on this year, so I certainly want to thank you for your years of public service to El Paso, making the community better. Thank you so kindly. Appreciate it.
Steve, thank you for what you do. Thanks.
Next, we have Matthew Guzman.
I prepared a statement, but now that I'm going last, everybody said everything I wanted to say. So I'm going to switch gears, go off script a little bit here, and just give you a little bit of a personal tale. This gentleman here talked about how impossible it is for him to attract young people from outside the city to come here. I'm one of those people, and my wife is another one. My wife and I grew up in Houston and Chicago, and we moved here from Chicago in 2015. In order to get us to come here, they had to sweeten the pot quite a bit, and I had to do a lot of sales pitching on my side, trying to get my wife to become a Texan. So when we came here, one of the first things we asked is, while we're here, what can we do? What's there to do? And everybody was saying, hey, you guys should drive up to Old Mesilla. Hey, go check out Ruidoso. oh, go check out Carlsbad Caverns. And we kept saying, no, 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 no. What's here? And so that was the difficult part about getting my wife to move here. It's like, what is there to do? So we came up with a 2-year plan to get out of debt and get out of Dodge. So this was 2015. We've been here ever since. We recently purchased the Trost home in Sunset Heights. And now that we've decided to stay, we have 2 young kids, and now we own a piece of El Paso history, and we're trying to get involved in El Paso's future. And I just want to echo what everybody else has said. I think this project is something that the city will be able to point to when we try to draw talent. When we try to draw young people, skilled labor, new revenue streams, we can say, hey, we have a thriving downtown connected to a thriving historic district with this beautiful park in between. Let's go check it out. So as you guys are making your decisions, just think about that. What this city can look like if we can continue drawing young families, get people in the mix to improve this city and make sure that we have kids in our elementary schools so we're not losing state funding and retaining our young people and our young talent. That's all I've got, guys. Thank you.
Next, we have Marisa Nunez.
Good afternoon, commissioners and judge, wherever you may be. My name is Marisa Nunez. I am here before you today as a constituent, and I'm coming to you not with animosity, but with curiosity, love, and genuine concern for my community. I was born and raised in Precinct 1 and have moved between Precincts 1, 4, and 2 over the last 6 years. I hope to continue to call Precinct 2 my home for as long as I can. I live about a mile away from the courthouse currently. The I-10 Deck Plaza sits before you today. It's a pivotal item for the community. El Paso is a place where we're not like other cities, comes both with positive and negative connotations. We're a vibrant community, beautiful, that has faced historical neglect. Our quality of life lags behind other places in terms of economic, environmental, and transportation justice. As both a treasure trove and Texas's forgotten child, I've been sitting with how the Deck Plaza could change that. Across the state, our major cities are pushing back against highway expansion. Austin, Houston, and Dallas are engaged in fights with TxDOT for equitable transportation options. Options that won't compromise health for the sake of convenience. Highways are the legacy of racial segregation with an emphasis on individualism. They have displaced people from their neighborhoods, and those who have stayed in their shadows have borne the burden of that pollution and the disinvestment that comes with living by a highway. I-35 and I-45 have impacted other Texas cities in the same way I-10 has impacted ours. I-35, I-45, and I-10 have contributed to urban sprawl by design. They're meant to move people through a place instead of to it. When our counterparts discuss reconnection and reconnecting communities in particular, they're advocating for highway removal. These highway removal projects aren't limited to the state. They're happening all over the country. And so again, I find myself sitting with how the Deck Plaza fits into these conversations, especially with the potential of highway expansion. As a lifelong El Pasoan and someone who really loves this community, I long to see projects that reconnect our community and connect El Paso to larger conversations across the country. Where we've often felt like we've fallen behind, I see an abundance of opportunities to learn and to lead. Learn from the mistakes and unintended consequences of our larger counterparts, and be a leader in community-centered policies, programs, and infrastructure. I understand the desire to move traffic through the city. I grew up on the east side, and I've had to traverse this highway most of my life. This is the first time that I've ever been within walking distance of work, It's still a half hour, but walking distance nonetheless. I'm one of the very few people who gets to benefit from being able to take the streetcar to work. And while that comes from a place of privilege, it's a place that I can afford to live. It's changed my quality of life significantly. And I want that same quality of life for my neighbors across the county. I don't know if the Deck Plaza accomplishes this. And I wonder how we can be creative with the concept of reconnection. Can we envision a state-of-the-art public transit system? A county in which you can hop on a train in Socorro and end up in downtown El Paso without having to sit in traffic. Projects that truly focus on keeping us connected collectively. These are the projects that I'd love to see and I'd love to contribute to. Should you move forward with this project today, I hope to see some policy tools to address any potential unintended consequences associated with investment downtown. When we see investment, we largely also see gentrification soon to follow. And I think that there are several policy tools that we could look at and implement ahead of time so that the community can benefit from this project as a whole. And I'm happy to discuss those ideas at any point in time. Thank you for your consideration of these thoughts. And thank you, Commissioner Coronado, for always creating a positive environment to share thoughts and to speak from my heart. It means the world to me. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Our last speaker we have signed up is Ronald Dubson.
Good morning. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Thank you for
Welcome.
allowing me this privilege, County Commissioners. My name is Ronald Dubson. I live on the west side of El Paso for the past 6 years. And about the time that I moved here, I became aware that the Texas Department of Transportation was planning to widen I-10 through the downtown area. And I read several articles about this, and it sort of raised a red flag for me because I am aware that state departments of transportation across the country are very fond of building new interstate highways and widening those that exist where it's not really necessary. In 1970, I was involved in working to prevent the construction of Illinois Supplemental Freeway 409, which would have gone from west to east across the state of Illinois. And I noticed that there was I-70 and I-64 that did the same thing. And the supplemental freeway would have gone right through the middle of it. I thought, what a waste. Why is this necessary? Well, I did a lot of research on it. I analyzed the environmental impact statement and testified before the state legislature. I wasn't the only one who was doing this. And in fact, the IDOT, Illinois Department of Transportation, they started to build this highway. But then at some point they simply stopped, and it didn't go any more than halfway across the state. And I'm sure it was stopped because it was realized by enough people that this highway simply wasn't necessary. And everyone, I didn't get here until 12:30, so the last person I heard speak was Teresa. And I would like to ask, does she represent the Texas Department of Transportation?
No.
No. Okay. All right.
Am I correct in that? I just want to make sure.
All right. Okay. I sort of got that impression.
No.
Anyway, essentially what I want to state is, all right, the Deck Plaza sounds like a great idea to me. All right. But it's tied to the downtown I-10, reimagining I-10 project. All right. And no one has really pointed out that these are two separate projects, all right? One depends on the other, obviously, but they are separate projects. So why build additional lanes through the so-called trench through downtown when we know that there is no congestion at that point? All right, the congestion happens in other parts of I-10, like the Spaghetti Bowl and Loop 375 and some other places. So I'm thinking, you know, why must we widen I-10 in order to build the deck plaza? I see no reason for it. You know, the trench can be reinforced and rebuilt, but adding new lanes just seems to me completely redundant. And I think who would benefit from widening I-10? Mainly it would be the commercial traffic that goes through downtown. And why can't we reroute that commercial traffic around Loop 375 or some other artery? Because widening I-10 would only increase the pollution in that area downtown. And it would destroy a lot of neighborhoods and businesses that would be, you know, taken away by widening the highway. So I represent no one except myself. All right. I moved here from St. Louis, Missouri, and I think El Paso has quite a nice public transportation system. I use the Brio bus to get here. And I often put my bicycle on the bus in order to go to UTEP. But very few people use the bus system here, the Sun Metro. And I think it's just, you know, out of force of habit, people are accustomed to using their car. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you for taking the time. Appreciate it.
Those are all the speakers we have signed up, Judge.
Judge, can I ask some questions, please? Sure. So I noticed that in the letter that's in the backup, it's that the county would be signing, that you would be signing on behalf of the county. It says, as the owner of the I-10 downtown deck. So the county would become the owner of the deck, according to the letter?
Be making a motion on that, to whether or not we want to be the owner.
So then what are the implications if we agree? So we know this grant is only for $10 million, which is the design phase, but what are the implications for the county, the financial implications for the remaining $206 million needed for construction? If we're the owner, is the county going to be responsible for that?
Well, we looked at that. I don't know who would be the best to,
Anna Schumacher, Assistant County Attorney. Thank you, Judge, and that's a good question, Commissioner. So one of the things that before Erica headed out that she had reviewed is that we would have a motion today to essentially bring back further discussions with regards to just the ownership element. We would be able to submit the letter of support essentially at this stage. However, with regards to ownership, we would need to have further investigation review for the county.
So we'd submit the letter stating that we are the owner even though we're not having that discussion yet?
I haven't personally reviewed the letter.
Yeah, it says as the owner of the I-10 deck, downtown deck.
I don't know if we could revise that or make a proposed correction once we approve the letter of commitment.
And then my other questions are about if the county is the owner, what about the future maintenance? Do we know, I don't know if this is something that Norma could look at.
Is Tracy still here?
The future
Yeah,
maintenance
Tracy
costs.
Yeah, Tracy will discuss this with us last time.
If we have those figures, that would be great, annual maintenance figures.
Tracy Yellen with the Downtown Deck Plaza Foundation. I think this is the beginning of a conversation of who owns and how it gets operated and maintained. So, for example, in Dallas, the city owns it, and then they have a relationship and agreement with the Park Foundation for operation and maintenance. So the county could technically be the owner and have an agreement with TxDOT that it would be the owner, and then I think we need to come back with what are those implications of ownership. But then you could assign the responsibility for operation and maintenance to a partner, like the foundation, so there would be a public-private partnership like other communities.
So the foundation would potentially be completely responsible for the maintenance, not the county?
Right. Exactly.
And do we know what that cost would be?
The Phase 1 feasibility is not completely finished, but that's the assessment that they are completing. We do know in Dallas that it costs them about $5 million a year for the programming, the operation, and maintenance. And so we are working on identifying what those revenue sources would be. I had shared one of them, like potentially the TERS. So lots of things to figure out on the long-term operation and maintenance.
But if the foundation weren't able to keep up with a $5 million per year maintenance cost, then the county would be responsible, presumably, since we own it?
Yeah, I don't know what those agreements look like or how it works in other places. It hasn't been an issue for them, so I think we need to dive deeper into all of that. Mm-hmm.
I'm just really concerned about the costs. Judge, we just had a very long discussion about the financial situation that the county is in. We've already reduced our economic impact fund from the $9 million to $3 million. This could potentially take $1 million from there. Our CIP, we reduced it from the $14 million that we need to $1 million. Plus the $5 million in reserve. I'm really concerned about the county taking ownership when a lot of these financial questions don't seem to have an answer yet.
Yeah, the ownership would be discussed. It wouldn't be just, what we're saying that we're willing, right, at this particular moment to take the ownership, but
Yeah.
we still have to go through the,
And that could change long before you would sign any kind of agreement with TxDOT. I mean, obviously, there'd be a lot to work out. We could work with Joaquin to bring the HRNA, the feasibility study, economic piece back to share more data and information from what they've learned. And then, of course, we need to create our own plan for how this is operated and maintained.
Well, I worry because the letter specifically says that as the owner of the downtown deck. That's how it's written. So I'm worried about our future liabilities.
I think the letter was based on if we agree here that we're considering being the owners. Eduardo, any other comments that you?
Yeah, I don't read it to say that we're considering, Judge. It says that we will be.
Yes.
Is what I saw. I don't know about this whole we're considering it. It seems to me we need to have a straight up answer as to what that is. I mean, are we considering it or are we going to be it?
Yeah, the letter as written says as owner of. So the letter specifically states the county would be the owner.
Right. Again, Eduardo Calvo, Executive Director of the El Paso MPO. Just to put it a little bit in context, this idea of the ownership or the owner of the project is really in response to one of the requirements that the grant program places. So if we're applying for a grant to design this. So one of the things that they're requesting is a letter of commitment from the owner of the project, right? So whoever that owner is commits to building it. If they're going to give us money to design it, well, they want to, see a commitment to get it built, right? So that's the sort of like the background for the need to determine ownership of the project.
So if the county does take ownership, we will be the ones responsible for ensuring that it gets built.
Well, the letter, states a commitment to building it, right? But it obviously doesn't state any details or anything because, I don't think when other communities apply for these type of grants, they have a perfectly defined plan to build it and who's going to maintain it and all that. A lot of these things are there's a lot of moving parts and we just need to try to continue working together and figure out the best plan. But again, this is in response to that requirement to determine or to get a letter of the owner, whoever that is, to commit to building it.
Tracy?
I mean, I think at the same time, if the county considers that ownership, that we need to work on a parallel process for delegating the operation and maintenance of it to a third party. If the county's not interested in being long-term liable, then, you delegate that authority to somebody else. I mean, that's what they did with, obviously other parks in other cities, or like a La Nube, which is a public-private partnership with an agreement with a public entity and a nonprofit organization.
But that private organization would have to be willing to take on those responsibilities and those costs.
And we are willing to do that.
Judge, Commissioners, this is Erica Rosales-Gagliani. I was assisting the judge's office with review of this. Just to clarify, I think the letter of commitment that just speaks to the match was acted this morning. And so the court may just be reading the ownership letter. And so that maybe is what the clarification that's needed.
So, I'm sorry, Erica, so then this letter is not being submitted with the grant application, or it is?
So there's two letters. The proposed motion that that we have for you, and I don't have it in front of me, Ms. Keller had drafted it. I'd taken a look at it with her, is if the court would like to approve the letter of up to $1 million commitment, you could take that action if you wanted today. And the ownership letter, we think, would just be pending some review. We just want to make sure that per the grant requirements, the county would be the correct owner. And also if the court wants to have more discussion about ownership, we could also do that.
Commissioner Coronado?
Yeah, thank you, Judge. The way I see this, irrespective of how we're going to work out this, the deal between who owns it or who manages it, the first thing that we need to decide is this a good thing for El Paso or not? As far as the details of this, I can't see, we've talked a lot about how some of our projects in the past have impacted our communities and divided them. Of course, back in 1969, we only had 300,000 people in El Paso. We now have about 1 million. Who's to say whether we needed it back then or not? Of course we did. We had Highway 80, which was Paisano and Donovan, that was going through even more through downtown. Do we need to learn from these? Absolutely. But is the answer, let's just, completely get rid of it altogether? Let's narrow it? Even worse? I've never seen anybody in the whole country narrowing down their freeways. You want to divert them? Absolutely. But we need to have a regional plan, not just let's just cut down downtown. We've got to do the best with what we've got, which was done back in the 60s, right? We needed it? Absolutely. Were we going to keep Paisano and Donovan as our highway forever? No, right? We got to progress. Same thing with this. We got to progress. And one of those things that I think this deck park does is it reconnects the communities, all right? We can't solve all issues at one time, but we have an opportunity here to at least solve some of them and give some quality of life. Our community has for the longest time, and I call it historical neglect, really, for our entire community. Not just in everything, but we've lacked in economic justice, transportation justice. 20, 30 years ago, we had our own leadership from El Paso sue the state of Texas. Actually, it wasn't a lawsuit. It was an inquiry into whether or not the state had committed crimes against El Paso in the way they were delving out money. We were complaining we weren't getting enough money for our transportation and other issues for El Paso. And now we want to turn it down? Absolutely not. We need to work the best way we can to do this. I think this deck park provides an opportunity for us to, reconnect these communities that have suffered in the past. Is it a 100% solution? No, but, we could write some policies that, we need to really think about this. We have an opportunity to really think about how we implement this. How is it going to affect? We need to start asking these questions. How is it this is still going to affect our communities on either side of the freeway, right, of the park? Right? Is the benefit? Is there some unintended detriment or consequences? And if so, let's fix it. We talked about gentrification. Is it just going to be housing that, rich people can afford? Or are we going to put some public housing? We have an opportunity to really create this. And I think as owners, we had a better say in how this gets implemented than if not. We have an opportunity to really do this right. Let's learn. Let's talk to the people in Dallas. Let's talk to the other people. What are you doing in terms of those issues? Did it affect the communities around there? Of course, we have to also think Dallas is a little different downtown than us, right? So we need to be conscious about our communities alongside of the freeway downtown in our park. And I think we can, look into some of these issues and as, and be able to solve them by putting some policy. Having I don't want the county either to be responsible for the maintenance, but this is supposed to be a community project, the entire region. So let's make it a community responsibility. Let's get this foundation working. Let's get the private sector involved. I know that there's also revenue that the park comes in, doesn't it? Doesn't bring any money at all, does it?
So, Commissioner, part of the plans includes some like retail components, like you saw on Mesa. If we can construct those, those would be revenue-generating properties that would help support the operation and maintenance of the project.
Yeah, it's not just going to be sitting there without making any money.
Ideally, yes.
Ideally. And additionally, whatever increase in investment it creates downtown, it's going to increase the tax base.
So it'll be, revenue from varying sources that will help
And a
support.
lot of that's going to be commercial properties. Yeah. And we've been talking about reversing that dependency on households, on residential. Well, this is an opportunity to create our own, so to speak, investment and reinvestment in more commercial properties in the downtown area. And at the same time, really, communicate, connecting those communities that were disconnected by our freeway downtown. I see a great opportunity for us to, is it a perfect situation? Probably not. Is it a great step forward? Absolutely. I don't know if anybody can point to a great park downtown that we have that we call a green space downtown. Anybody tell me that? We've been planning for a park inside the city for I don't know how long. We've tried the railroad area. We've tried other parts, and we have nothing. We have the placita downtown. That's it. We need to take this as an opportunity. Can we solve these problems? Absolutely we can. And I think we need community involvement. We need to involve the public sector. And let's have all the other governments join us in doing this. But I think as owner, we have an opportunity here, not just to, right some of these wrongs, but it's a quality of life issue. Like I said, we've had complete neglect, not I'm saying complete neglect, but horrible neglect over however many years in our transportation, in our quality of life, even in our schooling, which we've remedied to some respect. And now we have another fight down the road in that respect again in the legislature. Locally here, we can at least do something about those quality of life issues. And this is, like many people are saying, it's a great opportunity. But we also need to have some considerations and think about how this may affect others. And let's put some policies in place to keep it from maybe impacting those communities in a negative way. I think we have an opportunity here to do it right, and we will have control. We've got some of that money that we have in the past alleged the state was committing crimes against us, and now we're wanting to turn it down. I think we can work through this, everybody. And it's a great opportunity to create a green space downtown, and I'm glad y'all are taking consideration for doing some native planting, shade structures that we learned last week that, we've had a lot of heat stroke here. That, I don't see a lot of people out taking advantage of our parks during the day in the summer, right? It's pretty tough. Got to be in the evenings. So I think creating a lot of shade in our area is really imperative and crucial for us to do. I'm glad that's being done. Maybe we can do more. And I think if we get involved into this, I think we have the opportunity to make some of those controls and to have a little better say in that. So in my opinion, I think we ought to do this. Can we work through the issues? Absolutely. Are there some issues? Yeah. Doesn't mean we can't do them. And we're not third-rate citizenry.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Leon?
Yeah, thank you, Judge. Tracy or Eduardo, by taking today's vote, from what I understand and listening to what you had to say, we're not painting ourselves into a corner. we're simply saying, let's go to the next step and continue talking through all the details. Is that correct?
So yes, again, like I said earlier, this whole discussion about ownership is really driven because it's one of the requirements to be able to submit the grant, right? If the ownership question, still needs to be discussed, maybe have a couple of weeks or something, as long as we're able to get that question settled before we submit the application, that would be great. But to your point, I think, and what Tracy was saying, yes, the letter does speak of a commitment, right? But there's so many things that need to happen between now and then. This is for the purposes of this specific grant. I mean, we hope that, and we believe that we have a good chance of getting it, but there is no guarantee, right? But if we don't settle that question, then we're just closing the door on an opportunity to continue moving forward with the project.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the way it's reading now, and if I could make the motion, because I think it addresses, it's approve the county proceeding with entering an agreement with El Paso MPO to provide up to $1 million for a grant match for the FY 2025 Federal Connecting Communities and Neighborhoods Grant and direct staff to bring back the agreement and details and exploring ownership of the I-10 downtown deck. So I think that idea that we're still exploring the ownership, I think would satisfy some of the conversations that we've had here. So I'd like to make that motion.
We have a motion by Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Leon.
Judge,
Voting is open.
hello, Judge.
Yes.
Judge Samaniego.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Hello?
Stout.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay, Commissioner Stout.
Judge, maybe the commissioner who represents the area would like to speak.
Yeah, I didn't see you. I'm sorry. Apologize.
Yeah, thank you. So I've got a number of comments and questions as well regarding the presentation, and I agree that green space anywhere in our community is something that we can work together to try to create, and it's something that I'm very supportive of. I think I've been very clear though in the past and comments that I've made that I'm upset with the fact that we are not talking about the negative effects that the widening of the highway is going to have on this community, and that we're trying to sweep that under the rug by talking about this park. It's a 6-mile stretch of highway that's going to have induced congestion. There's going to be induced traffic, not congestion, induced traffic coming into the area. And this is only I think a 6-block project. It also worries me that we're talking about quote unquote connecting neighborhoods when the neighborhoods that we're talking about that this project purports to connect. If you look out above the highway, there are 4 bridges that go across the highway that connect downtown to the area north of the highway. Actually, there would be part of this, the highway widening project would remove between Sunset Heights and downtown. So I take a little bit of issue with the co-opting of the connecting neighborhoods. If we really were going to connect neighborhoods, then we would look east of downtown, where the neighborhoods were torn apart and where there is no real connection, between basically Piedras and Copia and further east by the Spaghetti Bowl. I just don't think that the deck development should be and should be part of the widening. I think that this community should be visionary and should have leadership that is advocating for not widening the highway and not making this project dependent upon or contingent upon widening the highway. I think that, there, again, the communities that were torn apart, these are African American communities, Hispanic communities, the Lincoln Park area, San Francisco and Sunset, the Chamizal area with the Bridge of the Americas. I'm not sure that this is really going to do anything for the fabric of El Paso's urban core in those areas where literally thousands of homes and businesses were destroyed. The park does nothing to address those ills. And to me, I want this project to be the best it possibly can. And I don't want us to be, greenwashing a highway expansion. And I think, it's the opposite of reconnecting. Looking at the presentation, option I, they're planning for option I, but it's not said which option that is actually being chosen. Can we repair the trench and even add a lane without taking property? Who's gonna own that property that's developable after TxDOT takes it and gives it to either the deck foundation, or if it's the county who's the owner? What exactly are we looking at in that aspect? Also, I think it talks about in the presentation we talk about minimizing displacement, and it talks about the development around Clyde Warren Park, but there wasn't any displacement around Clyde Warren Park. And another question that I have is, so we're talking about the creation of this TERS that would pay for possibly future maintenance and operation, but the area right now that would be, I guess, would be considered as part of the TERS, the folks that, and the property values and the folks that live in that area, are they going to be able to pay for that? Are they going to, are we being realistic with the expectations of these folks being able to pay for that through the TERS? And if they're not, then does that mean that we are considering displacing even more people that can, quote unquote, pay for it? I haven't heard any discussion at all about the housing that would be around the park being affordable. There may be some small amount, but overwhelmingly it sounds to me like it's going to be expensive residential and office and real estate development. Tracy, can you comment on that?
Sure, Commissioner. HRNA, when they provided some of that economic analysis, not all of which I've seen, recognized that the large number of residents in and around the downtown area now are renters at affordable rates. They feel like the market for housing in that area continues to be for affordable housing with affordable rates. And so that is really what they'd be recommending in and around that core area. And I'm assuming there'd be some mixed income properties that would develop. And one of the most recent properties that it's under development right now in that core area is by HACEP for senior housing. It's like a block away from where the park is. So that's an example of what the market is.
Okay, so that then if we're contemplating that the housing continue to be affordable, how is the future maintenance and operation going to be funded?
Yeah, so we have to come up with the mix of revenue that would support operation and maintenance. Part of that could be a TERS, but obviously that is a suggestion. And the TERS that they were looking at right now is just in a quarter mile radius in and around the park space. So it doesn't affect a lot of residential properties. It would be on current development, but also future development. So if you were to build that mixed income, mixed use housing in and around the park and some of the retail spaces on the park, that would be kind of the value capture of new incremental revenue that you could generate. And then also by leasing those spaces, that would be a source of revenue for operation and maintenance.
And so another question is, I think there are folks that would like to try to mitigate gentrification. What are we looking at in terms of that? I mean, is that something that we're contemplating as part of this plan? And does that matter?
Yeah, I think that's a great, we've heard that a comment earlier today from the woman who spoke previously. I think we'd, as a community, have to look at policies, beyond the deck footprint to see, what that would look like and what that would mean for the residents. We certainly don't want to harm residents that are there now.
And have you had conversations with the city? Because the county doesn't have zoning authority outside or inside of the city limits, and so it seems to me that that's a huge piece of that puzzle. You're coming and asking us to be the owners of the project, but I haven't heard anything from the city whether or not they're even amenable to working on that type of mitigation of gentrification, or I have no idea where the city stands.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank
Judge,
you.
Commissioners, Commissioner Stout, Joaquin Rodriguez with the City of El Paso for the record. So I was served as the project manager for this in coordination with Tracy and her team at Paso del Norte. I can tell you that gentrification has been a big component of the things we have examined with this feasibility study. But in addition to that, the city recently adopted the Downtown, Uptown, and Surrounding Neighborhoods Plan, which speaks very specifically to anti-displacement strategies. So the city is not only looking at this in terms of the future deck plaza, but just in terms of downtown development and growth as a whole. That study did identify a market for 10,000 residential units over the next 25 years, and a big part of those 10,000 units are intended to be affordable. As part of that, the study identified specific steps to take in terms of regulatory policy that would affect or that would try to mitigate displacement and gentrification. So the city has an anti-displacement working group that meets regularly to talk about these policies. The Capital Improvement Department Planning Division also works closely with our community development group to start to implement some of these policies and action items that were identified in that plan.
Thank you, Joaquin.
Thanks. I mean, and the reason I bring that up as well, Judge, is that you know better than I that we have no communication with the city, and it really worries me that we're getting into this this project and we're being asked to be the owners and we're being asked to put up $1 million, but we have to work with the city. And over the last year and a half, we've had no communication with the city. We've asked, maybe we have on a staff level at some point or another, maybe members of the Commissioners Court have had their own relationships with members on City Council, but it's difficult for me to really understand how that's going to play out if we haven't really had communication with the city. And over things that are a lot less complex and things that we want to talk about that should be lower hanging fruit than something as transformational and as complex as this item that we're discussing that we're discussing today. Because I want this park, but I feel like there's lots of unknowns, and I want to stick my neck out there. I want to stick my neck out there, and I know that whatever decision I make, I'm not going to be making everybody happy, that weighs on me. But I think that there's many questions that are unanswered, whether it's regarding the ownership. So, for example, if we're the owner, does that mean that the county would be able to supersede the deck foundation and make decisions as to how things are going to move forward? Or would we appoint deck foundation members? What does that ownership entail?
So Anna Schumacher, Assistant County Attorney, Commissioner Stout, I can respond to that. So the motion that was presented today, because we haven't ironed out the ownership perspective or elements, we wouldn't be committing to that letter today, but instead we would bring back an agreement that fleshes those items out. That's correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's
I understand that, but I still think it's important to try to ask those questions. I want to pose those questions so that we have those questions asked and answered when we get to that. If we get to that point, we're being asked to give $1 million to something that we don't have to be the owner of, but we really have no idea how it's going to work. And another question that I had, Mr. Calvo, is just for my own and maybe for members of the public that may be wanting to understand. Why is it that the MPO is applying for this program if it's not a transportation project? The project is the highway, and I understand that, but for me it's difficult because this is a developer-driven project that is meant to increase property values in and around downtown to be able to pay for itself. I don't see it as an overall community-led project. It's been in the works for many, many years without the majority of the community even knowing about it. And it possibly will take property from individuals and give it to other individuals. It's going to be an expensive proposition. We're going to try to work to make sure that it doesn't displace people, but it may displace the very people whose demographics are being used to make the case that this is somehow equity and reconnection. And I mean, it's that does not sit well with me.
Which question do you have? There's several questions there, Commissioner Stout, but what do you have of Eduardo?
So the first one is the MPO's role. If this is not a transportation project.
Go ahead, Eduardo.
Well, I think the simple answer is that MPOs are eligible to apply under the Reconnecting Communities program. That's as simple as that. Part of the requirements of the program is that the owner of the project has to be a co-applicant, right? So it's not that the MPO is going at this alone. But I think it really strengthens the case for this project, where you have the MPO, you have the county, you have the private sector, hopefully the city will chime in, and so on, so that we can show, and with all the expressions of support that we've heard from other people here today, to really make a good case for this being a true partnership. But I think, Commissioner Stout, the simple answer is that MPOs are eligible to apply for these grants, and I believe that it makes sense for the MPO to be part of it.
Yeah, I mean, and I will say that it also gives me a little pause because I don't trust TxDOT and the MPO and the statements that have been made that gaslight this community about the need for the expansion of I-10. And so, I mean, I want, I'm trying to look for more reasons for me to support this, this project. And it's just very difficult. It's just very difficult for me because again, I want this project to be the best it possibly can. And I hope people are taking into account all the questions and the comments that I'm bringing up, because these are questions and comments that I'm going to continue to bring up if we move forward with this. And I hope that people are willing to actually work with us. And I heard Representative Ortega speak earlier about unity, and unity is important, but it's also important to make sure that we work with whatever opposition that may be or that may exist, because we can make the project better. I don't think that the downtown widening project is the best it could be at this point in time, but because of the advocacy of the opposition, and because we didn't, sit down and be quiet, there are some concessions that have been made, and it's better than it was when it started. And so, I want to make that point as well, that it's important to take into account some of these things that we're bringing up, and some of the members of the public who did not show up in person to speak, but we all received emails from them who have concerns about the park, and it's being contingent on the widening of the highway, that have issues with the greenwashing, that have issues with the reconnection rhetoric and what actually is being spoken about. I think option D is the only option that should be on the table, Tracy. I don't know why we would be advocating for anything other than option D.
Okay, there's a motion on. And a
We have
second.
a motion by Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Leon. The voting is open. Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Motion carries. Judge, at this time, would you like to go ahead and recess
Yes.
for 1 hour? Commissioners Court will recess for 1 hour. It is 2:34 p.m.
children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are not eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 4th of July. We are Frecuencia. Somebody make some noise.
So today we are celebrating the 4th of July here at Azcárate Park. We're in a couple of hours. Once it gets dark, we'll have a beautiful fireworks display for the community. You know, Azcárate Park is the heart of El Paso County. This is our county park where families for generations have loved to come and play and fish. So we're really happy to be able to open up the park on the 4th of July. So hopefully if there's families out there that weren't able to make it this year, we definitely want to invite them to join us next year.
This year, we're doing our VIP event, which I'm standing in front of right now, here at the pavilion, our special events area. It's the first time we've done it here. So it's where you get your own personal table. You have areas where you can play games. We have blow-up slides for the children. We even have a movie indoors if the kids would prefer to watch a movie over fireworks. But the tickets for our VIP area this year were $45 for adults, and that provided a brisket dinner. And then for the rest of the public, not at the VIP event, we have multiple food trucks over here at the special events area on our lawn. If you have not been to a fireworks show in Azcárate Park, come on out. It's a fun time. People are enjoying it. You know, parks are a place of democracy where we all, you know, all walks of life are coming together and sharing. So that's kind of the beauty of it here on Independence Day.
Today is the 4th of July of this year, 2024. I was not knowing what to do here in El Paso as a new resident. And I looked into some resources. I was able to discover that here in Azcárate Park, they had a great fireworks event. As a new resident here to the County of El Paso, I'm quite impressed. I feel very comfortable. I'm very grateful that we have something like this existing, you know, where I'm here with my 3 boys, you know, we're in a safe environment. I can't ask for more. Feliz Día de Independencia. Happy Independence Day, El Paso.
We are at El Paso's largest All Abilities Playground. This is a project that has been many years in the making.
But I just wanted to say thank you again, and this has been a beautiful project, and everyone in the community is so excited.
You know, this is a great partnership between the organization Moms on Board, the nonprofit, the County of El Paso, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Together, we created the plan of having 3 All Abilities parks instead of just 1, so that we could have reach all corners of the county. So there's the first one that opened was Gallegos Park in the far west, and far east was Reisinger in Fabens, and this one finally today, Central Azcárate.
1, 2, 3.
The flooring is also specially made and conducive to folks with different types of abilities, and so you know, we've got slides. I mean, it's a great playground, swings,
There you go. Ready?
The amenities and the play structures are more inclusive. They allow for wheeled devices to be utilized. So for example, this one over here, the Sway Fun, it's a seesaw, but a child or a person who's using a wheelchair does not need to exit their wheelchair. They can wheel into it and experience the fun.
And I really want to thank everyone for making this happen. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome.
What do you think of the park?
It's very good, obviously, and I kind of like it.
Great. Well, are you going to go play?
Yeah.
All right. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly what this is all about, right? Caden and his classmates at Riverside Elementary who joined us today.
It just opens that communication and that community. Kids without disabilities their play isn't impacted with now having kids with disabilities come and join them. So it opens up that dialogue, it opens up that relationship and that communication, and more importantly, that understanding of everybody in our humanity.
Walk around a day without your identification and see how many times you reach for your wallet, and if you don't have it, what you cannot do. Very excited, happy, and proud that this project has finally come to fruition.
Because this is an initiative that the county started working on along with Border Network for Human Rights many, many years ago, almost 10 years ago.
I know the government works slow, but we persevered and we didn't give up.
We did have to talk to all of our community partners to make sure that this library card would be accepted as a form of ID. And I'm really happy to report that everyone understands why this program is important.
It's a very good program that came over here, especially here in Fabens. The community needs something like this to be enhanced and for everybody to know, and it will help all of us.
But you have different communities who just can't get that state-issued ID, but because they have access to this enhanced library card, they'll be able to engage in a lot of activities that they wouldn't be able to otherwise.
This is going to help people access banking services, healthcare, medical services. It'll help folks with schools, with libraries.
You've got folks who need to be able to get copies of their kids' birth certificates from the county clerk, who can now use this ID to do that as well. You have people who maybe don't have an ID and so are afraid to report that they've been the victim of a crime to police because they know that the police might ask them for ID. So now having this enhanced library card will give them that security that they know they can call and ask the police for help.
This is a great example of a partnership that we have with the city. We can do more of these, I think, if we try. We are providing one more level of inclusivity for all of the residents here in El Paso. That's what I think the county has espoused, the value of being inclusive, and this, I think, embodies that.
I bet you've heard about Route 66, but what about the Mission Trail? It may be only 9 miles long, but it's a very special part of the area near El Paso, and it might just be a fun vacation for the entire family. El Paso County Commissioner of Precinct 13, Ileana Holguin, joins me this morning. Thank you so much for being here.
No, thank you, Daryl, for the invitation.
El Paso. I've heard about El Paso, I've never been, but now I want to hear from you everything I can about El Paso.
And that's why we're here, because we want to invite people to come and get to know El Paso. Specifically, we're kicking off the tourist season along the Mission Trail, which, like you said, is a 9-mile stretch of road encompassing 3 historic missions. These missions represent about 350 years of our culture, our history, our traditions. On any given weekend, you can still see weddings being performed, quinceañeras, the Tigua cultural dancers. So these are still active missions that are very much a part of the community. We have wonderful art galleries there if you like art. We've got great restaurants, a brewery, cafes, and of course the Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, which offers free concerts every single weekend.
So I must say, El Paso has to be a must-visit destination because they don't make documentaries about anything nowadays. And there's a documentary that was just made about El Paso.
Yeah, we're very proud of all of the national attention that El Paso is receiving. And just to mention some more recognitions that we're very, very proud of. So for 2023, Texas Travel Magazine named the Mission Trail the best historic site in Texas. And one of the small communities located along the Mission Trail, San Elizario, the city of San Elizario, which is home to the Presidio Chapel of San Elizario, was named the best historic small town in America for 2023 by USA Today.
And what's special that you guys, I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of things that are going to be happening over the summer, but there's some special stuff that'll be happening this summer.
Well, on any third Sunday of the month, folks can come down to San Elizario, where we have an art market. We have a lot of wonderful, wonderful local artists who will show off all of their artistry. We also have a reenactment of Billy the Kid breaking into what was then the El Paso County Jail to break out a friend of his from jail. So we have some local actors who do a reenactment. And it's just a very fun environment. There's a lot to do, a lot to see. You can walk around, of course, explore the chapel. We also have a lot of great restaurants and new businesses that have opened up. So for example, near the Socorro Mission in Socorro, Texas, we have a new brewery, we have a cafe, we have some great restaurants. And then if you want to go to the Isleta Mission, that's where it's located right next to Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, where, as I mentioned, they have a lot of free concerts. You also have a lot of Tigua pottery, so that's the home of the Isleta del Sur Pueblo. So you have a lot of native pottery there. They bake their bread fresh in the oven, so you can see how bread is baked in the old tradition. So it's just really great. There's plenty for everyone to enjoy.
It sounds like it's a lot of history, but you guys have incorporated a lot of entertainment to bring that into learning history about El Paso.
Definitely. So we're really proud of our heritage and our traditions. And one of the neatest things, I think, about the missions is that they're still very active parts of our community. So a lot of times you go to historical places and, you know, they're roped off and you can't really go in. You kind of have to see them from afar. And that's not the case with our missions. With our missions, they're still very active. So Mass is still held there on Sundays.
Okay, so for someone who's never been to El Paso, what's the perfect blueprint to really enjoy El Paso for the first time?
Well, we have so much to do. We have so many attractions. So definitely, you know, we want to start with the Mission Trail. We want to invite everyone to come out to the Mission Trail, but we also have water parks. We also have a baseball stadium. So we have a lot to do in El Paso. And I think a lot of times El Paso is, you know, folks kind of drive through El Paso on their way to somewhere else, but it's just so worth it to stop for a few days and spend time in El Paso. We definitely want El Paso to become a destination city.
Commissioner Ileana Holguin, thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thank you for the invitation.
If you would like to learn more information about El Paso or planning your vacation to this amazing destination, you can go to the website you see on your screen.
on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 4th of July. We are Frecuencia. Somebody make some noise.
So today we are celebrating the 4th of July here at Azcárate Park. We're in a couple of hours. Once it gets dark, we'll have a beautiful fireworks display for the community. You know, Azcárate Park is the heart of El Paso County. This is our county park where families for generations have loved to come and play and fish. So we're really happy to be able to open up the park on the 4th of July. So hopefully if there's families out there that weren't able to make it this year, we definitely want to invite them to join us next year.
This year, we're doing our VIP event, which I'm standing in front of right now, here at the Pavilion, our special events area. It's the first time we've done it here. So it's where you get your own personal table. You have areas where you can play games. We have blow-up slides for the children. We even have a movie indoors if the kids would prefer to watch a movie over fireworks. But the tickets for our VIP area this year were $45 for adults, and that provided a brisket dinner. And then for the rest of the public, not at the VIP event, we have multiple food trucks over here at the special events area on our lawn. If you have not been to a fireworks show in Azcárate Park, come on out. It's a fun time. People are enjoying it. You know, parks are a place of democracy where we all, you know, all walks of life are coming together and sharing. So that's kind of the beauty of it here on Independence Day.
Today is the 4th of July of this year, 2024. I was not knowing what to do here in El Paso as a new resident. And I looked into some resources. I was able to discover that here in Azcárate Park, they had a great fireworks event. As a new resident here to the County of El Paso, I'm quite impressed. I feel very comfortable. I'm very grateful that we have something like this existing, you know, where I'm here with my 3 boys, you know, we're in a safe environment. I can't ask for more. Feliz Día de Independencia. Happy Independence Day, El Paso.
We are at El Paso's largest All Abilities playground. This is a project that has been many years in the making.
But I just wanted to say thank you again, and this has been a beautiful project, and everyone in the community is so excited.
You know, this is a great partnership between the organization Moms on Board, the nonprofit, the County of El Paso, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Together, we created the plan of having 3 All Abilities parks instead of just 1, so that we could have reach all corners of the county. So there's the first one that opened was Gallegos Park in the far west, and far east was Reisinger in Fabens, and this one finally today, Central Azcárate.
1, 2, 3.
The flooring is also specially made and conducive to folks with different types of abilities, and so you know, we've got slides. I mean, it's a great playground. Swings.
There you go. Ready?
The amenities and the play structures are more inclusive. They allow for wheeled devices to be utilized. So for example, this one over here, the Sway Fun, it's a seesaw, but a child or a person who's using a wheelchair does not need to exit their wheelchair. They can wheel into it and experience the fun.
And I really want to thank everyone for making this happen. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome.
What do you think of the park?
It's very good, obviously, and I kind of like it.
Great. Well, are you going to go play?
Yeah.
All right. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly what this is all about, right? Caden and his classmates at Riverside Elementary who joined us today.
It just opens that communication and that community. Kids without disabilities will not, their play isn't impacted with now having kids with disabilities come and join them. So it opens up that dialogue, it opens up that relationship and that communication, and more importantly, that understanding of everybody in our humanity.
Walk around a day without your identification and see how many times you reach for your wallet, and if you don't have it, what you cannot do. Very excited, happy, and proud that this project has finally come to fruition.
Because this is an initiative that the county started working on along with Border Network for Human Rights many, many years ago, almost 10 years ago.
I know the government works slow, but we persevered and we didn't give up.
We did have to talk to all of our community partners to make sure that this library card would be accepted as a form of ID. And I'm really happy to report that everyone understands why this program is important.
It's a very good program that came over here, especially here in Fabens. The community needs something like this to be enhanced and for everybody to know, and it will help all of us.
But you have different communities who just can't get that state-issued ID, but because they have access to this enhanced library card, they'll be able to engage in a lot of activities that they wouldn't be able to otherwise.
This is going to help people access banking services, healthcare, medical services. It'll help folks with schools, with libraries.
You've got folks who need to be able to get copies of their kids' birth certificates from the county clerk, who can now use this ID to do that as well. You have people who maybe don't have an ID and so are afraid to report that they've been the victim of a crime to police because they know that the police might ask them for ID. So now having this enhanced library card will give them that security that they know they can call and ask the police for help.
This is a great example of a partnership that we have with the city. We can do more of these, I think, if we try. We are providing one more level of inclusivity for all of the residents here in El Paso. That's what I think the county has espoused, the value of being inclusive, and this, I think, embodies that.
I bet you've heard about Route 66, but what about the Mission Trail? It may be only 9 miles long, but it's a very special part of the area near El Paso, and it might just be a fun vacation for the entire family. El Paso County Commissioner of Precinct 13, Ileana Holguin, joins me this morning. Thank you so much for being here.
No, thank you, Daryl, for the invitation.
El Paso. I've heard about El Paso, I've never been, but now I want to hear from you everything I can about El Paso.
And that's why we're here, because we want to invite people to come and get to know El Paso. Specifically, we're kicking off the tourist season along the Mission Trail, which, like you said, is a 9-mile stretch of road encompassing 3 historic missions. These missions represent about 350 years of our culture, our history, our traditions. On any given weekend, you can still see weddings being performed, quinceañeras, the Tigua cultural dancers. So these are still active missions that are very much a part of the community. We have wonderful art galleries there if you like art. We've got great restaurants, a brewery, cafes, and of course the Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, which offers free concerts every single weekend.
So I must say, El Paso has to be a must-visit destination because they don't make documentaries about anything nowadays. And there's a documentary that was just made about El Paso.
Yeah, we're very proud of all of the national attention that El Paso is receiving. And just to mention some more recognitions that we're very, very proud of. So for 2023, Texas Travel Magazine named the Mission Trail the best historic site in Texas. And one of the small communities located along the Mission Trail, San Elizario, the city of San Elizario, which is home to the Presidio Chapel of San Elizario, was named the best historic small town in America for 2023 by USA Today.
And what's special that you guys, I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of things that are going to be happening over the summer, but there's some special stuff that'll be happening this summer.
Well, on any third Sunday of the month, folks can come down to San Elizario, where we have an art market. We have a lot of wonderful, wonderful local artists who will show off all of their artistry. We also have a reenactment of Billy the Kid breaking into what was then the El Paso County Jail to break out a friend of his from jail. So we have some local actors who do a reenactment. And it's just a very fun environment. There's a lot to do, a lot to see. You can walk around, of course, explore the chapel. We also have a lot of great restaurants and new businesses that have opened up. So for example, near the Socorro Mission in Socorro, Texas, we have a new brewery, we have a cafe, we have some great restaurants. And then if you want to go to the Isleta Mission, that's where it's located right next to Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, where, as I mentioned, they have a lot of free concerts. You also have a lot of Tigua pottery, so that's the home of the Isleta del Sur Pueblo. So you have a lot of native pottery there. They bake their bread fresh in the oven, so you can see how bread is baked in the old tradition. So it's just really great. There's plenty for everyone to enjoy.
It sounds like it's a lot of history, but you guys have incorporated a lot of entertainment to bring that into learning history about El Paso.
Definitely. So we're really proud of our heritage and our traditions. And one of the neatest things I think about the missions is that they're still very active parts of our community. So a lot of times you go to historical places and they're roped off and you can't really go in. You kind of have to see them from afar. And that's not the case with our missions. With our missions, they're still very active. So Mass is still held there on Sundays.
Okay, so for someone who's never been to El Paso, what's the perfect blueprint to really enjoy El Paso for the first time?
Well, we have so much to do. We have so many attractions. So definitely, we want to start with the Mission Trail. We want to invite everyone to come out to the Mission Trail, but we also have water parks. We also have a baseball stadium. So we have a lot to do in El Paso. And I think a lot of times El Paso is, folks kind of drive through El Paso on their way to somewhere else, but it's just so worth it to stop for a few days and spend time in El Paso. We definitely want El Paso to become a destination city.
Commissioner Ileana Holguin, thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thank you for the invitation.
If you would like to learn more information about El Paso or planning your vacation to this amazing destination, you can go to the website you see on your screen.
your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 4th of July. We are Frecuencia. Somebody make some noise.
So today we are celebrating the 4th of July here at Azcárate Park. We're in a couple of hours. Once it gets dark, we'll have a beautiful fireworks display for the community. You know, Azcárate Park is the heart of El Paso County. This is our county park where families for generations have loved to come and play and fish. So we're really happy to be able to open up the park on the 4th of July. So hopefully if there's families out there that weren't able to make it this year, we definitely want to invite them to join us next year.
This year, we're doing our VIP event, which I'm standing in front of right now, here at the Pavilion, our special events area. It's the first time we've done it here. So it's where you get your own personal table. You have areas where you can play games. We have blow-up slides for the children. We even have a movie indoors if the kids would prefer to watch a movie over fireworks. But the tickets for our VIP area this year were $45 for adults, and that provided a brisket dinner. And then for the rest of the public, not at the VIP event, we have multiple food trucks over here at the special events area on our lawn. If you have not been to a fireworks show in Azcárate Park, come on out. It's a fun time. People are enjoying it. You know, parks are a place of democracy where we all, you know, all walks of life are coming together and sharing. So that's kind of the beauty of it here on Independence Day.
Today is the 4th of July of this year, 2024. I was not knowing what to do here in El Paso as a new resident. And I looked into some resources. I was able to discover that here in Azcárate Park, they had a great fireworks event. As a new resident here to the County of El Paso, I'm quite impressed. I feel very comfortable. I'm very grateful that we have something like this existing, you know, where I'm here with my 3 boys, you know, we're in a safe environment. I can't ask for more. Feliz Día de Independencia. Happy Independence Day, El Paso.
We are at El Paso's largest All Abilities Playground. This is a project that has been many years in the making.
Friends, but I just wanted to say thank you again, and this has been a beautiful project, and everyone in the community is so excited.
You know, this is a great partnership between the organization Moms on Board, the nonprofit, the County of El Paso, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Together, we created the plan of having 3 All Abilities parks instead of just 1, so that we could have reached all corners of the county. So there's the first one that opened was Gallegos Park in the far west. And far east was Reisinger in Fabens, and this one finally today, Central Azcárate.
1, 2, 3.
The flooring is also specially made and conducive to folks with different types of abilities, and so you know, we've got slides. I mean, it's a great playground, swings,
There you go. Ready?
The amenities and the play structures are more inclusive. They allow for wheeled devices to be utilized. So for example, this one over here, the Sway Fun, it's a seesaw, but a child or a person who's using a wheelchair does not need to exit their wheelchair. They can wheel into it and experience the fun.
And I really want to thank everyone for making this happen. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome.
What do you think of the park?
It's very good, obviously, and I kind of like it.
Great. Well, are you going to go play?
Yeah.
All right. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you. That's exactly what this is all about, right? Caden and his classmates at Riverside Elementary who joined us today.
It just opens that communication and that community. Kids without disabilities will not, their play isn't impacted with now having kids with disabilities come and join them. So it opens up that dialogue, it opens up that relationship and that communication, and more importantly, that understanding of everybody in our humanity.
Walk around a day without your identification and see how many times you reach for your wallet, and if you don't have it, what you cannot do. Very excited, happy, and proud that this project has finally come to fruition.
Because this is an initiative that the county started working on along with Border Network for Human Rights many, many years ago, almost 10 years ago.
I know the government works slow, but we persevered and we didn't give up.
We did have to talk to all of our community partners to make sure that this library card would be accepted as a form of ID. And I'm really happy to report that everyone understands why this program is important.
It's a very good program that came over here, especially here in Fabens. The community needs something like this to be enhanced and for everybody to know, and it will help all of us.
But you have different communities who just can't get that state-issued ID, but because they have access to this enhanced library card, they'll be able to engage in a lot of activities that they wouldn't be able to otherwise.
This is going to help people access banking services, healthcare, medical services. It'll help folks with schools, with libraries.
You've got folks who need to be able to get copies of their kids' birth certificates from the county clerk, who can now use this ID to do that as well. You have people who maybe don't have an ID and so are afraid to report that they've been the victim of a crime to police because they know that the police might ask them for ID. So now having this enhanced library card will give them that security that they know they can call and ask the police for help.
This is a great example of a partnership that we have with the city. We can do more of these, I think, if we try. We are providing one more level of inclusivity for all of the residents here in El Paso. That's what I think the county has espoused, the value of being inclusive, and this, I think, embodies that.
I bet you've heard about Route 66, but what about the Mission Trail? It may be only 9 miles long, but it's a very special part of the area near El Paso, and it might just be a fun vacation for the entire family. El Paso County Commissioner of Precinct 13, Ileana Holguin, joins me this morning. Thank you so much for being here.
No, thank you, Daryl, for the invitation.
El Paso. I've heard about El Paso, I've never been, but now I want to hear from you everything I can about El Paso.
Yeah. And that's why we're here, because we want to invite people to come and get to know El Paso. Specifically, we're kicking off the tourist season along the Mission Trail, which, like you said, is a 9-mile stretch of road encompassing 3 historic missions. These missions represent about 350 years of our culture, our history, our traditions. On any given weekend, you can still see weddings being performed, quinceañeras, the Tigua cultural dancers. So these are still active missions that are very much a part of the community. We have wonderful art galleries there if you like art. We've got great restaurants, a brewery, cafes, and of course the Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, which offers free concerts every single weekend.
So I must say, El Paso has to be a must-visit destination because they don't make documentaries about anything nowadays. And there's a documentary that was just made about El Paso.
Yeah, we're very proud of all of the national attention that El Paso is receiving. And just to mention some more recognitions that we're very, very proud of. So for 2023, Texas Travel Magazine named the Mission Trail the best historic site in Texas. And one of the small communities located along the Mission Trail, San Elizario, the city of San Elizario, which is home to the Presidio Chapel of San Elizario, was named the best historic small town in America for 2023 by USA Today.
And what's special that you guys, I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of things that are going to be happening over the summer, but there's some special stuff that'll be happening this summer.
Well, on any third Sunday of the month, folks can come down to San Elizario, where we have an art market. We have a lot of wonderful, wonderful local artists who will show off all of their artistry. We also have a reenactment of Billy the Kid breaking into what was then the El Paso County Jail to break out a friend of his from jail. So we have some local actors who do a reenactment. And it's just a very fun environment. There's a lot to do, a lot to see. You can walk around, of course, explore the chapel. We also have a lot of great restaurants and new businesses that have opened up. So for example, near the Socorro Mission in Socorro, Texas, we have a new brewery, we have a cafe, we have some great restaurants. And then if you want to go to the Isleta Mission, that's where it's located right next to Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, where, as I mentioned, they have a lot of free concerts. You also have a lot of Tigua pottery, so that's the home of the Isleta del Sur Pueblo. So you have a lot of native pottery there. They bake their bread fresh in the oven, so you can see how bread is baked in the old tradition. So it's just really great. There's plenty for everyone to enjoy.
It sounds like it's a lot of history, but you guys have incorporated a lot of entertainment to bring that into learning history about El Paso.
Definitely. So we're really proud of our heritage and our traditions. And one of the neatest things I think about the missions is that they're still very active parts of our community. So a lot of times you go to historical places and they're roped off and you can't really go in. You kind of have to see them from afar. And that's not the case with our missions. With our missions, they're still very active. So Mass is still held there on Sundays.
Okay, so for someone who's never been to El Paso, what's the perfect blueprint to really enjoy El Paso for the first time?
Well, we have so much to do. We have so many attractions. So definitely, we want to start with the Mission Trail. We want to invite everyone to come out to the Mission Trail, but we also have water parks. We also have a baseball stadium. So we have a lot to do in El Paso. And I think a lot of times El Paso is, folks kind of drive through El Paso on their way to somewhere else, but it's just so worth it to stop for a few days and spend time in El Paso. We definitely want El Paso to become a destination city.
Commissioner Ileana Holguin, thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thank you for the invitation.
If you would like to learn more information about El Paso or planning your vacation to this amazing destination, you can go to the website you see on your screen.
children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 4th of July. We are Frecuencia. Somebody make some noise.
So today we are celebrating the 4th of July here at Azcárate Park. We're in a couple of hours. Once it gets dark, we'll have a beautiful fireworks display for the community. You know, Azcárate Park is the heart of El Paso County. This is our county park where families for generations have loved to come and play and fish. So we're really happy to be able to open up the park on the 4th of July. So hopefully if there's families out there that weren't able to make it this year, we definitely want to invite them to join us next year.
This year, we're doing our VIP event, which I'm standing in front of right now, here at the pavilion, our special events area. It's the first time we've done it here. So it's where you get your own personal table. You have areas where you can play games. We have blow-up slides for the children. We even have a movie indoors if the kids would prefer to watch a movie over fireworks. But the tickets for our VIP area this year were $45 for adults, and that provided a brisket dinner. And then for the rest of the public, not at the VIP event, we have multiple food trucks over here at the special events area on our lawn. If you have not been to a fireworks show in Azcárate Park, come on out. It's a fun time. People are enjoying it. You know, parks are a place of democracy where we all, you know, all walks of life are coming together and sharing. So that's kind of the beauty of it here on Independence Day.
Today is the 4th of July of this year, 2024. I was not knowing what to do here in El Paso as a new resident. And I looked into some resources. I was able to discover that here in Azcárate Park, they had a great fireworks event. As a new resident here to the county of El Paso, I'm quite impressed. I feel very comfortable. I'm very grateful that we have something like this existing, you know, where I'm here with my 3 boys, you know, we're in a safe environment. I can't ask for more. Feliz Día de Independencia. Happy Independence Day, El Paso.
We are at El Paso's largest All Abilities Playground. This is a project that has been many years in the making.
But I just wanted to say thank you again, and this has been a beautiful project, and everyone in the community is so excited.
You know, this is a great partnership between the organization Moms on Board, the nonprofit, the County of El Paso, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Together, we created the plan of having 3 all abilities parks instead of just 1, so that we could have reach all corners of the county. So there's the first one that opened was Gallegos Park in the far west, and far east was Reisinger in Fabens, and this one finally today, Central Azcárate.
1, 2, 3.
The flooring is also specially made and conducive to folks with different types of abilities, and so you know, we've got slides. I mean, it's a great playground, swings,
There you go. Ready?
The amenities and the play structures are more inclusive. They allow for wheeled devices to be utilized. So for example, this one over here, the sway fun, it's a seesaw, but a child or a person who's using a wheelchair does not need to exit their wheelchair. They can wheel into it and experience the fun.
And I really want to thank everyone for making this happen. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome.
What do you think of the park?
It's very good, obviously, and I kind of like it.
Great. Well, are you going to go play?
Yeah.
All right. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly what this is all about, right? Caden and his classmates at Riverside Elementary who joined us today.
It just opens that communication and that community. Kids without disabilities will not, their play isn't impacted with now having kids with disabilities come and join them. So it opens up that dialogue, it opens up that relationship and that communication, and more importantly, that understanding of everybody in our humanity.
Walk around a day without your identification and see how many times you reach for your wallet, and if you don't have it, what you cannot do. Very excited, happy, and proud that this project has finally come to fruition.
Because this is an initiative that the county started working on along with Border Network for Human Rights many, many years ago, 9, almost 10 years ago.
I know the government works slow, but we persevered and we didn't give up.
We did have to talk to all of our community partners to make sure that this library card would be accepted as a form of ID. And I'm really happy to report that everyone understands why this program is important.
It's a very good program that came over here, especially here in Fabens. The community needs something like this to be enhanced and for everybody to know, and it will help all of us.
But you have different communities who just can't get that state-issued ID, but because they have access to this enhanced library card, they'll be able to engage in a lot of activities that they wouldn't be able to otherwise.
This is going to help people access banking services, healthcare, medical services. It'll help folks with schools, with libraries.
You've got folks who need to be able to get copies of their kids' birth certificates from the county clerk, who can now use this ID to do that as well. You have people who maybe don't have an ID and so are afraid to report that they've been the victim of a crime to police because they know that the police might ask them for ID. So now having this enhanced library card will give them that security that they know they can call and ask the police for help.
This is a great example of a partnership that we have with the city. We can do more of these, I think, if we try. We are providing one more level of inclusivity for all of the residents here in El Paso. That's what I think the county has espoused, the value of being inclusive, and this, I think, embodies that.
I bet you've heard about Route 66, but what about the Mission Trail? It may be only 9 miles long, but it's a very special part of the area near El Paso, and it might just be a fun vacation for the entire family. El Paso County Commissioner of Precinct 13, Ileana Holguin, joins me this morning. Thank you so much for being here.
No, thank you, Daryl, for the invitation.
El Paso. I've heard about El Paso, I've never been, but now I want to hear from you everything I can about El Paso.
Yeah. And that's why we're here, because we want to invite people to come and get to know El Paso. Specifically, we're kicking off the tourist season along the Mission Trail, which, like you said, is a 9-mile stretch of road encompassing 3 historic missions. These missions represent about 350 years of our culture, our history, our traditions. On any given weekend, you can still see weddings being performed, quinceañeras, the Tigua cultural dancers. So these are still active missions that are very much a part of the community. We have wonderful art galleries there if you like art. We've got great restaurants, a brewery, cafes, and of course the Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, which offers free concerts every single weekend.
So I must say, El Paso has to be a must-visit destination because they don't make documentaries about anything nowadays. And there's a documentary that was just made about El Paso.
Yeah, we're very proud of all of the national attention that El Paso is receiving. And just to mention some more recognitions that we're very, very proud of. So for 2023, Texas Travel Magazine named the Mission Trail the best historic site in Texas. And one of the small communities located along the Mission Trail, San Elizario, the city of San Elizario, which is home to the Presidio Chapel of San Elizario, was named the best historic small town in America for 2023 by USA Today.
And what's special that you guys, I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of things that are going to be happening over the summer, but there's some special stuff that'll be happening this summer.
Well, on any third Sunday of the month, folks can come down to San Elizario, where we have an art market. We have a lot of wonderful, wonderful local artists who will show off all of their artistry. We also have a reenactment of Billy the Kid breaking into what was then the El Paso County Jail to break out a friend of his from jail. So we have some local actors who do a reenactment. And it's just a very fun environment. There's a lot to do, a lot to see. You can walk around, of course, explore the chapel. We also have a lot of great restaurants and new businesses that have opened up. So for example, near the Socorro Mission in Socorro, Texas, we have a new brewery, we have a cafe, we have some great restaurants. And then if you want to go to the Isleta Mission, that's where it's located right next to Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, where as I mentioned, they have a lot of free concerts. You also have a lot of Tigua pottery, so that's the home of the Isleta del Sur Pueblo. So you have a lot of native pottery there. They bake their bread fresh in the oven, so you can see how bread is baked in the old tradition. So it's just really great. There's plenty for everyone to enjoy.
It sounds like it's a lot of history, but you guys have incorporated a lot of entertainment to bring that into learning history about El Paso.
Definitely. So we're really proud of our heritage and our traditions. And one of the neatest things I think about the missions is that they're still very active parts of our community. So a lot of times you go to historical places and you know they're roped off and you can't really go in, you kind of have to see them from afar, and that's not the case with our missions. With our missions, they're still very active. So Mass is still held there on Sundays.
Okay, so for someone who's never been to El Paso, what's the perfect blueprint to really enjoy El Paso for the first time?
Well, we have so much to do. We have so many attractions. So definitely, we want to start with the Mission Trail. We want to invite everyone to come out to the Mission Trail, but we also have water parks. We also have a baseball stadium. So we have a lot to do in El Paso. And I think a lot of times El Paso is, folks kind of drive through El Paso on their way to somewhere else, but it's just so worth it to stop for a few days and spend time in El Paso. We definitely want El Paso to become a destination city.
Commissioner Ileana Holguin, thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thank you for the invitation.
If you would like to learn more information about El Paso or planning your vacation to this amazing destination, you can go to the website you see on your screen.
current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccine.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to a regular open session. We'd like to start with item 10, American Rescue Plan. 10A, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the implementation of the El Paso County American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds Portfolio. And 10B, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the proposed reallocation of capital funding in Tax Note 2022 and Tax Note 2023, Series A and B.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioner Salcedo Nedos with County Administration. The two items before you, I was asked that they be read in together. They both relate to solving two issues that we're currently facing. One of them is a major capital project shortfall for the first floor and second floor jail, downtown jail remodel. That currently has a variety of funding sources, including debt and ARPA funding, and so we're trying to make that project whole. And then the second major issue that we're trying to overcome is determining a way to capture and use American Rescue Plan Act funding to cover personnel expenses for all the different personnel that are currently within the portfolio. And so we can cover the expenses through the end of the calendar year, but beyond that, for the remaining 9 months of the fiscal year, we're estimating about a $3.5 million expense. But because we have funded these positions under the revenue loss designation, we can no longer use ARPA dollars to directly fund those positions beyond December 31st. And so these two presentations walk through a number of proposed revisions to the project listings in both the tax notes and the ARPA portfolio to accomplish those two main objectives. And so we're going to start with the tax notes because we're going to take the downtown jail remodel project first. We're going to focus on tax note 2022, which is about a 2-year-old issuance that we've spent approximately 2/3 of. And so we are about 1 year out from a 3-year term of that tax note, and we've been able to spend that about 2/3, and so we're making good progress in being able to spend that down. You can see there all the eligible expenses. But what we are requesting today is a small revision to this, taking advantage of the fact that we have this update before the court, and that is to transfer $190,000 from the reserve to fund the final Montana Phase 2 right-of-way payment to TxDOT. This is an agreement that the county had previously funded using the general fund. We'd actually previously used tax note funding for it, but we only put enough for 1 year's worth of payment. This is that final year that's now coming to, and so the planning department has requested that amount. You can see here after the transfer, there would still be about $1.15 million remaining in the contingency for that project. So that's the first transfer that's being requested, relatively small one compared to the other one. Moving into tax notes 23, there was two series, A and B. Series A is tax exempt. Series B is taxable. The taxable is important here because we have to fund any improvements to the detention facilities out of the taxable issuances to preserve our ability to have private use that exceeds 10%. Private use, in this case, being the ability to house federal inmates through the U.S. Marshal contract. So the jail remodel project is currently facing an approximate $3 million shortfall. As I mentioned earlier, it has ARPA funds in the amount of $4 million, and then tax note 23B funds in the amount of $5 million. Here you can see what the project cost breaks down to and what that shortfall looks like. And so what we are recommending is that the court fund the design out of ARPA, which has already been pretty much spent, and that $1.17 million amount there on the bottom of the slide. That would then reduce that $4 million project in ARPA, and we'll talk about that in the next presentation. And then we would fund the entirety of the construction using tax note 2023B. And so that $5 million would increase by about $5.9 million. And I will walk you through where we find that $5.9 million in tax note 23. So there's a few revisions. The first one is to move 2 projects that are currently under Series B into Series A, and that is the Office of the Medical Examiner project. There's about a little over $8 million set aside for that project, but we have it broken up between A and B. We would move all of that under A, and again, that's to make more room in B, because B is where we have to fund the jail improvements. And then the same thing for the judge's parking security project. It's currently in B, it's eligible to be in A, it doesn't need to be in B, so we're gonna both move OME and the judge's security project into A to make a little bit of room in B. After that, we would close out the 2 projects that you see there on the top. There's also identified savings in 2 projects that have been, that we've discussed at length with facilities for the downtown detention facility mechanical door modernization, as well as the jail annex electrical panel replacement project. And so those projects combined give us the $5.9 million that we need to fund the jail remodel under Series B. And so that's under Series B, the first 2 bullet points are reductions, and then you can see all of that amount being added back onto the jail project on the bottom, leaving it with a total budget of $10.9 million. The way all these transfers are proposed is for everything to go into contingency and then be programmed out of contingency, but operationally, this is how we're moving the money to make sure that we have all the funding that we need for that jail remodel project. Are there any questions on this tax note issuance?
Can you put judicial judges? It sounds like that's my parking security.
It is, actually it is. It's exactly what we're judging.
Parking security.
Yes, sir. And so the recommended action for 10B would be to approve and authorize the transfer of capital funds in tax note 22 and tax note 23, Series A and B as presented. And again, that's this solves the jail remodel project. And then if we can switch to, are there any questions specifically on this one before we move into ARPA?
Do we need to vote on that, or? My battery died.
Yeah, mine too. Mine's going to have to be verbal.
Yes.
We have a motion by Commissioner Coronado. Do we have a second? Okay, Commissioner Holguín is absent. Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Can you scroll down, Cesar?
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner
I was trying
Coronado?
to vote, but it didn't come up.
You change Commissioner Holguín to absent?
Judge Samaniego? Okay, motion carries.
So then, moving now back into the ARPA item, we're going to be bringing back a more detailed update on all the nonprofits that have received funding under the NOFO. There were a few amendments on your agenda today. There'll be a few more coming up in terms of extending their terms as we've outlined. You can see here the majority of them asked for that extension. We don't anticipate many of them returning any funds back to the portfolio, with the exception of one project that we still need confirmation on, but there might be about $132,000 coming back to the county through that agreement. But again, we're working on a more detailed and thorough overview for the court at a future meeting. Really want to focus on that capital project shortfall. You can see here all the green is our issues that have been addressed. With today's presentation, we would have funded through a variety of means a lot of the project shortfalls, and we're still recommending leaving a contingency or reserve of about $600,000 to head into the final few months of our period to adjust the ARPA budget. But again, really we're focusing on filling those capital project shortfalls and then also covering the cost of staff beyond December 31st. So the existing projects that have personnel costs are listed there at the top. A lot of them have already run out of funding because they were only anticipated to carry forward through the fiscal year. So to carry them forward for another quarter, we're needing approximately $630,000. The projects that are capital projects are facing a shortfall that's combined to be $679,000. And then we're proposing two new projects. And the first one is Project 4090, which would be a reimbursement effectively to the county's general fund for all overtime from the sheriff's detention facilities in fiscal year 24. And that would be a budget of about $3.8 million. And then Project 5000 would be a technology courtroom renovation to allow for expanded seating for staff and then other technology upgrades here within the commissioner's courtroom. We're proposing that that be funded out of the revenue loss designation, which means it doesn't need to necessarily meet ARPA eligibility because it is a general government expense. So when you look at the three bold lines here combined, we need to identify $5.24 million within ARPA to make this all work, right? To cover personnel through December 31st, to cover those capital costs, and then to be able to reimburse the general fund $3.9 million. The reason we're reimbursing the general fund in that amount is to offset the expenses that we will incur if we transition all of the ARPA personnel positions into the general fund. And so if all the positions transfer into the general fund beginning January 1st, that's going to cost the county approximately $3.5 million through the end of fiscal year 25. And so we need to make sure that whatever money we identify is at least $3.5 million. And so we've actually been able to identify a little bit more, $3.8 million, which means there'd be an additional $300,000 or so that are actually a positive variance to the county's fund balance position heading into fiscal year 2025. So the way we get to that $5.25 million number is to make all the project budget reductions that are shown there under active projects and operating reserves. And so you can see here that there's about $175,000 CIT. That still keeps those positions funded through FY25. They stay on the ARPA payroll through fiscal year 25 in anticipation of securing more grant funds that allow them to transition onto a new grant. And then we're closing out other projects that don't have costs that are projected to carry forward. You can see here that includes some, now that we're transitioning positions into the general fund, there's some money still in the constable project that would be reduced, the universal income project. The downtown first floor jail remodel is a large component of that $5 million amount. You can see it's almost $3 million that we are removing from that. And then $1 million from the phase one loan forgiveness program because businesses just, the loan providers did not make those loans, and so the funding set aside is no longer necessary. And then also taking approximately $155,000 from the reserve that we have today, and also closing out a technology reserve by about $75,000. And so when you combine all of those reductions together, that brings us to that $5.25 million figure that we need to be able to fund the items shown on this slide. So the last component here is proposing to transition all of the personnel that are under these projects onto the general fund staffing table. Again, you can see here under FY25 staffing cost that is estimated to be approximately $3.5 million. And that's again from January 1 to September 30th. We are proposing to offset that expense in FY25 by introducing a $3.9 million project, 4090, which will offset those costs and actually, again, increase the general fund balance by an estimated $388,000. So when all is said and done, if all those projects are approved, we will still have an operating reserve of $600,000 that will be available for any unforeseen instances that happen in the next several months. As we finalize the program, we have been tracking hours and may be able to use that to also help the county's fund balance in FY25 by covering other eligible salary expenses. This is a similar sweep method that the county did when we closed out the CARES grant during the height of the pandemic. And this will just allow us to make sure that we reimburse the county as much as possible for all of the expenses that we have here. So the recommended actions are twofold. It's really to approve and authorize the following two projects that they be established, 4090 and 5000. And then to transfer all of the funds as presented here by staff to move that $5.25 million between projects. And then with regard to the development of the FY25 budget, direct staff to account for the transfer of all these positions into the general fund beginning next fiscal year. And then direct staff to account for both the estimated revenue and the estimated expense related to moving that staff over and also creating project ARP 4090 in fiscal year 2025. So this is the staff recommendation and available to take any questions that the court may have.
Jose, what happens with that staff after that that full year of funding?
So they would be on the general fund staffing table, and so they would be, that position would exist beyond FY. It would be on the staffing table, be subject to any modification, just like any other position, period. But it would come onto the general fund.
So would they be reabsorbed into the general fund? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A lot of words, Jose.
How was it? It was quick, right?
It was fairly quick. It could have been
All things
maybe less
considered.
words,
Yeah.
but yes.
Yeah. Good feedback.
So today we're asking for the court to actually take action on these items. The approving and authorizing the following two projects. The Sheriff's Office overtime and the Alicia Chacon courtroom renovation.
Is it all in one, or is it going to be three?
How do you have it keyed up? All in one? So we would ask for a motion to approve all the recommended actions as outlined.
I'll second that. I'm depending on you, Jose.
Judge, hold on.
Commissioner Stout has a question.
Go ahead, just a second, Commissioner Stout.
Yeah, so when it comes to the, can you pull up the slide with the ARPA positions? The ARPA funded positions. So what we're proposing here is taking all of these grant funded positions that were funded through ARPA and indefinitely moving them over to the general fund. So we're basically putting all of these, what is this, probably 25 or 30 positions for general fund staffing table going into the future, like into perpetuity, or are these things that we're going to be reevaluating in like 2 years when all the ARPA projects are done and over?
These are proposed to move into the staffing table moving forward. Important to note that Project 1050, the constables, it's being added here, but the court did take action last year to actually move these positions also onto the general fund staffing table. But we've continued to use ARPA funding to pay those salaries down just to try and help the fund balance. So those 13 positions under 1050 are really, have already been added, but are just here for the purposes of transparency. So we're looking at all of the positions from 1460 through 1510, 1520, and then 1230 and 1240, the detention officer staff.
And Commissioner, just to clarify on your question, we will still automatically go back. HR will go back anytime we have positions that are been created. We will go back to say, are they still doing what they were intended to do? Is their work completed? Can we now if they're still an incumbent, can we move them into a vacancy? We do that regularly when we have allocated new positions to go back to see, was there a purpose for those positions and has that purpose been completed? So, and in some of these cases, we moved people to ARPA in lieu of we had already discussed them becoming general fund positions, and instead we moved them to ARPA to reduce the impact on general fund. So some of them were already intended to be general fund positions. Some of them were not. Some of them were very specific to ARPA. But if at the end of the funding, or if at the end of ARPA, we would still go back and look at these positions. What were they designed to do? Are they still doing it? Is there any other reason why we should consider, reconsider these positions?
Yeah, but I think that's important because it seems to me, well, I mean, I understand the point that you're making about some of the positions that we moved to ARPA to free up money in our general fund, and now we're moving them back. But, you know, as with all grant-funded positions, you know, we need to make sure that, you know, if they were created for just ARPA-related projects, and we no longer have ARPA-related projects that are going to be worked on, you know, we need to be aware of that. Because we're growing our staffing table, and this is going to continue to have implications on our budget moving forward. And we're, you know, talking about trying to be more austere and you know, not raise taxes on our constituents, but we need to consistently be monitoring that.
We had a motion from Commissioner Coronado. Do we have a second? Judge Samaniego, second. Okay, Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge Commissioners. I also want to make sure I thank Ms. Danielle Chavez, our capital analyst. She worked diligently on this, and she would have been here presenting this morning, but she's on family medical leave. So wish her and her family all the best, but wanted to make sure to credit her for all the work and the analysis that went into this. So thank you all.
I don't know if you know how privileged Jose is. Today's his day off, and he's working. I understand from Betsy.
I'm going to go pick up my daughters now.
We apologize.
Yeah, no, thank you, Judge Commissioners.
Judge, I have one question. I know we already did, but do you anticipate that from what all the other ARPA fundings that some of those are going to lapse because they're not going to be able to use them in time? Do we have an approximation yet of those? I know we put that in.
So there's approximately 132,000 under the ARPA NOFO that we do anticipate coming back. We need to confirm with the organization in the next week. And we'll include that in the more formal update regarding that. We did leave a $600,000 reserve, just in the event that something comes up that we did not anticipate. As we get closer to the end of the calendar year, we have room under the revenue loss designation to actually just move those $600,000 into our general fund by identifying any governmental expense to replace the funding for it. And so if that does occur, you know, those funds can come into the general fund, or they might be available for anything else that comes up between now and then.
Okay, and I guess we can discuss it later, but some issues have come up with reference to the maintenance of and inspecting of some of our hydrants that are supposedly our responsibility in the outlying areas of the county, not within the city and not within some of the other municipalities, but maybe we can take a look at that.
Oh, we can definitely get with your office to understand the issue, and then if we need to meet with the fire marshals and the ESDs, we certainly can.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Good luck, Jose.
Item 7E, discuss and take appropriate action on the fiscal year 2024 through 2025 budget for El Paso County.
John, before you get started, I just want to clarify for the court. Some of the media has been asking about us adopting the budget today, but this is not budget adoption. We're just giving you an update on some of the information that we've discussed and that we're still pending items that we're still continuing to work on.
Okay. John?
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I was told that they had Jose before me because he was going to go through his presentation quick. I told them I can do mine quicker. So we're timing them. I'm going to limit my answers to yes or no. We'll see. All right. So as Betsy mentioned, this is just an update. This is not budget adoption. Most of the slides you will see are slides that you have already seen, except for the first two, where we're giving you an update on some of the pending items that we have discussed before. So let's actually go over them. So this is the first slide that shows those pending items. If you recall, the last time we had the budget hearing, we showed you a list like this one, but the amounts were a little different. Now, I'm not going to go through them one by one, but I'm going to mention that we managed to reduce most of these items. We worked with the departments, we worked with the county admin department as well, and we managed to reduce most of these items. If you notice, the point before last shows the ARPA reimbursement, which is what Jose was mentioning right before he concluded his presentation. The total impact, as we can see today, is $751,000. That's going to be in addition to the expenses that we already had in FY25 budget. On this slide, we had a big ticket item, which was the transit system. The transit system. It was a $1,484,000. We managed to find some grant matches that are related to the grant, to that transit system. And then we consolidated all of those. We managed to reduce that almost $1.5 million by $700,000. And we did some reductions in other places as well. This is, again, a continuation of those pending items or the budget changes that we had anticipated. So we brought those down to $630,783. Now, we have to add both numbers. The first numbers, the 751 and 630, both of them together will represent $1.6 million. And that is the breakdown for that amount. And that is going to be, again, in addition to the expenses that we had originally in FY25 budget. Now, to make things even more interesting, I know you had a long day, so we're going to try to shake things up a little bit. The county auditors changed their projection for our fund balance by the end of FY24, beginning of FY25, from $80.6 million to $85 million. So that's an additional $5 million, or 4.5 almost. But they also reduced their revenue projection from 390 to 383. So the total impact here, as you can see, is a reduction in available resources, that is revenue and fund balance, from 470 million to 468. So the summary here is we reduced our revenue by about $2 million. We increased our expense by about $1.6 million. And the second column that says update shows that the reserves amount right now is showing $25.4 million, or 5.74% of the expenditure budget. This is a recap for those updated amounts. As you can see, general fund has been updated to be $468 million. All the other line items remain the same from our last presentation. So now our budget sits at a total of $600,720,093. And again, there is no action that you need to take. This is just for your information and update to the court. We will come to the court with changed numbers again in September. Right now, our partners in the county auditor's department are finalizing their certified revenues. And we're also finalizing or putting the final fine-tuning for those expenditure amounts. So we'll come to you with a final budget, both on the revenue side and the expense side in September. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was faster than Jose. Yeah.
Okay, we will take no action for item 7E. Item 8, board appointments. 8A, discuss and take appropriate action to appoint Commander Jerome Washington to the E911 Enhanced Communication District Board of Managers to fulfill the unexpired 2-year term ending July 31st, 2025.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Michelle Cochran with County Administration. The Sheriff has nominated Commander Jerome Washington to fulfill the unexpired term. He has met all of the requirements and completed all of the trainings that are required under the county's uniform policies and procedures to be appointed to this board. There are no questions. He is not present with us today. I would ask for a motion to approve this appointment.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado? Aye. Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 11, Public Works. 11A, approve and authorize the county judge to sign a possession and use agreement for transportation purposes with additional payment of independent consideration with the Texas Department of Transportation for an irrevocable right to possession and use of the county's property for the purpose of constructing a portion of highway number US 62180, contract number 2024-0591.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Michael McRoy with the Planning and Development Department.
Cool.
Some background on this item. It is Montana Avenue, which is the mentioned 62180, is being widened by TxDOT into a limited access freeway. That's no surprise to any of you. The purpose of the proposed project is to improve Montana Avenue from a half a mile west of Global Reach to a half a mile east of Zaragoza Road. So the Sheriff's Jail Annex is along that stretch of Montana in that project path. And so TxDOT will be required to obtain right-of-way from the county to accommodate that project footprint. The area to be acquired in what's before you is 3.18 acres. Two views of the proposal today. On the left-hand side, you see a blue and red boxes. The blue box is the Sheriff's County Annex in its totality, and the red is the part that they will eventually need to acquire from the county. On the right-hand side, you see some green shading. That is the project footprint in its entirety, what they will be working on, in addition to what they will be asking for us. But for the purposes of today, it's just the red box, 3.18 acres. But at least in green, you can see what the expanded Montana will look like. So acquisition parcel specifics. So this is the on-the-ground specifics of what they will be obtaining from us to demolish. So no jail annex buildings will be required in this acquisition. The only structural components are power poles for overhead power lines that are parallel to the right-of-way. There is a large sign that would need to be relocated back into the jail annex proper. There are 3 detention ponds that are partially within the area, along with their associated drainage systems. And there are various public utilities throughout. None of them are exclusive to the annex. The area does contain some access roads. That is the buffer between Montana and the property itself. And of course, there is the associated landscaping there. Multiple driveways going into the parking lots. And of course, the landscaping within the median surrounding the parking lots. And then lastly, 2 of the existing parking lots will need to be eaten into a little bit. The reduction will be 17 parking spaces that would need to be accommodated elsewhere. So acquisition timelines. We received a purchase officer, and you received that in your highlights back in January. The county did meet with the Sheriff's Office and Facilities Departments to discuss this pending action back in January, and we have communicated that feedback to TxDOT when they decide to move forward. As part of our due diligence, the county obtained the services of an on-call engineer to prepare a cost to cure in March. The reason for that cost to cure is to make sure that the offer that we are receiving does account for all the needs that we would have to make sure that the prices are right, the quantities are right, and that we're receiving a fair offer. We received now in between that time and now, the January offer, we did receive a revised purchase offer from TxDOT, which amended their purchase price and the cost to cure price. And so here's the matter before you. We received this possession and use officer in July 15th. So the possession use officer is not an offer to buy land. That is a separate matter that you'll find down the road. This possession use officer is to accommodate their project schedule. The possession use officer would allow them legal possession of the land and use of the land, but would not sell the land to them. They wouldn't have ownership of it, but allows them to continue on with their project timeline and their project planning while we continue negotiations for the purchase. Since that time, we received the pre-final cost to cure report, which kind of gave us an idea of any potential cost adjustments that we might want to ask for. And then a final cost to cure report was received just about 2 weeks ago. And so now that we have an offer, and now that we have an engineer's estimate on the cost to cure, we can continue along with negotiations for them. But in the meantime, we need to assist TxDOT with their project planning and project timelines, and that's why the purchase and use agreement. So as I mentioned before, it does not give them, what you're going to be considering right now is not legal ownership, it's just legal possession and use, and we would still maintain that ownership. It does not prejudice subsequent negotiations or preclude the county functional use of the property at this time. What TxDOT will provide for us is $25,000 for this immediate possession. And at the time that they are moving into the project area and ready to commence construction activities, both TxDOT and the county will revisit with the sheriff's office to go over those needs of operational needs, delivery needs, emergency, health and safety, transport, all the functional needs to make sure that it's an operational facility 24 hours alongside the project. So it doesn't, what you're considering now doesn't jeopardize any of those aspects. It's just to help them with their project planning. TxDOT has not indicated any specific time frame when they'll be moving into this area for the project plans, but of course this is what the item before you is just to assist them with their planning needs. Of course, and we would receive $25,000 for that. If you have any questions, I'm very willing to answer those.
I do, Judge.
Commissioner?
Are they going to put anything on this particular parcel that you're talking about, what was blocked off in blue?
Yes, it will be. That will be the expanded Montana Avenue. So they're going to make it into a limited access freeway, and that would be the expanded part. It's V roadway.
Okay, so they're going to take over some of our property then?
Yes, sir.
And we have, what do we have on that property now? You mentioned one was a sign.
That is the county sheriff's jail annex sign, a monument. Just
What
announced.
is that going to cost us to move?
I don't have the specific, I have numbers for the overall, but I'm sorry, I don't have the answer to that specific part. I know the number for the entire remediation, but for that specific one, it's called out in the report, but I don't know it offhand, I'm sorry.
And is this going to, okay, so what else are they going to be putting on that would obstruct the elevation?
In terms of being able to view the signage?
Yes.
I believe this part is just going to be at grade. I don't think this is going to be elevated at any way.
They're not adding anything?
I haven't seen the particular plans, but to my knowledge, sir, I think this is just going to be at grade freeway.
Okay. And with that piece of property, that are we allowed to put signage on there after they do their work?
It would be a roadway, so there would be no potential for signage there.
Okay. We could still put signage on our property immediately adjacent to the new road.
We should be able to, yes, if it's not in their right of way. If the question is about having some sort of buffer, like billboards or so.
Right.
I believe that TxDOT does have a policy, but it has to fall within their right of way. So as long as this is on our property, I believe we probably are okay.
Okay. Okay, so we're not selling to them, we're just giving them a right of access?
It's more than a right of access, which is the reason why I wanted it in this session rather than a consent item. It is irrevocable. Once you, if presuming you do authorize this, they would have immediate possession and use, which means they'll be able to use the land for their purposes, but they wouldn't own it. We're still working through the negotiation for prices. They have no immediate plans to do so. This is more to check their box for project planning and project implementation rather than specific plans for any improvements at this time.
I know we have a road real close to that. Is that going to impede with the road?
No, so if I'm understanding what you're trying to point out, there is an access road, it's an internal road. They would be taking over that part too. So
over the road?
That internal access road. That then has driveways into the property. So
no, I'm not talking about the one into the property. I'm talking one that's parallel to the property they're taking, parallel to Montana.
Can bring up the
road,
map.
so it's right
of course.
Michael, bring up the map, please. There.
Yes, so I think the best site is in the green, sir. And you see that road to the north of Montana.
My concern is that road that we have there that's in front of the annex. They're taking over that road too.
They would be, yes.
And would we be able to do we have an ability to put signage? So everything that's green, we're not going to be able to erect anything on it.
We would have to abide by their standards for signage in their right of way if we were to want to do something and then enter into an agreement with them. If it was in the green portion, outside of the green portion, I don't think they would have any jurisdiction.
So Anna Schumacher.
Inside the green, yes.
Oh, so sorry to interrupt, Commissioner. So Anna Schumacher is a county attorney. One of the things I was wondering is whether we could negotiate as part of the ongoing discussion an exemption to the Texas Highway Beautification Act. That way we preserve potentially any rights we may have to erect something in the future, just a consideration.
I would like that we negotiate that with them because I don't want to give up our right to the signage there. And then that road, okay, obviously it's going to be within their jurisdiction. That they're going to take over that. That's part of the roadway that they're going to expand, right?
Correct.
So we're going to lose that road, and we'd have to erect another road on our property.
Yes, so part of our remediation on this action would be designing new access and new circulation into the road. So we'd have to design, and then we'd have to construct. Part of their offer will be the cost to cure that. So the engineer that we contracted has looked at those elements, and not from a design standpoint specifically, just if we were to have to bring this back and recreate it, what those costs would be.
And they're going to pay for that?
They're going to provide us the dollar amount for those things on a depreciated value.
To design and reconstruct that road?
They will, I don't want to mislead you, I need to look at the report more clearly, but anything that they're taking over, they will pay us for the value of that improvement at its depreciated value.
As well as an additional $25,000 on top of that?
So today's matter is the $25,000 for their programming use, so that they have ability to plan. Yeah, thank you. And then during that negotiation, the sales offer, they will then pay us for the improvements to include that roadway. Yes.
And are we going to be able to construct that road? Because I see it like cuts into the parking areas, the green part.
We should be able, anything that the design calls for, at that, we should be able to construct. They're not going to pay us for brand-new things. That will depend on what we choose to design. We might have something enhanced, something different, and might not be equivalent to this. What they will pay us for is the land value and then the assets they're taking at this time at their current value.
Would that be also part of the negotiation as far as replacement costs for the road? Because we're still going to need that road, right?
That can be part of a negotiation.
Yeah, I'd like to see us at least negotiate that and the ability to maintain or to put up additional signage in their area they're taking up within their right-of-way. Other than that, I'm okay with it. I think county attorneys, can y'all?
Commissioner Conrad and Alicia, Assistant County Attorney, can we negotiate the elements that we just described today? Was that the question?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Do we have a motion to approve the item?
I so move.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 12A and 12B pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 4th of July. We are Frecuencia. Somebody make some noise.
So today we are celebrating the 4th of July here at Azcárate Park. We're in a couple of hours. Once it gets dark, we'll have a beautiful fireworks display for the community. You know, Azcárate Park is the heart of El Paso County. This is our county park where families for generations have loved to come and play and fish. So we're really happy to be able to open up the park on the 4th of July. So hopefully if there's families out there that weren't able to make it this year, we definitely want to invite them to join us next year.
This year we're doing our VIP event, which I'm standing in front of right now, here at the Pavilion, our special events area. It's the first time we've done it here. So it's where you get your own personal table. You have areas where you can play games. We have blow-up slides for the children. We even have a movie indoors if the kids would prefer to watch a movie over fireworks. But the tickets for our VIP area this year were $45 for adults, and that provided a brisket dinner. And then for the rest of the public, not at the VIP event, we have multiple food trucks over here at the special events area on our lawn. If you have not been to a fireworks show in Azcárate Park, come on out. It's a fun time. People are enjoying it. You know, parks are a place of democracy where we all, you know, all walks of life are coming together and sharing. So that's kind of the beauty of it here on Independence Day.
Today is the 4th of July of this year, 2024. I was not knowing what to do here in El Paso as a new resident. And I looked into some resources. I was able to discover that here in Azcárate Park, they had a great fireworks event. As a new resident here to the county of El Paso, I'm quite impressed. I feel very comfortable. I'm very grateful that we have something like this existing, you know, where I'm here with my 3 boys, you know, we're in a safe environment. I can't ask for more. Feliz Día de Independencia. Happy Independence Day, El Paso.
We are at El Paso's largest All Abilities Playground. This is a project that has been many years in the making.
But I just wanted to say thank you again, and this has been a beautiful project, and everyone in the community is so excited.
You know, this is a great partnership between the organization Moms on Board, the nonprofit, the County of El Paso, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Together, we created the plan of having 3 All Abilities parks instead of just 1, so that we could have reach all corners of the county. So there's the first one that opened was Gallegos Park in the far west, and far east was Reisinger in Fabens, and this one finally today, Central Azcárate.
1, 2, 3.
The flooring is also specially made and conducive to folks with different types of abilities, and so you know, we've got slides. I mean, it's a great playground. Swings. There you go.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to regular open session. Item 13A, discuss and take appropriate action regarding litigation-styled courthouse news service versus Joanna Stanton et al., cause number 424CV00368, County Attorney, case number 009224LD.
Anna Schumacher, Assistant County Attorney. We're not requesting any action today, but thank you. Thank you.
No action for item 13A. This concludes all the items on today's agenda, Judge.
Jessica, thank you to our translators back there. Hope everybody has a great week as we go into Labor Day weekend. So, thank you all. Thank you. Be safe, Commissioner Stout.
This concludes today's meeting at 4:44
Thank you.
p.m.
Y'all have a good week.
Okay.